and continued in a more moderate tone. I beg your pardon, but you will agree that I have reason to feel this strongly. Is Peregrine with Bab now? I do not know, but I judge it to be very probable. She saw him compress his lips, and added, I think if you were to speak to Lady Barbara, I shall speak to Barbara in good time. But my present business is with Peregrine. She could not help feeling a little alarmed. He spoke in a grim voice which she had never heard before, and when she stole a glance at his face, there was nothing in its expression to reassure her. She said falteringly, You will do what is right, I am sure. He glanced down at her, and seeing how anxiously she was looking at him, said with a faint smile, but with a touch of impatience, My dear Judith, do you suppose I am going to run Peregrine through, or what? She lowered her eyes in a little confusion. Oh, of course not. What an absurd notion. But what do you mean to do? Put an end to this nauseating business, he replied. Oh, if you could. Such affairs may so easily lead to disaster. Very easily. She sighed and said, rather doubtfully, Do you think that it will answer? I would have spoken to Perry myself, only that I feared to do more harm than good. When he gets these headstrong fits, the least hint of opposition seems to make him worse. I begged Worth to intervene, but he declined doing it, and I dare say he was right. Worth, he said. No, it is not for him to speak to Peregrine. I'm the one who is concerned in this, and what I have to say to Peregrine, I can assure you, he will pay heed to. He glanced at the clock over the fireplace and added, I'm going to call at his house now. Don't look so anxious. There is not the least need. She stretched out her hand to him. If I look anxious, it is on your account. Dear Charles, I am so sorry this should have happened. Don't let it vex you. It was all mischief, nothing else. He grasped her hand for a moment and said in a low voice, Unpleasant mischief. It is the fault of that wretched upbringing. Sometimes I fear. But the heart is unspoiled. Try to believe that. I know it. She could only press his fingers understandingly. He held her hand an instant longer, then, with a brief smile, let it go and walked out of the room. Peregrine was not to be found at his house, but Colonel Audley sent up his card to Lady Taverner, and was presently admitted into her salon. She received him with evident agitation. She looked frightened, and greeted him with nervous breathlessness, trying to seem at ease, but failing miserably. He shook hands with her, and put her out of her agony of uncertainty by coming straight to the point. Lady Taverner, we are old friends, he said in his pleasant way. You need not be afraid to trust me, and I need not, I know, fear to be frank with you. I have come about this nonsensical affair of Peregrine's. Shall we sit down and talk it over sensibly together? She said faintly, Oh, how can I? I do not know how to— You will agree that I am concerned in it as much as you are, he said. Judith has been telling me the whole. What a tangle it is, and all arising out of my stupidity in allowing Peregrine to be my deputy that evening. Can you forgive me? She sank down upon the sofa, averting her face. I am sure you never dreamed— Judith says it is my own fault, that I brought it on myself by my folly. I think the hardest thing of all is to be wise in our dealings with the people we love, he said. I know I have found it so. She ventured to turn her head towards him. Perhaps I was a fool. Judith will have told you that I was rude and ill-bred. It is true. I do not know what can have possessed me. Only when she came up to me, so beautiful and
Oh, I cannot explain. I am sorry. This is very uncomfortable for you.
Her utterance became choked by tears. She groped for her handkerchief among the sofa cushions, and was startled by finding a large one put into her hand. Her drenched eyes flew upwards to the Colonel's face. A sound between a sob and a laugh escaped her, and she said unsteadily,
"Thank you. You are very obliging. Oh dear, how can you be so... I am sure I don't know why I am laughing when my heart is broken."
Colonel Audley watched her dry her cheeks and said, "But your heart isn't broken." Harriet emerged from his handkerchief to say with a good deal of indignation,
"I don't see how you can know whether my heart is broken or not."
"Of course I can know, for I know mine is not." This seemed unanswerable. Harriet could only look helplessly at him and wait for more. He smiled at her and took his handkerchief back. "Crying won't mend matters. I rely on you to help me in this business." The idea was so novel that she blinked at him in surprise.
"How can I?"
"By behaving like the sensible woman I know you to be. Confess. Didn't you mishandle Peregrine shockingly?"
"Yes, perhaps I did. But how could he be so faithless? I thought he loved me."
"So he does, but he is very young. In general, a boy goes through a number of calf loves before he marries. But in your case it was different. I expect you were his first love."
"Yes,"
whispered Harriet. "Well, that was charming," he said cheerfully. "Only, you see, this was bound to happen."
"Bound to happen?"
"Yes, certainly. You have not been very well. He has been left to his own devices, and in circumstances where it would have been wonderful indeed, at 23, he had kept his head. This life we are all leading in Brussels is ruinous. Are you not conscious of it?"
"Oh yes, 1,000 times yes. I wish I were safely at home."
"I am glad to hear you say so. But that is what, if you will let me, I am going to advise you to do. Go home, and forget all this."
"He won't go home."
"Yes, he will. Only you mustn't reproach him just yet. Later, if you like, and still want to, but not now. He will be very much ashamed of himself presently, and wonder how he can have been such a fool."
"How can you know all this?"
He smiled. "I've been 23 myself. Of course I know. You may believe me when I tell you that this doesn't signify. No, I know you cannot quite see how that may be true, but I pledge you my word it is." She sighed.
"How kind you are. You make me feel such a goose. How shall I prevail upon Perry to take me home? What shall I say to him?"
"Nothing. I am going to have a talk with him, and I think you will find him only too ready to take you home." He rose and took out his card case, and, extracting a card, wrote something on the back of it with a pencil picked up from Harriet's escritoire. "I'll leave this with your butler," he said. "It is just to inform Peregrine that I am coming to call on him after dinner tonight. You need not mention that you have seen me."
"Oh no, but he is sure to be going out,"
she said mournfully. "Don't worry. He won't go out," replied the Colonel. She looked doubtful, but it seemed that the Colonel knew what he was talking about, for Peregrine, the card with its curt message in his waistcoat pocket, retired after dinner to his study on the ground floor. Dinner had been an uncomfortable meal. When the servants were in the room, a civil interchange of conversation had to be maintained. When they left it, Harriet sat with downcast eyes and a heavy heart, while Peregrine, making a pretence of eating what had been put before him, wondered what Colonel Audley was going to say to him, and what he was to reply. The Colonel, who had dined at the Duke's table, did not arrive until after 9 o'clock, and by that time Peregrine had reached a state of acute discomfort. When the knock at last fell on the front door, he got up out of his chair and nervously straightened his cravat. When the Colonel was shown into the room, he was standing with his back to the empty fireplace, looking rather pale and feeling a trifle sick. One glance at his visitor's face was enough to confirm his worst fears. This was going to be an extremely unpleasant interview. He wondered whether Audley would insist on satisfaction. He was not a coward, but the knowledge of having behaved very shabbily towards Audley set him at a disadvantage, and made him hope very much that the affair was not going to culminate in a meeting outside the ramparts in the chill dawn. He tried, from sheer nervousness, to carry the thing off with a high hand, advancing with a smile and saying with as much heartiness as he could muster, "Well, Charles, how do you do?" The Colonel ignored both the greeting and the outstretched hand. He laid his hat and gloves down on the table, saying, in a voice that reminded Peregrine unpleasantly of Worth's, "What I have to say to you, Peregrine, will not take me long. I imagine you have a pretty fair notion why I am here." Peregrine stopped, and then said defiantly, "I suppose I have. Well, say it then." "I'm going to," said the Colonel grimly. Peregrine squared his shoulders and set his teeth. At the end of 3 minutes, he was bitterly regretting having invited the Colonel to speak his mind, and at the end of 10, he would have been very glad if the ground had miraculously opened and swallowed him. The Colonel spoke with appalling fluency, and in the most biting of voices. What he said was so entirely unanswerable that after 2 stumbling attempts to defend himself, Peregrine relapsed into silence, and listened with a white face to an exposition of his character which robbed him of every ounce of self-esteem. When the Colonel at last stopped, Peregrine, who for some time had been standing by the window with his back to him, cleared his throat and said, "I am aware how my conduct must strike you. If you want satisfaction, of course I am ready to meet you." This handsome offer was not received quite as Peregrine had expected. "Don't talk to me in that nonsensical fashion," said the Colonel scathingly. "Do you imagine that you're a rival of mine?" Peregrine winced and muttered, "No, it isn't. I didn't." "You are not," said the Colonel. "You are merely an unconditioned cub in need of kicking, and the only satisfaction I could enjoy would be to have you under me for just 1 month. Peregrine resumed his study of the window blinds. It seemed that Colonel Audley had not yet finished. He spoke of Harriet, and Peregrine flushed scarlet, and presently blurted out, I know, oh damn you, that will do. It's all true, every word of it, but I couldn't help it, He stopped and sank into a chair by the table, and covered his face with his hands. Audley said nothing, but walked over to the fireplace and stood there, leaning his arms on the mantelpiece and looking down at the fire irons. After a few minutes, Peregrine raised his head and said haltingly, You think me a low, despicable fellow, and I dare say I am. But on my honour, I never meant to. What's the use of trying to explain? It is quite unnecessary. Yes, but you don't understand. I never realised till it was too late, and even then I didn't think... I knew it was you she cared for. Only when I'm with her I forget everything else. She's so beautiful, Audley. Yes, said the Colonel. I understand all that. The remedy is not to see any more of her. But I shall see her.
I must.
Oh no, you must not. I imagine you do not expect her to elope with you.
No. No! Good God, such an idea never.
Very well then. The only thing you can do, Peregrine, since the sight of her is so disastrous, is to leave Brussels. A long silence fell. Peregrine said, at last, in a dejected tone,
I suppose it is. But how can I? There's Stuart's ball tomorrow, and the Duke's on the 7th, and—
A civil note to Stuart will answer the purpose, replied the Colonel, with the tremor of a smile. Your wife's indisposition is sufficiently well known to provide you with a reasonable excuse. If you need more, you can inform your friends that the recent activities on the frontier have made you realize the propriety of conveying your family back to England.
Yes, but— Damn it, Charles, I won't dash off at a moment's notice like that.
A packet leaves Ostend on Monday, said the Colonel. You may easily settle your affairs here tomorrow and be off to Ghent on Sunday. That will enable you to reach Ostend in good time on Monday. Peregrine looked at him.
You mean that I'm not to go to Stuart's tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
I ought at least to take my leave of Lady Barbara.
I will convey your apologies to her. Another silence fell. Peregrine got up.
Very well. You are right, of course. I have been a fool. Only, you must know how it is when she smiles at one. I never— Oh well.
The Colonel walked over to the table and picked up his hat and gloves.
Yes, I know. But don't begin to think yourself in love with her, Perry. You're not.
No, of course not,
said Peregrine, trying to speak cheerfully. The Colonel held out his hand.
I dare say I shan't see you tomorrow, so I'll say goodbye now.
Peregrine gripped his hand.
Goodbye. You're a damn good fellow, Charles. And I'm devilish sorry. I wish you very happy. She never thought of me, you know.
Thank you. Very handsome of you, said the Colonel with a smile. My compliments to Lady Taverner, by the way. Don't forget to make my excuses for not going up to take leave of her.
No, I'll tell her,
said Peregrine, opening the door and escorting him out into the hall.
Goodbye. Come safely through the war, won't you?
No fear of that. I always take good care of my skin, replied the Colonel,
and raised his hand in a friendly salute and ran down the steps into the street. Peregrine went slowly upstairs to the salon. He had probably never been so unhappy in his life. Harriet was seated by the window, with some sewing in her hands. They looked at one another. Peregrine's lip quivered. He did not know what to say to her, or how to reassure her when his own heart felt like lead in his chest. All that came into his head to say was her name, spoken in an uncertain voice. She saw suddenly that he was looking ashamed and miserable. The cause receded in her mind. It was not forgotten. It would never, perhaps, be forgotten. But it became a thing of secondary importance before the more pressing need to comfort him. She perceived that he was no older than his own son, as much in need of her reassurance as that younger Perry, when he had been naughty and was sorry. She got up, throwing her stitchery aside, and went to Peregrine and put her arms round him.
Yes, Perry. It's no matter. It doesn't signify. I was silly.
He clasped her to him. His head went down on her shoulder. He whispered,
I'm sorry, Harry. I don't know what— Yes.
She stroked his hair caressingly. The thought of Barbara no longer troubled her, A deeper grief, which she would never speak of, was the discovery that Peregrine was not a rock of strength for her to lean on, not a hero to be worshipped, but only a handsome, beloved boy, who went swaggering bravely forth, but needed her to pick him up when he fell and hurt himself. She put the knowledge away from her. His abasement made her uncomfortable. Even though she knew it to be make-believe, he must be set on his pedestal again. She said,
"Yes, we'll go home. But how shall we settle our affairs here? Will it not take some time?"
He raised his head.
"No, I'll see to everything. You have only to pack your trunks. There is a packet leaving Ostend on Monday."
"This house, our passages, how shall we manage?"
"Don't worry, I'll do it all."
He was climbing back onto the pedestal. They would not speak of this incident again. They would pretend, each one of them, that it had not happened. In the end, Peregrine would believe that it had not, and Harriet would pretend, even to herself, because there were some truths it was better not to face. Judith, anxiously awaiting the result of the Colonel's interview with his brother, could scarcely believe him when he told her, curtly, that the Taverners were leaving Brussels. She exclaimed,
"You don't mean it. I had not thought it to be possible. What can you have said to constrain him?"
"There was no other course to follow. He was fully sensible of it."
He spoke rather harshly. She said in a pleading tone,
"Do not be too angry with him, Charles. He is so young."
"You are mistaken. I am not angry with him. I am excessively sorry for him, poor devil."
"I am persuaded he will soon recover."
"Oh, yes. But that one so near to me should have caused this unhappiness—"
He checked himself.
"If it had not been Lady Barbara, it would have been another, I dare say."
He was silent, and she did not like to pursue the topic. Worth presently came in, followed by the butler with the tea-tray, and Judith was glad to see the Colonel rouse himself from a mood of abstraction and join with all his usual cheerfulness in the ordinary commonplace talk of every day. He did not go out again that evening, nor next morning was his horse saddled for an early ride. The sky was overcast, and a thin rain was falling. It stopped later, and by noon the sun was shining, but a press of work at headquarters kept the Colonel busy all the morning. In the afternoon there was a review in the Allée Verte of the English, Scottish, and Hanoverian troops quartered in and about Brussels. These constituted the reserve of the army and included the 5th Division, destined for the command of Sir Thomas Picton. They were crack troops, and the crowd of onlookers, watching them march past, felt that with such men as these to defend them, there could be no need for even the most timorous to fly for safety to the coast.
"Some of our best regiments,"
said the Duke as they went past him. There was good Sir James Kempt's brigade, 4 proud regiments, the Slashers, the 32nd, the Cameron Highlanders, and the 1st Battalion of the 95th Riflemen, in their dark green uniforms and their jaunty caps. There was fiery Sir Dennis Pack, with his choleric eye and his heavily arched brows, at the head of the Highland Brigade. The Belgians began to cheer, for the kilt never lost its fascination for them, and in this 9th Brigade was only 1 English regiment. The Royal Scots went by with pipes playing, followed by Macara with his 42nd Royal Highlanders, and by handsome John Cameron of Fassy-Fern with the 92nd, the Gay Gordons. The cheering broke out again and again. Small boys clinging to their fathers' hands shouted, "Joop! Joop! Joop!" in an ecstasy of delight. Hats were waved, handkerchiefs fluttered, and when the last of the kilts and the tall hats with their nodding plumes had gone by, it was felt that the best of the review was over. Colonel von Finker's Hanoverians excited little enthusiasm, but the Duke, as he watched them march past, said in his terse fashion, "Those are good troops too, or there will be, when I get good officers into them. The British ambassador's ball had been fixed to take place in the evening, and the Duke was entertaining a party at dinner before attending it. The Prince of Orange rode in from his headquarters at Braine-le-Comte in high spirits and full of news from the frontier. Several divisional commanders were present, and the usual corps of foreign diplomats attached to the Anglo-Allied army. The conversation related almost entirely to the approaching war, and was conducted, out of deference to the foreigners, in firm British French by everyone but Sir Colin Campbell, who, having, to the Duke's unconcealed amusement, made 3 gaffes, relapsed into defiant English, and relied on Colonel Audley to translate such of his remarks as he wished to be made public. The evening was considerably advanced when the dinner party broke up, and the Duke and his guests were almost the last to arrive at Sir Charles Stuart's house. A cotillion was being danced. Colonel Audley saw Barbara, partnered by the Comte de Levis, and her 2 brothers, Harry with one of the Lennox girls, and George with Miss Elizabeth Cunningham. Miss Devonish was not dancing, but stood a little way away, beside Lady Worth. The Colonel soon went to them, claimed both their hands for dances, and stood with them for some moments, watching the progress of the cotillion. Catching sight of him, Barbara kissed her fan to him. He responded with a smile and a wave of the hand, and without any appearance of constraint. Judith could not but wonder at it, and was reflecting upon the unfairness of its having been Peregrine who had borne all the blame, when the Duke's voice, speaking directly behind her, made her turn her head involuntarily.
"Oh, yes," he was saying in his decided way. "The French army is without doubt a wonderful machine. Now, I make my campaigns with ropes. If anything goes wrong, I tie a knot and go on." "What is the most difficult thing in war, Duke?" someone asked him idly. "To know when to retreat and to dare to do it," he replied without hesitation.
He saw Judith looking at him and stepped up to her.
"How do you do? I'm very glad to see you. But you are not dancing. That won't do."
"No, for I arrived when the cotillion was already formed. May I present to your Grace one who has long desired that honour? Miss Devonish." Blushing, and torn between delight and confusion, Lucy made her curtsy. The Duke shook hands with her, saying with a laugh, "It's a fine thing to be a great man, is it not? Very happy to make Miss Devonish's acquaintance. But what is all this standing about? Don't tell me that there is no young fellow wishing to lead you out, for I shan't believe you." "No, indeed, there are a great many," replied Judith, smiling. "But the thing is that Miss Devonish, like me, arrived too late to take part in this set. You will not see her standing about again tonight, I assure you."
"That's right. Always dance while you may."
"How long will that be, Duke?" inquired Judith.
"Oh, now you're asking me more than I can tell you. For as long as you please, I dare say."
He nodded and passed on. The cotillion came to an end soon after, and as Barbara walked off the floor, Colonel Audley went forward to meet her. She held out her hand to him.
"Wretch, do you know how confoundedly late you are?"
"Yes. Have you kept my waltzes?"
"Oh, I am in a charming humour. You may have as many as you please."
"All, then. How do you do, Lavis? How do you go on in your neighbourhood?"
The Count shrugged.
"Oh, parbleu. We watch the frontier and grow excited at the mere changing of an advance guard. And you? What news have you?" "Very little. We hear of the Russians approaching Frankfurt, and of General Cruiser being at Maastricht." "Hello, Harry! More leave?"
Lord Harry Alistair had come up to them, and replied to this quizzing remark with a grin and a wink. Having decided upon first meeting him that Audley was a very good sort of a fellow, he had lost no time in making him feel one of the family. He had several times borrowed money from him, which, however, he generally remembered to pay back, soon treated him with affectionate respect, and had even asked his advice on the conduct of an alarming affair with a Belgian lady of easy virtue. The Colonel's advice had been so sound that his lordship declared he owed his preservation to it, and opined darkly that Audley must have learned a thing or two worth knowing in Spain. Barbara coolly referred to this affair, inquiring,
How is the opulent Julie, Harry?
Lord, didn't I tell you? I got clear away. It was a near thing, I can tell you. All Charles is doing. He's a man of wide experience, Bab, I warn you.
Charles? How shocking. Spanish beauties?
Dozens of them, said the Colonel.
Depraved! What is this they are striking up? A waltz? I am yours, then.
He led her onto the floor. She gave a sigh as his arm encircled her waist. He heard it and glanced down at her.
Why the sigh, Bab?
I don't know. I think it was voluptuous.
He laughed.
Abominable word.
You dance so delightfully, she murmured. Where have you been hiding these last days?
At headquarters, when I was not laming my horse on these shocking roads. By the by, had you to create a scandal in my family?
It seemed as though I had to, she admitted. Did it come to your ears?
Every word of it. You stirred up a great deal of unhappiness, Bab.
What? By permitting poor bored Perry to gain a little experience? Nonsense! I behaved charmingly to him. Oh, you are recalling that I said I would be a sister to him. Well, so I was, until his ridiculous wife chose to challenge me. I won that encounter, however, and will sheathe my sword now, if you like.
I wish you had never drawn it, Bab. Lady Taverner wasn't a worthy foe.
Ah, that's charming of you. Well, I will engage to let him out of my clutches. I don't see him tonight. Is he not coming?
No, he is going back to England.
Going back to England? He told me nothing of this.
It has only quite lately been decided. Brussels does not agree with Lady Taverner. I am charged with a message from Peregrine. His apologies for not being able to take his leave of you in person.
She was staring at him.
It is your doing, in fact.
He nodded. Her breast heaved.
Insufferable!
The word burst from her.
My God, I could hit you!
Why, certainly, if you like, but I don't recommend you to do so in such a public place as this.
She wrenched herself out of his hold and walked swiftly off the dancing floor. He followed her and took her hand, and drawing it through his arm, held it there firmly.
Calm yourself, Bab. If you want to quarrel with me, you shall. I dare say Sir Charles would be pleased to lend us his morning room for the purpose.
You are right,
she said in a low, furious voice.
This quarrel will not keep.
He led her out of the ballroom and across the hall to a small parlour. There was no one in it, but the candles had been lit in the wall sconces. The Colonel shut the door and remained with his back to it, watching Barbara with a grave look in his eyes. She went with long, hasty steps to the table in the centre of the room, and there faced him. When she spoke, it was plain that she was making an effort to control her voice.
I desire to understand you. Did you think I had fallen in love with that youth?
Of course not. It was he who fell in love with you.
She made a contemptuous gesture.
An affair of great moment, that.
It was an affair of very great moment to him and to his wife.
What are either of them to you?
Not very much, perhaps. That does not signify. I wouldn't let you come between any husband and his wife.
Unfortunate. It is one of my pastimes.
He was silent, his mouth shut hard, his arms folded across his chest.
She said angrily, You have made me ridiculous. You dared to bundle Peregrine out of the country without a word to me. Do you wish me to confess myself in the wrong? Very well. I behaved after the fashion of my family. Badly. But not so badly that it was necessary to set the channel between Peregrine and my charms. As though I would not have given him up at a word from you.
You are unreasonable, he replied. Was there not a word from me? I seem to remember that you promised to set all to rights. I trusted you, but you broke your word to me. Is it for you to reproach me now? You took Perry from his wife out of spite. That makes me feel sick, do you know? If I thought that you knew what unhappiness. But you didn't. It was mischief. Thoughtlessness. But, Bab, you cannot undo that kind of mischief merely by growing cool towards the poor devil you've made to fall in love with you. To see you, to hear your voice is enough to keep that passion alive. The only course for Peregrine to follow was to go away. Her lip curled. This is decidedly in the tragic manner. Well, it is at least comforting to know that the scandal Peregrine's flight will create will be of your making. But I have an odd liking for creating my own scandals. You will agree that I am sufficiently adept to require no assistance. He moved away from the door and came towards her. My God, where are we drifting? Is that the sum of your ambition? To create a scandal? Oh, certainly. Did I not inform you of it 2 months ago? You don't mean what you say. Don't try to make me angry too. This wretched business is over. There is no need to discuss it, believe me. You know very well that there is. You have given me a taste of high-handedness which I don't care for. I dare say you would like me to cry meekly on your shoulder and promise not to offend again. I would like to believe that you had a heart. Oh, I have, and bestow little bits of it here and there in a most generous fashion. Was I the recipient of one of those little bits? She grew white and said abruptly, There has been enough of this. I warned you, did I not, that you were making a mistake when you chose to invest me with all the virtues. Let me advise you to try your fortune with Miss Devonish. She would make you an admirable wife. You might be as possessive as you pleased, and she would love you for it. You can no longer persist in thinking me a suitable bride. Every word you say seems designed to convince me that you are not. Capital! She did not speak quite steadily, but the smile still curled her lips. The truth is, my dear Charles, that we have both of us been fools. I at least should have known better, for I had the advantage of you in having been married before. I admit that I was a little carried away. But I am bored now. Confoundedly bored. I envy you, he said harshly. Boredom seems a little thing compared with what I have had to suffer at your hands. Your mistake. Boredom is the most damnable of all sufferings. No, the most damnable suffering is to have your faith in one you love slowly killed. But what should you know of that? You don't deal in love. On the contrary, I deal in it most artistically. I have another word for it, he said. The devil you have. There, it is off at last. You may have perceived that I have been tugging at your ring for the last 10 minutes. It should, of course, have been cast at your feet some time ago, but the confounded thing was always too tight. Take it. He looked at her for a moment, then held out his hand without a word. She dropped the ring into it, turned sharply on her heel, and went out of the room. It was some time before the Colonel followed her, but he went back into the ballroom presently and sought out Miss Devonish. Forgive me, he said. I have kept you waiting. She looked up with a start. Oh, I beg your pardon. I was not attending. What did you say? Isn't this our dance? He asked. Our dance? Oh, yes, of course. How stupid of me. She got up, resolutely smiling, but he made no movement to lead her onto the floor. What is it? He said quietly. She gave a gasp and pressed her handkerchief to her lips. Nothing. Nothing. He took her arm. Come into the garden. You must not cry here.
She allowed herself to be propelled towards the long, open window, but when they stood on the terrace, she said in a trembling voice,
"You must think me mad. It is the heat. My head aches with it."
What is it?
he repeated.
You are very unhappy, are you not? Can I do anything to help you?
A deep sob shook her.
No one can help me. Yes, I am unhappy. Oh, leave me, please leave me.
I can't leave you like this. Won't you tell me what the trouble is?
Oh no. How could I?
If you are unhappy, I am in the same case. Does that make a bond?
She looked up, trying to see his face in the dusk.
You? No, that cannot be true. You are engaged to the woman you love. You...
No, not now.
She was startled.
Oh, hush, hush. What can you possibly mean?
My engagement is at an end. Never mind that. It is your unhappiness, not mine, that we are concerned with.
She clasped his hand impulsively.
I am so sorry. I do not know what to say. If there were anything I could do...
There is nothing to be done, or said. Lady Barbara and I are agreed that we should not suit after all. I have told you my trouble. Will you not trust me with yours?
If I dared, you would think me... You would turn from me in disgust.
I can safely promise that I should not do anything of the sort. Come, let us sit down on this uncomfortably rustic bench. Now, what is it, my poor child?
Chapter 16. The news that Colonel Audley's engagement was at an end afforded curiously little satisfaction to his friends. They had all wanted to see it broken, and the crease smoothed from between the Colonel's brows, but the crease grew deeper, and a hard look seemed to have settled about his mouth. Occasionally, the old charming smile flashed out, but although he would talk lightly enough, laugh at the headquarters jokes, spar sometimes with his fellow officers, and dance at the balls as willingly as he had ever done, those who knew him found his cheerfulness forced, and realised sadly that the gay hussar had vanished, leaving in his place an older man, who was rather aloof, often abstracted, and had no confidences to make. The young Prince of Nassau, entering shyly upon his very nominal duties on the Duke's staff, was even a little nervous of him, a circumstance which at first astonished Colonel Gordon.
Stern? He repeated. Audley? I think your Highness has perhaps mistaken the word.
Un peu sévère,
said the Prince.
It's quite true, said Fremantle.
Damn the wench,
he added, giving his sash a vicious hitch.
I wish to God she would go back to England and give the poor devil a chance to forget her. If she had a spark of sensibility, she would. Perhaps she doesn't want him to forget her, suggested Gordon. Do you think she means to get him back? If she does, she ain't going the right way to work. They're saying she'll have that Belgian fellow, what's his name? Bylant's brigade, all teeth and eyes and black whiskers. Ugh.
La Vis, said Gordon, apparently recognising the Count from this description without any difficulty.
That's it. Such a dog with the ladies. Well, they'll make a nicely matched pair, and I wish them joy of one another. It must hit Charles pretty badly. Of course it does. Look at him. The Prince here says he looks stern. I dare say that's how it would strike anyone who didn't know him. He looks to me as if he were enjoying a taste of hell.
They had gauged the matter exactly. Colonel Audley, who had known that Peregrine Taverner's only hope of overcoming his infatuation lay in removing immediately from Barbara's neighbourhood, was tied to Brussels, and was obliged, day after day, to endure tantalizing glimpses of Barbara, and night after night to see her waltzing with the Comte de la Vis, looking up into his face with a smile on her lips and a provocative gleam in her eyes. There were those who said that if Barbara had been quick to find consolation, so too had Audley. Neither was showing a bruised heart to the world. She had her handsome Belgian always at her side, and the Colonel seemed to have turned to little Miss Devonish. Well, said the interested, she would probably make him a good wife. Judith, wishing to believe that Charles, freed from his siren, had become sensible of Lucy's worth, still could not quite convince herself that it was so. "Do you think," she asked her husband hopefully, "that a man who had fancied himself in love with Lady Barbara might perhaps suffer from a revulsion of feeling, and so turn to her very opposite?" "I really have no idea," replied Worth. "It is quite true that he has been very much in her company since the engagement was broken off. He dances with her frequently, and seems to look at her with a great deal of kindness. Only—" She broke off. Worth regarded her with a faint smile. "What profound observation are you about to make?" he inquired. "I can't believe that if he were falling in love with Lucy, he would be so unhappy. For he is Worth. You can't deny it. There is an expression in his face when he thinks one is not looking at him. I would like to kill that wicked creature. She to jilt Charles." "This is all very bewildering," complained Worth. "I thought your hopes had been centred on her eventually doing so." "Yes, I did hope it, but I didn't know it had gone so deep with him. How wretched everything is! Even my spirits are quite oppressed. Lucy, too. She has no appearance of happiness, which makes me fear that Charles only feels towards her as a brother might." He raised his brows. "Is she in love with him?" "I very much fear it." "Now you have gone quite beyond me," he said. "I was under the impression that you had made up your mind that she should fall in love with him." "So I had, but I never dreamed then that he would become entangled with the horridest woman in Brussels. If he could requite Lucy's love, it would be the most delightful thing imaginable. But I don't believe he does." "You will admit it to be early days yet for him to be bestowing his affections a second time." "Lady Barbara does not seem to find it too early. But Lucy—" She paused, frowning. "I was afraid that the child was losing her prettiness over Lord George, but nothing could be more resolute than her shunning of his society. It has seemed to me that, since Charles has been free, she has been regaining some of her spirits. But I would not for the world encourage that attachment if there is no hope of Charles's affections becoming animated towards her." "May I make a suggestion?" "Of course. What is it?" "That you cease to worry your head over either of them," said Worth. "You will do no good by it, and if you begin to lose your prettiness, you will find you have me to reckon with." She smiled, but shook her head. "I cannot help but worry over them. If only Lady Barbara had had enough good feeling to go away from here. It must be painful beyond words for Charles to find himself continually in her company. My only dependence is on his being at last disgusted by her conduct." "We will hope for that agreeable end. Meanwhile, Charles can at least consider himself fortunate in being kept busy by the Duke." "I suppose so. What does he think of it? Has he made any comment?" "None to me." "I dare say he might not care. I do not consider him a man of much sensibility. He is very amiable and unaffected, but there is a coldness, a lack of feeling for others which, I confess, repels me at times." "He is a hard man, no doubt, but it is just possible, my dear, that
He has matters of more moment to occupy him than the love affairs of his staff, said Worth, somewhat ironically. The Duke, however, did comment on the broken engagement, though not perhaps in a manner which would have raised Judith's opinion of his character, had she been able to hear him. "By the by, Fitzroy," he said, looking up from the latest missive from General Deccan on the vexed question of the Hanoverian subsidy. "What's this I hear about Audley?" "The engagement is at an end, sir. That's all I've been told." "My God, I'm very glad to hear it," said his lordship, dipping his pen in the Standish. "She was doing him no good, and I'm damned if I'll have my officers ruined for their duties by her tricks." That was all his lordship had to say about it. But as Worth had correctly surmised, he was too busy to have any time to waste on the love affairs of his staff. He had got his army together, but spoke of it in the most disparaging terms, and was continually being chafed by the want of horses and equipment. General Deccan's demands were rapacious. He could do nothing with the fellow, and would be obliged to refer the whole question of the Hanoverian subsidy to the government. King William had taken some nonsense into his head over the junction of the Nassau contingent under General Kruse with the Dutch-Belgian troops, and was in one of his huffs. It was very difficult to know what went on in that froggish head, but his lordship believed the trouble to have arisen largely out of the Duke of Nassau's failure to write formally to His Majesty on the subject of these troops. Well, if the king would not have them, his lordship would be obliged to make some other arrangement. He had had an exasperating letter from His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge, putting a scheme before him for the augmentation of the German Legion by volunteers from the Hanoverian line regiments. If the royal dukes would be a little less busy, his lordship would be the better pleased. A nice feeling of dissatisfaction there would be if any such measures were put into action. "Both the Legion and the line would be disorganised exactly at the moment I should require their services," he wrote, and enclosed for His Royal Highness's digestion a copy of the objections to the precious scheme which he had sent to Lord Bathurst. In polite circles he was still being flippant about the chances of war, but occasionally he dropped the pretence now. When Georgiana Lennox mentioned a pleasure party to Lille or Tournai, which some officers had projected, he said decidedly, "No, better let that drop." He gratified Mr. Creevey by talking to him in the most natural way, joining him in the park one day, where Mr. Creevey was walking with his stepdaughters. He spoke quite frankly of the debates in Parliament on the war, and Mr. Creevey, finding him so accessible, asked with one of his twinkling, penetrating glances, "Now then, will you let me ask you, Duke, what you think you will make of it?" "By God," said his lordship, standing still, "I think Blücher and myself can do the thing." "Do you calculate upon any desertion in Bonaparte's army?" inquired Creevey. No, his lordship did not reckon upon a man. "We may pick up a marshal or two," he added, "but not worth a damn." Mr. Creevey mentioned the French king's troops at Alost, but that made his lordship give one of his whoops of laughter. "Oh, don't mention such fellows," he said. No, I think Blücher and I can do the business." He saw a British soldier strolling along at some little distance and pointed to him. "There," he said. "It all depends on that article whether we do the business or not. Give me enough of it, and I am sure." This was good news to take home to Mrs. Creevey. It gave Creevey a better opinion of the Duke's understanding, too, and made him feel that in spite of every disquieting rumour from the frontier, there was no need to fly for safety yet. There were plenty of rumours, of course, but people had been alarmed so many times to no purpose that they were beginning to take only a fleeting interest in the news that came from France. It was said that everywhere on the road from Paris to the frontier, preparations were being made for the movements of troops in carriages. It was said that Bonaparte was expected to be at Laon on June 6th. On June 10th, report placed him at Maubeuge, but the Duke had certain intelligence of his still being in Paris, and issued invitations for a ball he was giving later in the month. He was always giving balls. Informal little affairs got up on the spur of the moment.
But this was to be a splendid function, outdoing all the others which had been held in Brussels. There would be so many royalties present that the Duchess of Richmond declared that there would be no room for a mere commoner. The Dutch King and Queen were coming, the Prince of Orange and Prince Frederick, the Duke of Brunswick, the Prince of Nassau, Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar, who commanded the 2nd Dutch-Belgic Brigade under General Perponchet, and of course the Duc de Berry, with his entourage of exalted personages. There was much laughing rivalry between his lordship and the Duchess of Richmond over this question of balls. The best hostess in Brussels was not to be outdone by his lordship, and whipped in before him with her gilt-edged invitations for the night of June 15th. His lordship acknowledged himself to have been outmanoeuvred, and was obliged to postpone his own ball until later in the month. "Honours are even, however," said Georgiana, "for though Mamma has the better date, the Duke has the King and Queen." "Pooh!" said her Grace. "They will make the party very stiff and stupid. It will be all pretension, Duke. I promise you, my ball will be the success of the season."
No such thing. It will be forgotten in the success of mine.
"It will be too hot for dancing by that time. Have you thought of that?"
We will take this young woman's ruling on that point. Is it ever too hot for dancing, Georgie?" demanded his lordship, pinching her chin.
"No, never," responded Georgiana. "Mamma, consider, if you provoke the Duke, perhaps he won't come to our party, and then we shall be undone."
"That would be too infamous," said the Duchess. "I will not believe him capable of such dastardly behaviour."
No, I shall be there,"
promised his lordship. It was hard to believe that in the midst of these light-hearted schemes, other and much grimmer plans were revolving in his lordship's head. Foreigners coming to Brussels found the Duke's headquarters a perplexing place, and his staff incurably flippant. No one seemed to take the approaching war seriously. Young officers lounged in and out, talking to one another in a careless drawl that had so much annoyed General Roeder. Lord Fitzroy could pause in the writing of important letters to exchange a joke with some friend, who apparently thought nothing of interrupting his work. In the Adjutant General's teeming office, assistants and deputy assistants demanded the names of bootmakers or discussed the chances of competitors in the horse race at Grammont. It had never seemed to poor General Roeder that anyone did any work, for work was mentioned in the most off-hand fashion. Yet the work was done, and the lounging young officers, who looked so sleepy and dressed so carelessly, carried the Duke's messages to the army at a speed which made the Prussian general blink. They would drag themselves out of their chairs, groaning, twitting each other on the need for exertion, and stroll out with yawns and lazy demands for their horses. You would see them mount their English hunters.
"Well, if I don't come back, you'll know I've lost myself. Where is the damned place?"
they would say. But long before you would have believed it possible they could have reached their destination, let alone have returned from it, there they were again, with nothing but the dust on their boots to betray that they had ever left Brussels. General Roeder, accustomed to officers bustling about their business, clicking their heels together smartly in salute, discussing military matters with zest and enthusiasm, would never be able to understand these English, who, incomprehensibly, considered it bad ton to talk about anything but quite childish trivialities. But General Roeder had been relieved at last, thanking God to be going away from such headquarters, and in his place a very different officer had come to Brussels. General Baron von Muffling brought no prejudices with him, or, if he did, he concealed them. Gneisenau had warned him to be very much on his guard in the English camp, but General Muffling had dealt with Gneisenau for many years, and knew him to be a prey to preconceived ideas. The general came to Brussels with an open mind, and immediately endeared himself to his hosts by confessing with a disarming smile that in his early studies of the English language he had never got beyond the Vicar of Wakefield and Thomson's Seasons. He made it his business to try to understand the English character, and to earn the Duke's confidence, and succeeded in both aims to admiration. The Duke found him to be a sensible man, given to speaking the plain truth, and the staff, accustomed to the glaring disapproval of General Roeder, declared him to be a very good sort of a fellow, and made him welcome in their own easy, unceremonious fashion. He was soon on good terms with everyone. His manners were polished, his address a mixture of tact and dignity. He did not snort at graceless lieutenants, and he never committed the solecism of introducing grim topics of conversation at festive gatherings. He seemed, in fact, to enjoy life in Brussels, and to be amused by the headquarters jokes. "I think you are something of a wizard, Baron," said Judith. "Your predecessor was never on such good terms with us all, though he had been in Brussels for so long."
"That is true," he replied, "but General Roeder's irritability carried him too far. It is unfair for anyone in the midst of a foreign nation to frame his expectations on the ideas he brings with him. He should instead study the habits and customs of his hosts."
"Do you find our customs very different from your own?"
"Oh, yes, certainly. In your army, for instance, I find some customs better than ours. Others, perhaps, not so good. There is much to bewilder the poor foreigner, I assure you, madame. There are the Duke's aides-de-camp and galopins, for example. One is at first astonished to find that these gentlemen are of the best families, and count it an honor to serve the Duke in this manner. Then one is astonished to see them so nonchalant."
A smile crept into his eyes. He said,
"One finds it hard to believe them to be des hommes sérieux. But I discover that these so languid young officers make it a point of honor to ride 4 of your English miles in 18 minutes whenever the Duke adds the word 'quick' to his dispatch. So then I perceive that I have been misjudging them, and I must reassemble my ideas."
"How do you go on with the Duke?" asked Worth.
"Very well, I believe. He is agreeable, and in matters of service, very short and decided."
"Excessively short, I understand," said Judith with a laugh.
"Perhaps, yes," he acknowledged. "He exercises far greater power in the army he commands than Prince von Blücher does in ours. It is not the custom, I find, to criticize or control your commander-in-chief. With us, it is different. On our staff, everything is discussed openly in the hearing of all the officers, which is, I find, not so good, for time is wasted, and there are always what the marshal calls Trübsalspritzen. I think you say trouble squirts?"
"No, you won't find the Duke discussing his plans with his officers," said Worth. "He is not held to be over and above fond of being asked questions, either." The Baron replied in a thoughtful tone,
"He allows questions. It would be more correct to say that he dismisses all such as are unnecessary. There is certainly an impatience to be observed sometimes, but his character is distinguished by its openness and rectitude, and must make him universally respected. There should be the utmost harmony between him and the Marshal, and the exertions of myself and of your estimable Colonel Harding must be alike directed towards this end."
"Yes, indeed," said Judith faintly. "I am sure. And how do you like being in Brussels, Baron? I hope you do not agree with General von Roeder in thinking us very frivolous."
"Madam, it is not possible," he said with a gallant bow. "Everyone is most amiable. One envies the English officers the beautiful wives who follow them so intrepidly to the seat of war."
She could not help laughing. "Oh, are you married, Baron?"
"Yes," he replied. "I am the possessor of a noble-minded wife and 3 hopeful children."
How delightful," said Judith, avoiding her husband's eye. But in spite of the occasionally paralysing remarks he made, Baron Miffling was a man of considerable shrewdness, and he soon learned not only to adapt himself to his company, but to induce the Duke to trust him. He was perfectly frank with his lordship.
Prince Blücher will never make difficulties when the talk is of advancing and attacking. In retrograde movements, his vexation sometimes overpowers him, but he soon recovers himself, he told the Duke. General Gneisenau is chivalrous and strictly just, but he believes that you should always require from men more than they can perform, which is a principle which I consider as dangerous as it is incorrect. As for our infantry, it does not possess the same bodily strength or powers of endurance as yours. The greater mass of our troops are young and inexperienced. We cannot reckon on them obstinately continuing a fight from morning till evening. They will not do it. Oh, I think very little of soldiers running away at times, said his lordship. The steadiest troops will occasionally do so, but it is a serious matter if they do not come back. You may depend upon one thing, Miffling assured him. When the prince has agreed to any operation in common, he will keep his word.
Yes, the Duke could be more than ever sure that he and old Blücher would be able to do the business, in spite of his infamous army, his inexperienced staff, and every obstacle put in his way by the people at home. His personal staff had been augmented by Lieutenant Colonel Canning, who had served him in the Peninsula and had had the temerity to beg to be employed again as an aide-de-camp, and by Major the Honourable Henry Percy, whom he had enrolled as an extra. He had nothing to complain of in his own family, at least, though he was inclined to think it a great pity that Audley should not have recovered from his affair with Barbara Child. However, it did not seem to be interfering with his work, which was all that signified. Colonel Audley had, in fact, flung himself into his work with an energy that must have pleased General Roeder had he been there to see it. It did not help him to forget Barbara, but while he was busy he could not be thinking of her, picturing the glimmer of her eyes, the lustre of her hair, the lovely smile that lifted the corners of her mouth, or torturing himself with wondering what she was doing, whether she was happy, or perhaps secretly sad, and most of all, who was with her. There was very little room for doubt about that, he knew. She would be with Lavisse, riding with him or waltzing with him, held too close in his arms for propriety, his black head close to her flaming one, his lips almost brushing her ear as he murmured his expert love-making into it. She was behaving outrageously. Even those who had grown accustomed to her odd flights were shocked. She had borrowed Harry's clothes, and had gone swaggering through the streets with George for a vulgar bet. She had won a race in her phaeton against a wild young ne'er-do-well, in whose company no lady of breeding would have permitted herself to have been seen. She had appeared at the opera in a classical robe, which left one shoulder bare, and revealed beneath its diaphanous folds more than even the most daring creature would have cared to show. She had set a room full of gentlemen in a roar by singing in the demurest way a couple of the most shocking French ballads. The ladies present had been unable to follow the words of the songs, which were extremely idiomatic, but they knew when their husbands were laughing at improper jokes, and there was not a married man there who had not to endure a curtain lecture that night. Lord Vidal was furious. He threatened to turn his sister out of doors, which made her laugh. He could not do it, of course. For 10 to 1 she would simply install herself at one of the hotels, and a pretty scandal that would create. There was only one person to whom she might possibly attend, and that was her grandmother. Vidal had written to that wise old lady the very night the engagement was broken off, begging her to exert her influence, but apparently she did not choose to do so, for she had neither answered his letter nor written one to Barbara. Even Augusta was taken aback by Barbara's behaviour, and remonstrated with her. Barbara turned on her with a white face and blazing eyes. "Leave me alone," she said. "I'll do what I choose, and if I choose to go to the devil, it is my business and not yours." "Oh, agreed," said Augusta, shrugging bored shoulders. But I find your conduct very odd, I must say. If you are hankering after your staff officer— A harsh little laugh cut her short.
Pray do not be ridiculous, Gussie. I had almost forgotten his existence.
I am happy to hear you say so, but I fail to see the purpose of all this running about. Why can you not be still?
Because I can't. Because I won't.
Do you mean to have Lavisse?
Oh, don't talk to me of more engagements. I've had enough of being tied, I can assure you.
Take care he does not grow tired of your tricks. In my opinion, you are playing a dangerous game. She added maliciously, You are not irresistible, you know.
Colonel Audley seems to have had no difficulty in consoling himself elsewhere.
How do you like to be supplanted by a little nobody like Lucy Devonish? She had the satisfaction of seeing a quiver run over Barbara's face. Barbara replied, however, without hesitation,
Oh, she'll make him a capital wife. I told him so.
Lord George received the news of the broken engagement with careless unconcern. I dare say you know your own business best, he said. I never thought him our sort. But Lord Harry nearly wept over it.
The nicest fellow that ever was in love with you, and you jilled him for a damned frog,
he exclaimed.
If you mean Lavisse, he is a Belgian and not a Frenchman, and I did not jilt Charles Audley. He was perfectly ready to let me go, you know,
replied Barbara, candidly.
I don't believe it. The truth is, you played off your tricks till no man worth his salt would stand it. I know you.
She twisted her hands in her lap, gripping her fingers together.
If you know me, you must admit that we were not suited. No, he said hotly. You were only suited to a fellow like Lavisse. He will do very well for you, and I wish you joy of him.
Thank you, she said with a crooked smile. I have not yet accepted him, however.
Why not? He's as rich as Croesus, and he won't care how you behave as long as you don't interfere with his little pleasures. You'll make a famous pair.
He slammed out of her presence and sought Colonel Audley. The interview was rather a trying one for the Colonel, but there was no curbing Harry's impetuous tongue.
Oh, I say, sir, don't give her up, he begged. She'll marry that Belgian fellow if you do, sure as fate. My dear boy, you don't— No, but only listen, sir. It ain't vice with Bab. Really, it ain't. She's spoilt, but she don't mean the things she says, and I'm ready to swear she's never gone beyond flirtation. I dare say you're thinking of that Darcy affair, but— I'm not thinking of any affair, Harry. Of course I know she has the devil's own temper. Gets it from my grandfather. George has it too, but perhaps you don't understand that the things they do when they are in their rages don't mean anything. Of course, George is a shocking fellow, but Bab isn't. People say she's heartless. But myself, I'm devilish fond of her, and if she marries a damned rake like Lavisse, it'll be just too much to bear. I'm sorry, Harry, but you have it wrong. It wasn't I who broke the engagement. But Charles, if you would only see her! Do you imagine that I am going to crawl to your sister, begging to be taken on the strength again?
Harry sighed.
No, of course you wouldn't do that. You say that she is going to marry Lavisse. If that is so, there is no possibility of our engagements being renewed. In any case, no, it will not do. I've been brought to realise that, and upon reflection I think you must realise it too. It's such a damned shame, Harry burst out. I don't want Lavisse for a brother-in-law. I never liked any of the others half as well as you.
He sounded so disconsolate that, in a mood less bleak, the Colonel must have been amused. His spirits were too much oppressed, however, for him to be able to bear such a discussion with equanimity. He was glad when Harry at last took himself off. Harry's artless disclosures left a painful impression. An unacknowledged hope had lingered in the Colonel's mind that Barbara's encouragement of Lavisse might have been the outcome merely of pique. But Harry's words seemed to show that she was indeed serious. Her family looked upon the match as certain. Colonel Audley was forced to recall the many occasions during their engagement when she had seemed to feel a decided partiality for the Count. He had believed her careless flirtations to be only the expression of a certain volatility of mind, which stronger ties of affection would put an end to. It had not been so. The mischief of her upbringing, the hardening effect of a distasteful marriage, had vitiated a character of whose underlying worth he could still entertain no doubt. That the heart was unspoiled, he was sure. Could he but have possessed himself of it, he was persuaded all would have been different. Her conduct had convinced him that he had failed. And although, even through the anger that had welled up in him at their last meeting, he had been conscious of an almost overpowering impulse to keep her upon any terms, a deeper instinct had held him silent. He had passed since then through every phase of doubt, sometimes driven so nearly mad by the desire to hold her in his arms that he had fallen asleep at night with the fixed intention of imploring her to let everything be as it had been before their quarrel, only to wake in the morning to a realization of the impossibility of building happiness upon such foundations. Arguments clashed and nagged in his brain. He blamed himself for lack of tact, for having been too easy, for having been too harsh. Sometimes he was sure that he had handled her wrongly from the start, that a profounder knowledge would possess him, and he would recognize, with regret, the folly of all such arguments. There could be no question of tact or mishandling where the affections were engaged. He came back, wearily, to the only thing he knew to be certain, that since the love she had felt for him had been a light emotion, as fleeting as her smile, nothing but misery could attend their marriage. After prolonged strife, the mind becomes a little numb, repeating dully the old arguments, but ceasing to attach a meaning to them. It was so with Colonel Audley. His brain continued to revolve every argument, but he seemed no longer capable of drawing any conclusions from them. He could neither convince himself that the rift was final, nor comfort himself with the hope of renewing the engagement. He was aware, chiefly, of an immense lassitude, but beneath it, and underlying his every word and thought, was a pain that had turned from a sharp agony into an ache which was always present, yet often ignored, because familiarity had inured him to it. The unfortunate circumstance of his being obliged to remain in Brussels, where he must not only see Barbara continually, but was forced to live under the eyes of scores of people whom he knew to be watching him, imposed a strain upon him that began very soon to appear in his face. Judith, obliged to respect his evident wish that the affair should be forgotten, was goaded into exclaiming to Worth, "I could even wish the war would break out, if only it would take Charles away from this place." Upon the following day, June 14th, it seemed as though her wish would be granted. She was at Lady Cunningham's in the evening, congratulating Lord Hay upon his win at the races at Grammont upon the previous day, when Colonel Audley came in with the news of serious movement on the frontier. On June 13th, Sir Hussey Vivian, whose Hussar Brigade was stationed to the south of Tournai, had discovered that he had opposite him not a cavalry picket, as had previously been the case, but a mere collection of douaniers, who, upon being questioned, had readily disclosed the fact of the French army's concentration about Maubeuge. Shortly after the colonel's entrance, some other guests came in with a rumour that the French had actually crossed the frontier. All disbelief was presently put an end to by the Duke's arrival. He was calm and in good spirits, but replied to the eager questions put to him that he believed the rumour to be true. Chapter 17. On the following morning, the only news was of Sir Thomas Picton's arrival in Brussels. He was putting up at the Hôtel d'Angleterre with 2 of his aides-de-camp, Captain Chambers of the 1st Foot Guards, and an audacious young gentleman who ought to have been in London with the 1st Battalion of that regiment, but who had procured leave and contrived to get himself enrolled on Sir Thomas Picton's staff as honorary aide-de-camp. It seemed reasonable to Mr. Gronow to suppose that he could quite well take part in the battle in Belgium and be back again in London in time to resume his duties at the expiration of his leave. While Sir Thomas, a burly figure in plain clothes, for the trunks containing his uniforms had not yet arrived in Brussels, was seated at breakfast, Colonel Canning came in to say that the Duke wished to see him immediately. He finished his breakfast and went off to headquarters. He met Wellington in the park, walking with the Duke of Richmond and Lord Fitzroy Somerset. All 3 were deep in conversation. Sir Thomas strode up to them, accosting his chief with his usual lack of ceremony, and received a chilling welcome. "I'm glad you are come, Sir Thomas," said his lordship stiffly. He looked down his nose at the coarse, square-jowled face in front of him. He valued old Picton for his qualities as a soldier, but he had never been able to like him. "As foul-mouthed an old devil as ever lived," he had once said of him. Picton's familiarity annoyed him. He delivered one of his painful snubs. "The sooner you get on horseback, the better," he said. "No time is to be lost. You will take the command of the troops in advance. The Prince of Orange knows by this time that you will go to his assistance." A slight bow, and it was plain that his lordship considered the interview at an end. Picton was red-faced and glaring. Richmond, sorry for the rough old man's humiliation, said something civil, but Picton was too hurt and angry to respond. He moved away, muttering under his breath, and his lordship resumed his conversation. No further news having arrived from the frontier, Brussels continued its normal life. It was generally supposed that the previous night's report had been another false alarm. The usual crowd of fashionables promenaded in the park. Ladies looked over their gowns for the Duchess of Richmond's ball. Gentlemen hurried off to the market to order posies for their inamoratas. Colonel Audley had left his brother's house before Judith was up, but he came in about midday for a few minutes. There was no news. He told her briefly that the chances were that the concentration on Maubeuge was the prelude to a feint, and was able to assure her that no alarm was felt at headquarters. The Duchess of Richmond's ball would certainly take place. The Prince of Orange was coming in from Braine-le-Comte to dine with the Duke about 3, Lord Hill was already in Brussels, and Uxbridge and a host of divisional and brigade commanders were expected to arrive during the course of the afternoon for the purpose of attending the ball. This certainly did not seem as though an outbreak of hostilities was expected, and further confirmation was later received from Georgiana Lennox, who, meeting Judith on a shopping errand during the afternoon, was able to report that Lord Hill had called in the Rue de la Blanchisserie and had disclaimed any knowledge of movement on the frontier. The Prince of Orange arrived in Brussels shortly after 2 o'clock, in his usual spirits, and after changing his dress in his house in the Rue de Brabant, went round to headquarters. He had heard no further news, set very little store by the previous night's report, and had ridden in light-heartedly to take part in the evening's festivities, leaving Constant de Rebec in charge at Braine-le-Comte. "Well, well," drawled Fremantle, when His Highness had gone off upstairs to pay his respects to the Duke. "Our cool commander. One comfort is that old Constant will do much better without him. Think there's anything brewing, Canning?" "I don't know. Another hum, I dare say. The Flinger's heard nothing. He wasn't here a few minutes ago." The Duke dined early, sitting down to table with the Prince of Orange and the various members of his staff. At 3 o'clock a dispatch was brought in for the Prince from Braine-le-Comte. It was from Constant, containing a report received from General Baer at Mons, just after the Prince's departure from his headquarters. The 2nd Prussian Brigade of Zieten's 1st Corps had been attacked early that morning, and alarm guns fired all along the line. The attack seemed to be directed on Charleroi. The Duke ran his eye over the dispatch.
Sent off at 9:30, I see. Doesn't tell us much.
Spearheaded from General Steinmetz through Van Merlen, said the prince. That would put the attack in the small hours, for Steinmetz's dispatch, you see, was sent off from Fontaine-l'Evêque. Sir, do you think—
Don't think anything, said his lordship. I shall hear from Grant presently.
At 4 o'clock, Muffling came in with a dispatch from General Zieten, which was dated 9 a.m. from Charleroi. It contained the brief information that the Prussians had been engaged since 4 a.m. Thuin had been captured by the French, and the Prussian outposts driven back. General Zieten hoped the Duke would concentrate his army on Nivelles, 7 miles to the west of the main Charleroi-Brussels chaussee. The Duke remained for some moments deep in thought. Muffling presently said,
"How will you assemble your army, sir?"
The Duke replied in his decided way,
I will order all to be ready for instant march, but I must wait for advice from Mons before fixing a rendezvous.
Prince Blücher will concentrate on Ligny, if he has not already done so.
If all is as General Zieten supposes, said the Duke, I will concentrate on my left wing, the corps of the Prince of Orange. I shall then be à portée to fight in conjunction with the Prussian army.
He gave back Zieten's dispatch and turned away. It was evident to Muffling that he had no more to say, but he detained him for a moment with the question, when would he concentrate his army? The Duke repeated,
I must wait for advice from Mons.
He spoke in a calm voice, but a little while after Muffling had left the house, he showed signs of some inward fret, snapping at Canning for not having immediately understood a trivial order. Canning came away with a rueful face, and inquired of Lord Fitzroy what had gone wrong.
No word from Grant, replied Fitzroy. It's very odd. He's never failed us yet. Looks as though the whole thing's nothing but a feint, remarked Fremantle. Trust Grant to send word if there were anything serious on hand.
This belief began to spread through the various offices. If Colonel Grant, who was the cleverest intelligence officer the army had ever had not communicated with headquarters, it could only be because he had nothing of sufficient importance to report. The afternoon wore on, with everyone kept at his post in case of emergency, but a general feeling over all that the affair would turn out to be a false alarm. Previous scares were recalled. Someone argued that if Bonaparte had been in Paris on June 10th with the Imperial Guard, it was impossible for him yet to have reached the frontier. At 5 o'clock, a dragoon arrived from Braine-le-Comte with dispatches for Lord Fitzroy. The Duke was in his office with Colonel Delancey, but he broke off his conversation as Fitzroy came in and barked out,
Well? Dispatches from Sir George Berkeley, sir, enclosing reports from General Dernberg, Baron Chassé, and Baron von Merlen. Dernberg, eh?
His lordship's eye brightened.
Has he heard from Grant? No, sir, replied Fitzroy, laying the papers before him. General Dernberg's letter, as your lordship will see, is dated only 9:30 a.m.
9:30!
An explosion seemed imminent. His lordship picked up the letters and read them with a cold eye and peevishly pursed lips. Dernberg, at Mons, merely stated that he had found a picket of French lancers on the Bavay road, and that the troops at Quievrain had been replaced by a handful of National Guards and gendarmes. All the French troops appeared to be marching towards Beaumont and Philippeville. The Duke gave the dispatch to Delancey without comment, and picked up Chassé's and Van Merlen's reports. Van Merlen, writing at an early hour of the morning from Saint-Symphorien, stated that the Prussians under General Steinmetz were retiring from Bonche to Gosselies, and that if pressed, the First Corps would concentrate at Fleurus. Delancey looked up with a worried frown from the dispatch in his hand. He was finding the post of Quartermaster General arduous. He had brought a young bride with him to Brussels, too, and was beginning to look rather careworn.
Then it comes to this, sir, that we have no intelligence later than 9 this morning. No, all we know is that there has been an attack on the Prussian outposts and that the French have taken Thuin. I can't move on that information."
His lordship said no more, but both Delancey and Fitzroy knew what was in his mind. He had always been jealous of his right, for in that direction lay his communication lines. It was his opinion that the French would try to cut him off from the seaports. He was suspicious of the attack on the Prussians. It looked to him like a feint. He would do nothing until he received more certain information. Between 6 and 7 o'clock, he issued his first orders. The Quartermaster General's staff woke to sudden activity. 12 messages had to be written and carried to their various destinations. The whole of the English cavalry was to collect at Ninove that night. General Dernberg's brigade of light dragoons of the Legion to march on Vilvoorde, the reserve artillery to be ready to move at daybreak. General Colville's 4th Infantry Division, except the troops beyond the Scheldt, to march eastward on Grammont. The 10th Brigade, just arrived from America under General Lambert and stationed at Ghent, to move on Brussels. The 2nd and 5th Divisions to be at Ath in readiness to move at a moment's notice. The 1st and 3rd to concentrate at Enghien and Braine-le-Comte. The Brunswick Corps was to concentrate on Brussels, the Nassau contingent upon the Louvain road, and the 2nd and 3rd Dutch-Belgic Divisions, under Generals Perponchet and Dobremet, were ordered to concentrate upon Nivelles. His lordship had received no intelligence from Mons, and was still unwilling to do more than to put his army in a state of readiness to move at a moment's notice. The Quartermaster General's office became a busy hive, with Delancey moving about in it with his sheaf of papers and frowning over his maps as he worked out the details for the movements of the divisions, sending out his messages and inwardly resolving to be done with the army when this campaign was over. He was a good officer, but the responsibility of his post oppressed him. Too much depended on his making no mistakes. The Adjutant General had to deal with the various duties to be distributed, with morning states of men and horses, and with the discipline of the army, but the Quartermaster General's work was more harassing. On his shoulders rested the task of arranging every detail of equipment, of embarkation, of marching, halting, and quartering the troops. It was not easy to move an army. It would be fatally easy to create chaos in concentrating troops that were spread over a large area. Delancey checked up his orders again, referred to the maps, remembered that such and such a bridge would not bear the passage of heavy cavalry, that this or that road had been reported in a bad state. At the back of his busy mind, another and deeper anxiety lurked. He would send Magdalen to Ghent, into safety. He hoped she would consent to go. He would know no peace of mind if she were left in this unfortified and perilously vulnerable town. The stir in the Quartermaster General's office, the departure of deputy assistants charged with the swift delivery of orders to the divisions of the army, infected the rest of the staff with a feeling of expectation and suppressed excitement. A few moderate spirits continued to maintain their belief in the attacks being nothing more than an affair of outposts, but the general opinion was that the Anglo-Allied army would shortly be engaged. Colonel Audley went to his brother's house at 7 to dress for the ball, and on his way through the park encountered a tall rifleman with a pair of laughing eyes and a general air of devil-may-care. He thrust out his hand.
"Kincaid!"
The rifleman grinned at him.
"A staff officer with a worried frown. What's the news?"
"There's damned little of it.
Are you going to the ball tonight?" "What, the Duchess of Richmond's? Now, Audley, do I move in those exalted circles? Of course I'm not. However, several of ours are, so the honour of the regiment will be upheld. They tell me there's going to be a war, a real guerra al cuchillo."
"Where do you get your information?" retorted the colonel.
We hear things, you know. Come along, out with it. What's the latest from the frontier?"
"Nada, nada, nada," said the colonel.
"Yes, you look as though there were nothing. All alike, you staff officers, close as oysters. My people have been singing Ahe Marmont all afternoon. There's been no news sent off later than 9 this morning. Are your pack saddles ready?
Kincaid cocked an eyebrow.
More or less. They won't be wanted before tomorrow at all events, will they? I don't know. But I'll tell you this, Johnny. If you've any preparations to make, I wouldn't, if I were you, delay so long. Goodbye.
Kincaid gave a low whistle.
That's the way, is it? Thank you. I'll see to it.
Colonel Audley waved to him and strode on. When he reached Worth's house, he found that both Worth and Judith were in their rooms, dressing for the ball. He ran up the stairs to his own apartment and began to strip off his clothes. He was standing before the mirror in his shirt and gleaming white net pantaloons, brushing his hair, when Worth presently walked in.
Hello, Charles. So, you go to the ball, do you? Is there any truth in the rumours that are running round the town? The Prussians were attacked this morning. That's all we know. The great man's inclined to think it a feint. He doesn't think Boney will advance towards Charleroi. The roads are too bad. It's more likely the real attack will be on our right centre. Throw me over my sash, there's a good fellow.
Worth gave it to him, and watched him swathe the silken folds round his waist, so that the fringed ends fell gracefully down one thigh. The colonel gave a last touch to the black stock about his neck, and struggled into his embroidered coat.
Are you dining with us? No, I dined early with the Duke. I don't know when I shall get to the ball. We've orders to remain at headquarters. That sounds as though something is in the wind. Oh, there is something in the wind,
said the colonel, flicking one Hessian boot with his handkerchief.
God knows what, though. We're expecting to hear from Mont at any moment.
He picked up his gloves and cocked hat, charged Worth to make his excuses to Judith, and went back to the Rue Royale. The Duke was in his dressing room when, later in the evening, Baron Muffling came round to headquarters with a dispatch from Gneisenau at Namur, but he called the Baron into him immediately. The dispatch confirmed the earlier tidings sent by Zieten, and announced that Blücher was concentrating at Saint-Bref, near the village of Ligny. General Gneisenau wanted to know what the Duke's intentions were, but the Duke was still obstinately awaiting news from Mont. He stood by the table in his shirt-sleeves, an odd contrast to the Prussian in his splendid dress uniform, and said, with a note of finality in his voice, which the Baron had begun to know well, "It is impossible for me to resolve on a point of concentration till I shall have received the intelligence from Mont. When it arrives, I will immediately advise you." There was nothing for Muffling to do but to withdraw. If he chafed at the delay, he gave no sign of it. He was aware of the Duke's obsession that the attack would fall on his right, and though he did not share this belief, he was wise enough to perceive that nothing would be gained by argument. He went back to his own quarters to make out his report to Blücher, keeping a courier at his door to be in readiness to ride off as soon as he should have discovered the Duke's intentions. The long-awaited news from Mont came in soon after he left the Duke. There had been no further intelligence from Zieten that day. What had occurred before Charleroi was still a matter for conjecture, and the dispatch from Mont contained no tidings from Colonel Grant, but had been sent in by General Dernberg, who reported that he had no enemy in front of him, but believed the entire French army to be turned toward Charleroi. It now seemed certain that a concerted move was being made upon Charleroi, but whether the town had fallen or was still in Prussian hands, how far the French had penetrated across the frontier, was still unknown. After a few minutes' reflection, the Duke sent for Delancey and dictated his after orders. The disposition of the Dutch-Belgic divisions at Nivelles was to remain unchanged. The 1st and 4th British divisions were ordered to move on Braine-le-Comte and Enghien, Alten's 3rd Division to move from Braine-le-Comte to Nivelles, and all other divisions to march on Mont-Saint-Jean. The Duke gave his directions in his clear, concise way, finished his toilet, and, a little time before midnight, drove round to General Muffling's quarters. Muffling had been watching the clock for the past hour, but he received the Duke without the least appearance of impatience.
"Well, I've got news from Dernburg," said his lordship briskly. "Orders for the concentration of my army at Nivelles and Quatre Bras are already dispatched. Now, I'll tell you what, Baron. You and I will go to the Duchess's ball and start for Quatre Bras in the morning. You know, all Bonaparte's friends in this town will be on tiptoe. The well-intentioned will be pacified if we go, and it will stop our people from getting into a panic."
The ball had been in progress for some time when the Duke's party arrived in the Rue de la Blanchisserie. All the Belgian and Dutch notables were present: the Prince of Orange, the Duke of Brunswick, the British ambassador, the foreign commissioners, the Earl of Uxbridge, Lord Hill, and such a host of generals with their aides-de-camp, fashionable young guardsmen, and officers of cavalry regiments, that the lilac crepes and figured muslins were rendered insignificant by the scarlet and gold which so overpoweringly predominated. Jealous eyes dwelled from time to time on Barbara Child, who, with what Lady Frances Webster almost tearfully described as fiendish cunning, had appeared midway through the evening in a gown of unrelieved white satin, veiled by silver net drapery à la Rianne. Nobody else had had such forethought. Indeed, complained Lady John Somerset, who but Bab Child would have the audacity to wear a gown like a bridal robe at a ball? The Puces swore faintly at the scarlet uniforms, the celestial blues and the pale greens died, but the white satin turned all the gold-encrusted magnificence into a background to set it off. "One comfort is that head of hers positively shrieks at the uniforms," said a lady in a Spanish bodice and petticoat. Barbara had come with the Vidals, but Lavis was missing from her usual escort. None of the officers invited from General Perponchet's division had put in an appearance, a circumstance which presently began to cause a little uneasiness. No one knew just what was happening on the frontier, but wild rumours had been current all day, and the news of the armies having been put in motion had begun to spread. It was a very hot night, and the young people, overcoming the prudence of their elders, had had the windows opened in the ballroom. But hardly a breath of air stirred the long curtains, and young gentlemen in tight socks and high collars had begun to mop their brows and agonize over the possible wilting of the starched points of shirt collars so nattily protruding above the folds of their black cravats. The ballroom formed a wing of its own to the left of the hall, and had an alcove at one end and a small anteroom at the other. It was prepared with a charming trellis pattern of roses, and had several French windows on each side of it. It opened onto a passage that ran the length of the house, bisecting the hall in the middle. At the back of the hall, and immediately opposite the front door, was the entrance to the garden, with a dining room on one side of it, and two smaller apartments, one of which the Duke of Richmond used as a study, on the other. A fine staircase and a billiard room flanked the front door. The Duke's study was inhospitably closed, but every other room on the ground floor had been flung open. Candles burned everywhere, and banks of roses and lilies, anxiously sprinkled from time to time by the servants, overcame the hot smell of wax with their heavier scent. Everything that could make the ball the most brilliant of the season had been done. There was no Catalani in Brussels to sing at the party, but the Duchess had a much more original surprise for her guests than the trills of a mere prima donna. She had contrived to get some of the sergeants and privates of the 42nd Royal Highlanders and the 92nd Foot to dance reels and strathspeys to the music of their own pipes. It was a spectacle that enchanted everyone. Scarlet and rifle green, and the blaze of hussar jackets were at a discount when the weird sound of the pipes began, and the Highlanders came marching in with their kilts swinging, tartans swept over their left shoulders, huge white sporrans bobbing, and the red-checkered patterns of their stockings twinkling in the quick steps of the reel. A burst of clapping greeted their appearance. The strathspeys and the sword dances called forth shouts of "Bravo!" One daring young lady, threw the rose she had been wearing at a blushing private. Everyone began to laugh. One or two ladies followed her example, and the Highlanders retired presently, almost overwhelmed by the admiration they had evoked. But when the skirl of the pipes had died away, and the orchestra struck up a waltz, the brief period of forgetfulness left the company. The young people thronged onto the floor again, but older guests gathered into little groups, discussing the rumours and buttonholing every general officer who happened to be passing. None of the generals could give the anxious any news. They all said they had heard nothing fresh, even Uxbridge and Hill, who, it was thought, must have received certain intelligence. Hill wore his habitual placid smile. Uxbridge was debonair, and put all questions aside with a light-heartedness he was far from feeling. He had had, earlier in the evening, a somewhat disconcerting interview with the Duke. He stood next to him in seniority, and would have liked a little information himself. He had been warned not to ask questions of the Duke, if he wished to avoid a snub. But he had prevailed upon Oliver, whom he knew to be a personal friend of Wellington, to pave the way for him. But it had not been very successful.
"Plans? I have no plans," had exclaimed his lordship. "I shall be guided by circumstances."
Uxbridge had stood silent. His lordship, using a milder tone, had clapped him on the shoulder and added,
"One thing is certain. You and I will both do our duty, Uxbridge."
The Duke's absence from the ball increased the uneasiness that had lurked in everyone's mind all day. When he arrived, soon after midnight, Georgiana Lennox darted off the floor towards him, dragging Lord Hay by the hand, and demanded breathlessly,
"Oh, Duke, do pray tell me, are the rumours true? Is it war?"
He replied gravely,
"Yes, they are true. We are off tomorrow."
She turned pale. His words, overheard by those standing near, were repeated, and spread quickly round the ballroom. The music went on, and some of the dancing, but the chatter died, only to break out again, voices sharper, and a note of excitement audible in the medley of talk. Officers who had ridden in from a distance to attend the ball hurried away to rejoin their regiments, some with sober faces, some wildly elated, some lingering to exchange touching little keepsakes with girls in flower-like dresses who had stopped laughing and clung with frail, unconscious hands to a scarlet sleeve or the fur border of a pelisse. One or two general officers went up to confer with the Duke, and then returned to their partners, saying cheerfully that there was no need for anyone to be alarmed. They were not going to the war yet. Time enough to think of that when the ball was over. From scores of faces, the polite company masks seemed to have slipped. People had forgotten that at balls they must smile, and hide whatever care or grief they owned under bright, artificial fronts. Some of the senior officers were looking grave. Here and there, a rigid, meaningless smile was pinned to a mother's white face, or a girl stood with a fallen mouth and blank eyes fixed on a scarlet uniform. A queer, almost greedy emotion shone in many countenances. Life had become suddenly an urgent business, racing towards disaster, and the craving for excitement, the breathless moment, compound of fear and grief and exultation, when the mind sharpened and the senses were stretched as taut as the strings of a violin, surged up under the veneer of good manners, and shone behind the dread in shocked young eyes. For all the shrinking from tragedy loomed ahead, there was yet an unacknowledged eagerness to hurry to meet whatever horror lurked in the future. If existence were to sink back to the humdrum, there would be disappointment behind the relief, and a sense of frustration. The ball went on. Couples, hesitating at first, drifted back into the waltz. Sir William Ponsonby seized a girl in a sprigged muslin dress round the waist and said gaily, "Come along, I can't miss this. It is quite my favourite tune." Georgiana felt a tug at her sleeve, and turned to find Hay, stammering with excitement, his eyes blazing.
Georgie, we're going to war. Going into action against Boney himself. Oh, I say, come back and dance this. Was there ever anything so splendid?
How can you, Hay? She exclaimed. You don't know what you're talking about.
Don't I, by Jove? Why, we've been living for this moment.
I won't listen to you. It's not splendid. It's the most dreadful thing that has ever happened.
But, Georgie...
Go and find someone else to dance with you,
she said, almost crying, and turned away from him to seek refuge beside Lady Worth. Hay stared after her, in a good deal of astonishment, but was diverted from his purpose of following her to make his peace by having his arm grasped by a kindred spirit.
Hey, have you heard? Said Harry Alistair eagerly. Ours have been ordered to Braine-le-Comte. I'm off immediately. Are you coming? Oh, no, of course. You'll stay for General Maitland. By Jove, won't we give the French a hiding? There's Audley. I must speak to him before I go.
He darted off to where the Colonel was standing in conversation with Lord Robert Manners, and stood, impatient but decorous, until it should please the Colonel to notice him. This Audley soon did, smiling to see him so obviously fretting to be off.
Hello, Harry. You've got your wish, you see. By gad, haven't I just? I only just came up to say goodbye and wish you luck. I'm off to Braine-le-Comte, you know. It's my first engagement. Lord, won't some of the fellows at home be green with envy? Well, mind you capture an eagle, said the Colonel, holding out his hand. I dare say I shall run up against you sometime or other. But in case I don't, the best of luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Lord George Alistair came striding out of the anteroom behind them as Harry wrung the Colonel's hand. He merely nodded to the Colonel, but said curtly to his brother, Are you off, Harry? I'll go with you as far as the centre of town. I'm for Ninove. Where are you for?
Braine-le-Comte, you don't look very cheerful, I must say. Been bidding someone a tender farewell. That's it. Come along now. Wait a bit, here's Bab.
Colonel Audley turned his head quickly and saw Barbara coming across the room towards him. Her eyes were fixed on her brother's, but as though she were conscious of his gaze, she glanced in his direction and flushed. Colonel Audley thrust a hand, which he found to be shaking slightly, in Lord Robert's arm, and walked away with him. The Duke had gone to sit beside Lady Helen Dalrymple on the sofa. She found him perfectly amiable, but preoccupied, breaking off his conversation with her every now and then to call some officer to him to receive a brief instruction. The Prince of Orange and the Duke of Brunswick both conferred with him for some minutes, and then left the ball together. The Prince heedless of everything but the excitement of the moment, the Duke calm, bestowing his grave smile on an acquaintance encountered in the doorway, not forgetting to take his punctilious leave of his hostess. A few minutes later, Colonel Audley went up to Judith and touched her arm, saying quietly, I'm off, Judith. Tell Worth, will you? I haven't time to look for him. She clasped his hands.
Oh, Charles, where? Only to Att, with a message, but it's urgent. I'm not likely to return to Brussels tonight. Don't be alarmed, will you? You will see what a dressing we shall give Boney.
The next instant, he was gone, slipping out of the ballroom without any other leave-taking than a word to his hostess. Others followed him, but in spite of the many departures, there seemed to be no empty places in the dining room when the guests presently went in to supper. Tables were arranged round the room, the junior officers, under the wing of Lord William Lennox, with an arm in a sling and bandages and sticking plaster adorning his head, crowded round the sideboard, and were honoured by Lord Uxbridge's calling out to them, with a brimming glass held in his hand,
A glass of wine with the side table.
The Duke sat with Georgiana beside him. He seemed to be in good spirits. His loud laugh kept breaking out. He had given Georgiana a miniature of himself, done by a Belgian artist, and was protesting jokingly at her showing it to those seated near them. Supper had hardly begun when the Prince of Orange came into the room, looking very serious. He went straight to the Duke and bent over him, whispering in his ear. A dispatch had been brought in by one of his aides-de-camp from Baron Constant at Braine-le-Comte. It was dated as late as 10:30 p.m. and reported that Charleroi had fallen not 2 hours after Zieten's solitary message had been sent off that morning. The French had advanced 20 miles into Belgian territory. The Prussians had been attacked at Saint-Bref by Grouchy, with Vandamme's corps in support, and had fallen back on Fleurus. Ney had pushed forward on the left to Frasnes, south of Quatre Bras, with an advanced guard of cavalry, but he encountered there Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar, who, taking the law courageously into his own hands, had moved forward from Genappe with 1 Nassau battalion and a battery of horse artillery. A skirmish had taken place, but Ney had apparently had insufficient infantry to risk an engagement. He had made some demonstrations, but the handful of troops opposed to him had held their ground, and at 7 o'clock he had bivouacked for the night. Prince Bernhard had reported the affair to General Perponchet, who, wisely ignoring the Duke's positive orders to assemble his division at Nivelles, had directed it instead on the hamlet and crossroads of Quatre Bras. The Duke listened to these tidings with an unmoved countenance. He saw that everyone in the room was watching him, and said in a loud voice, "Very well. I have no fresh orders to give. I advise your Royal Highness to get back to your quarters and to bed." The Prince, whose air of suppressed excitement had escaped no one, withdrew. The Duke resumed his conversation. But the impression created by the Prince's reappearance was not to be banished. Except among those who had no relatives engaged in the operations, conversation had become subdued, and faces that had worn smiles an hour earlier now looked a little haggard in the glare of the candlelight. No one was surprised when the Duke went up to his host, saying cheerfully, "I think it's time for me to go to bed likewise." In the distance could be heard the ominous sound of bugles calling to arms. Dancing seemed out of place. The Duke's departure was, for most of those present, a welcome sign of the party's breaking up. Wives exchanged nods with their husbands. Mothers tried to catch heedless daughters' eyes. Georgiana Lennox stole away to help her brother March pack up. The Duke said under his breath, "Have you a good map in the house, Richmond?" Richmond nodded and led him to his study. The Duke shut the door and said abruptly, "Napoleon has humbugged me, by God! He has gained 24 hours' march on me." He walked over to the desk and bent over the map Richmond had spread out on it, and studied it for a moment or two in silence. Richmond stood watching him, startled by what he had said, and wondering a little that no anxiety should be apparent in his face. "What do you intend doing?" he asked presently. "I've ordered the army to concentrate on Quatre Bras," replied his lordship. "But we shan't stop him there, and if so, I must fight him here." As he spoke, he drew his thumbnail across the map, below the village of Waterloo, and straightened himself. "I'll be off now and get some sleep." In the ballroom, a few determined couples were still dancing, but with the departure of the officers, the zest had gone from the most carefree young female. Ladies were collecting their wraps, carriages were being called for, and a stream of guests were filing past the Duchess of Richmond, returning thanks and taking leave. Judith, who had gone upstairs to fetch her cloak, was startled on her way down again to encounter Barbara, her train caught over her arm, and in her face an expression of the most painful anxiety. She put out her hand impulsively, grasping Judith's wrist, and said in a strangled voice, "Charles, where is he?" "My brother-in-law left the ball before supper," replied Judith. "Oh, God!" The hand left Judith's wrist and gripped the banister rail. "He is in Brussels?" Yes, he is still in Brussels. Tell me, confound you, tell me!" There was a white agony in her face, but Judith was unmoved by it. She said, "He is not in Brussels, nor will he return. I wish you good night, Lady Barbara." She passed on down the stairs to where Worth stood waiting for her. Their carriage was at the door. In another minute they had entered it and were being driven out of the gates in the direction of the centre of the town. Judith leaned back in her corner, trying to compose her spirits. Worth took her hand presently and held it lightly in his own.
"What is it, my dear?"
"That woman,"
she said in a low voice.
"Barbara, child. She dared to ask me where Charles had gone. I could have struck her in the face for her effrontery. She let Charles go like that. Unhappy. All his old gaiety quite vanished."
She found that tears were running down her face and broke off to wipe them away.
"Don't let us speak of it. I am tired and stupid. I shall be better directly."
He was silent, but continued to hold her hand. After a minute or two, she said in a calmer tone,
"That noise. It seems to thud in my brain. What is it?"
"The drums beating to war," he replied. "The reserve is being put into motion at once."
She shuddered. As the carriage drew nearer to the park, the coachman was obliged to curb his horses to a walk, and sometimes bring them to a complete standstill. There was scarcely a house in Brussels where soldiers were not billeted. The sound of the trumpets and the drums brought them out, knapsacks slung over their shoulders, coats unbuttoned, and shakos crammed on askew. Some had wives running beside them. Others had their arms round Belgian sweethearts. One Highlander was carrying a little boy on his shoulder, while the child's parents, who had been his hosts, walked beside with his knapsack and his musket. In the great Place Royale, a scene of indescribable confusion reigned. The sky was already paling towards dawn, and in the ghostly grey light, men, horses, wagons, gun carriages seemed to be inextricably mixed. Wagons were being loaded and commissariat trains harnessed. The air was full of a medley of noises, the stamp of hooves on the cobbles, the rumble of wheels, the jingle of harness, the sudden neigh of a horse, and the indistinguishable chatter of many voices. An officer called sharply. Someone was whistling a popular air. A mounted man rode past. A colour waved. Soldiers were sitting on the pavement, some sleeping on packs of straw, others checking the contents of their knapsacks. Judith, who had been leaning forward in the carriage, intent upon the scene, turned suddenly towards Worth.
"Let us get out."
"Do you care to? You are not too tired?"
"No. I want to see."
He opened the door and stepped down onto the cobbles and turned to give his hand to her. She stood beside him while he spoke with the coachman, and then took his arm. They made their way slowly across the place. No one paid any heed to them. Occasionally a soldier brushed past them, or they had to draw aside to allow a wagon to go by, or to pick their way through a tangle of ropes, canteens, corn sacks, billhooks, nosebags, and all the paraphernalia of an army on the move. They reached the farther side of the place at length, and stood for some time watching order grow out of the confusion. Regiments were forming, one after the other, and marching down the Rue de Namur towards the Namur gate. The steady tramp of boots made an undercurrent of sound audible through the shrill blare of the trumpets and the ceaseless beat of the drums. Some of the men sang, some whistled. The riflemen began to form up, and a voice from their ranks shouted, "The first in the field, and the last out of it! The bloody, fighting 95th! A roar went up. Hundreds of voices chanted the slogan. Indifferent-eyed Flemish women, driving market carts full of vegetables into Brussels from the neighbouring countryside, stared incuriously. An order rang out. Another regiment moved forward. Once, Worth bent over Judith, asking, "Are you not tired? Shall we go home?" She shook her head. At 4 o'clock, the sun was shining. In the park, the pipes were playing Highland Laddie. The sound of them drew nearer. The tread of feet grew to a rhythmic thunder. The Highland Brigade came marching through the place in the first rays of the sunlight, pipe majors strutting ahead, ribbons fluttering from the bagpipes, huge fur headdresses nodding, and kilts swinging. "Were they some of those men who danced for us tonight?" Judith asked, recognizing a tartan.
"Yes."
She was silent, watching them pass through the place and out of sight. When the music of the pipes was faint in the distance, she said with a sigh, "Let us go home now, Julian. I shall remember this night as long as I live, I think."
Chapter 18. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the last of the regiments had marched out of Brussels. A little later the Duke followed, accompanied by his staff, and a profound silence descended on the city. Judith had fallen asleep some hours before, with the sound of the trumpets and the tread of many feet in her ears. When she awoke, the morning was considerably advanced. Her first feeling was of surprise to find everything quiet, for the shouting and the drumming and the bugle calls had seemed to run through her dreams. She got up and looked out between the blinds upon a sun-baked street. A cat curled on the steps of a house opposite was the only living thing in sight. No uniforms swaggered down the street. No ladies in muslins and chip hats floated along to pay their morning calls or to promenade in the park. She dressed and went down to the salon on the first floor. Worth had gone out, but he came in presently with the newspapers. It was being reported in the cafes that the Duke had ridden out in high spirits, saying that Blücher would most likely have settled the business himself by that time, and that he would probably be back in Brussels for dinner. The general opinion seemed to be that no action would be fought that day. It was thought that the bulk of the British troops could not be brought up in time. Judith did not know whether to be glad or sorry. The suspense would be as hard to bear as the sound of cannon, she thought.
"Quite a number of people are leaving for Antwerp," Worth observed. "Lady Fitzroy is gone, and I met Delancey just before he went off to join the army, who told me that he had prevailed upon that poor young wife of his to go too." He paused, but she made no comment. He smiled. "Well, Judith?"
"You would not wish to go if I were not here."
"Very true. But that can hardly be said to have a bearing on the case."
"I don't want to run away, if you think it would not be wrong in me to stay. I hope you don't mean to talk to me of defeat, for I won't listen if you do.
Like you, I'm of a sanguine disposition. But young Julian's nurse beat us both in that respect. She has taken him out into the park for an airing, and the only emotion roused in her breast by all the racket that went on during the night was a strong indignation at having a child's rest disturbed."
"Ah, she is a phlegmatic Scot. I have no fear of her losing her head."
They were interrupted by the butlers coming into the room, with the announcement that Lady Barbara Child was below and wished to speak to the Earl. Judith was astounded. She had not thought that after their encounter on the previous night, Lady Barbara would dare to accost her again, let alone call at her residence. She looked at Worth, but he merely raised his eyebrows and said,
"Well, I am at home and perfectly ready to receive visitors. I don't understand why they are left in the hall. Beg her ladyship to come up."
"Yes, my lord," said the butler, his bosom swelling at the reproof. "I should have done so in the first place, but that her ladyship desired me to carry the message." He withdrew, stately and outraged. The door had scarcely shut behind him when Judith's feelings got the better of her. She exclaimed, "I wish you had sent her about her business. I do not see why I should be obliged to receive her in my house. and that you should be willing to do so gives me a very poor opinion of your loyalty to Charles.
I cannot think that Charles would thank me for turning Lady Barbara away from my door, he replied. There was no time for more. The butler opened the door and announced Barbara, and she came into the room with her long, mannish stride. Judith rose, but before she had time to speak, she was forestalled.
I didn't mean to force myself into your presence, Barbara said. I am sorry. My business is with your husband.
She paused, and a wintry, rueful smile flashed across her face.
Oh, the devil, my cursed tongue again. Don't look so stiff. I have not come to wreck your marriage.
This was said with a good deal of bitterness. She forced herself to speak more lightly, and added, looking in her clear way at Worth,
I couldn't, could I? You, at least, have never succumbed to my famous charms.
No, never, he replied imperturbably. Will you not sit down?
No, I do not mean to stay above a minute. The case is that I am in a devil of a quandary over my horses. Would you be so obliging as to house them for me in your stables? There is a pair I drive in my phaeton, and my mare as well.
Willingly, he said. But, forgive me, why?
My brother and his wife are leaving Brussels this morning. They are gone by this time, I dare say. The house in the Rue Ducal is given up. My own groom is not to be trusted alone, and I do not care to stable the horses at the hotel. They tell me there is already such a demand for horses to carry people to Antwerp that by nightfall it will be a case of stealing what can't be hired.
Lord and Lady Vidal gone!
Judith exclaimed, surprised into breaking her silence.
Oh, yes,
Barbara replied indifferently.
Gussie has been in one of her confounded takings ever since the news was brought in last night, and Vidal is very little better.
But you do not mean to remain here alone, surely?
Why not?
It is not fit.
Ah, you doubt the propriety of it. I don't care for that.
Her mouth quivered, but she controlled it. Judith noticed that she had twisted the end of her scarf tightly between her fingers and was gripping it so hard that her gloves seemed in danger of splitting.
Both my brothers are engaged in this war, she said. And Charles.
I had not supposed that Charles's fate was any longer a concern of yours, Judith said.
I am aware of that. But it is my concern nevertheless.
She stared at Judith with haunted eyes.
Perhaps I may never see him again. But if he comes back, I shall be here.
She drew a sobbing breath and continued in a hard voice.
That, however, is my affair. Lord Worth, you are very obliging. My groom shall bring the horses round during the course of the day. Goodbye.
She held out her hand, but drew it back, flushing a little.
Oh. You would rather not shake hands with me, I dare say.
I have not the least objection to shaking hands with you, he replied. But I should be grateful to you if you could contrive to stop being foolish. Now sit down, and try to believe that your differences with my brother leave me supremely indifferent. She smiled faintly, and after a brief hesitation, sat down in the chair by the table.
Well, what now?
She asked. Are you staying with friends? May I have your direction?
I am at the Hôtel de Bellevue.
Indeed. Alone?
Yes, alone, if you discount my maid.
It will not do, he said. If you mean to remain in Brussels, you must stay here. She looked at him rather blankly.
You must be mad.
I'm quite sane, I assure you. It can never be thought desirable for a young and unprotected female to be staying in a public hotel. In a foreign capital, and in such unsettled times as these, it would be the height of folly. She gave a short laugh.
My dear man, you forget that I am not an inexperienced miss just out of the schoolroom. I am a widow, and if it comes to folly, I make a practice of behaving foolishly.
Just so. But that is no reason why you should not mend your ways. She got up.
This is to no purpose. It is unthinkable that I should stay in your house. You are extremely kind, but—
Not at all, he interrupted. I'm merely protecting myself from the very just anger I am persuaded my brother would feel were he to find you putting up at an hotel when he returns to Brussels. She said unsteadily,
Please, we will not speak of Charles. You don't wish me to make a fool of myself, I imagine.
He did not answer. He was looking at Judith. She was obliged to recognize the propriety of his invitation. She did not like it, but good breeding compelled her to say,
My husband is right. I will have a room prepared at once, Lady Barbara. I hope you will not find it very disagreeable. We shall do our best to make your stay comfortable. Thank you. It is not I who would find such a visit disagreeable. You dislike me cordially. I do not blame you. I dislike myself.
Judith coloured, and replied in a cool voice, I have not always done so. There have been times when I have liked you very well.
You hated me for what I did to Charles?
Yes.
Oh God, if I could undo— If I could have it back all this past month— It is useless. I behaved like the devil I am. That wretched quarrel. The very knowledge that I was in the wrong drove me to worse conduct. I've never been answerable to anyone for my misdeeds. There is a fiendish quality in me that revolts at the veriest hint of— But how should you understand? It is not worthy of being understood.
She covered her face with her hands. Worth walked across the room to the door and went out. Judith said in a kinder tone, I do understand, in part. I was not always so docile as you think me. But Charles, there is such a sweetness of temper, such nobility of mind.
Stop!
Barbara cried fiercely.
Do you think I don't know it? I knew it when he first came up to me and I looked into his eyes and loved him. I knew myself to be unworthy. The only thing I did that I am not ashamed of now was to try not to let him persuade me into becoming engaged to him. That impulse was the noblest I have ever felt. Though I knew I should not, I yielded. I wanted him. And all my life I have taken what I wanted, without thought or compunction.
She gave a wild laugh.
You despise me, but you should also pity me. For I have enough heart to wish I had more.
I do pity you, Judith said, considerably moved.
But having yielded— Yes, having yielded— why could I not submit? I do not know. Unless it be that from the day I married Jasper Child, I swore I would never do so. Never allow myself to be possessed or governed or even guided. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to find excuses for myself. The fault lies deeper. It is in my cursed nature.
I have sometimes thought, Judith said after a short pause, that the circumstances of your engagement made it particularly trying for you. In this little town we are obliged to live in a crowded circle from which there can be no escape. One's every action is remarked and discussed. It is as though your engagement to Charles was acted upon a stage, in all the glare of footlights, for the amusement of your acquaintances.
Oh, if you but knew, Barbara exclaimed. You do, in part, realize the evils of my situation, but you cannot know what a demon was roused in me by finding myself the object of every form of cheap wit on the one hand and of benign approval upon the other. It was said that I had met my match, that I was tamed at last, that I should soon settle down to a life of humdrum propriety. You would have had the strength to disregard such nonsense. I had not. When I was with Charles, it did not signify. Every annoyance was forgotten in his presence. Even my damnable restlessness left me. But he was busy. He could not be always at my side, and when he was away from me, I was bored. If he had married me when I begged him to, but no, it would not have answered. There must still have been temptation. Yes, I am very sensible of that. You are so much admired. It must have been hard indeed to give up your... She hesitated. My flirtations, said Barbara, with a melancholy smile. It was hard. You know that I did not give them up. When I look back upon the past month, it is with loathing, believe me. It was as though I was swept into a whirlpool. I could not be still. Oh, do not speak of it. I myself have been conscious of what you describe. There has been no time for reflection, no time for anything but pleasure. It was as though we were all a little mad. But I believe Charles understood how it was. He said once to me that the life we were leading was ruinous. It was very true. I do not deny that your wildness made him anxious. Indeed, I have blamed you bitterly for it. But all that was nothing. You are thinking of my having made your brother fall in love with me. It was very bad of me. The provocation was severe. I honoured you for coming up to Harriet so handsomely that day. There can be no excuse for her behaviour. It vexed me when you made him go to you at the Richmonds' party. But I did not blame you entirely. But afterwards, how could you have let it go on? Forgive me. I did not mean to advert to this subject. It is over and should be forgotten. I do not know what passed between you and Charles. Everything of the most damnable on my part, Barbara said. I dare say you might lose your temper. But your conduct since that night, you left nothing undone that could hurt him. Nothing, Barbara said. Nothing that could drive him mad enough to come back to me. I would not go to him. He was to come to me, upon my own terms. Folly. He would not do it, nor did I wish him to. The news that war had broken out brought me to my senses. There was no room then for pride. Even if his affections had been turned in another direction, but I could not believe it could be so, for mine were unaltered. He turned from me in the ballroom, but I thought I saw, in his eyes, a look. Her voice was suspended. She struggled to regain her composure, and after a moment continued. I tried to find him. Nothing signified but that I should see him before he went away. But he had gone. Perhaps I shall never see him again, she ended in a tone of such dejection that Judith was impelled to say, with more cheerfulness than she felt, We shall not think of that, if you please. Recollect that his employment on the Duke's staff is to his advantage. He will not be in the line. Why, how absurd this is! He has survived too many engagements for us to have the least reason to suppose that he will not survive this one. Indeed, all the Duke's aides-de-camp have been with him for a long time now. Depend upon it, they will come riding back in the best of health and spirits. Meanwhile, I do earnestly beg of you to remain with us. Thank you. I will do so, and try not to disgrace you.
You won't be plagued with me too much, I hope. I shall be busy. Indeed, I ought not to be here now. I have promised to go to Madame de Ribeaucourt's. She has made herself responsible for the preparation of the wounded and needs help.
Oh, that is the very thing, Judith cried. To be able to be of use. Stay till I fetch my bonnet and gloves. I would like, of all things, to go along with you. A few minutes later they left the house together and set out on foot for their destination. They met few acquaintances on the way. Streets which the day before had been full of officers and ladies were now only lined with the tilt carts designed for the transport of the wounded, and with baggage wagons in perfect order, ready to move off at a moment's notice. Flemish drivers were dozing in the carts, a few sentinels were posted to guard the wagons. The Place Royale, strangely quiet after the confusion of the night, had been cleared of all the litter of equipment. There were more wagons and carts there, with a little crowd of citizens standing about, silently staring at them. Horses were picketed in the park, but a fair number of people were strolling about there, much as usual, except for the gravity of their countenances and the lowered tones of their voices. At the Comtesse de Ribeaucourt's, all was bustle and business. Many of Judith's friends were there, scraping lint and preparing cherry water. The feeling of being able to do something which would be of use in this crisis did much to relieve the oppression of everyone's spirits. Dr. Breugmann, the Inspector General of Health, came in at noon for a few moments and told of the tents to be erected at the Namur and Louvain gates for the accommodation of the wounded. Various equipments were needed for them, in particular blankets and pillows. Judith willingly undertook the responsibility of procuring all that could be had from her numerous acquaintances in the town, and lost no time in setting out on a house-to-house visitation. The hours sped by. She was astonished, on returning to Madame Ribeaucourt's, to find that it was already 3 o'clock. She was conscious neither of fatigue nor of hunger. She sat down at a table to transcribe the list of equipment she had cajoled from her friends, but was arrested in the middle of this task by a sound that made her look up quickly, her pen held in mid-air. All conversation was stopped short. Every head was raised. The sound was heard again, a dull rumble, far away in the distance. Someone said in an urgent voice, "Listen." Lady Barbara walked over to the window and stood there, her head a little bent, as though to hear more plainly. The sound was repeated.
"It's the guns,"
said Georgiana Lennox, dropping the lint she was holding.
No, it is only thunder. Everyone says there can be no action until tomorrow."
"It is the guns," said Barbara. She came away from the window, and quite coolly resumed her work of scraping lint. The distant cannonading had been heard by others besides themselves. All over the town the greatest consternation was felt. People came running out of their houses to stand listening in the street. Crowds flocked to the ramparts, and a number of men set out on horseback in the direction of Waterloo to try to get news. They brought back such conflicting accounts that it was soon seen that very little dependence could be placed on what they said. They had seen nothing. Their only information came from peasants encountered on the road. All that was certain was that an action was being fought somewhere to the south of Brussels. When Judith and Barbara reached home at 5 o'clock, the cannonading was still audible. Everyone they met was asking the same questions. Were the Allied troops separately engaged? Had they joined the Prussians? Where was the action being fought? Could the cavalry have reached the spot? Could the outlying divisions have come up? There could be no answer to such questions. None, in fact, was expected. Worth was at home when the ladies came in. He had seen Barbara's trunks brought round from the Hôtel de Bellevue and had installed her frightened maid in the house. He had driven out afterwards, a little way down the Charleroi road, but, like everyone else, had been unable to procure any intelligence. The baggage wagons lined the chaussée for miles, he said, but none of the men in charge of them knew more than himself. They sat down to dinner presently, in the same state of anxious expectation. The sound of the guns seemed every moment to be growing more distinct. Judith found it impossible not to speculate upon the chances of defeat. The thought of her child, sleeping in his cot above stairs, made her dread the more acute. She should have sent him to England with Peregrine's children. Her selfishness had made her keep them in Brussels. She had exposed him to a terrible danger. She managed to check such useless reflections, and to join with an assumption of ease in the conversation Worth and Barbara were maintaining. Some time after dinner, when the two ladies were seated alone in the salon, Worth having gone out to see whether any news had been received from the army, a knock sounded on the front door, and in a few minutes they were astonished by the butlers announcing Colonel Canning. Only one visitor could have been more welcome. Judith almost sprang out of her chair and started forward to meet him.
"Colonel Canning! Oh, how glad I am to see you!"
He shook her warmly by the hand.
"I've only dropped in for a few moments to tell you that Charles was well when I saw him last. I've been on a mission to the French king at Alost, and I'm on my way back now to Quatre Bras."
Quatre Bras? Is that where the action is being fought? Oh, stay, just for a few minutes. We've been without news the whole day, and the suspense is dreadful. Sit down, I will ring for the tea tray to be brought in directly. But have you dined?
Yes, thank you. I dined at Greathead's in the park. Seeing me pass by his house, he very kindly called to me to come up and join him. Creevy was there too. I can't tell you much, you know. I was sent off just before 5, so I don't know how it has been going. However, by the time I left, the Brunswickers and the Nassau contingent had arrived, and Van Merlin's light cavalry besides, so you may be sure everything is doing famously.
Barbara said with a smile,
"Confound you, Colonel. You begin at the end. Let us have the start, if you please."
"By God,"
he said seriously,
"we have had an escape. You won't blab it about the town, but the fact is, Boney took us by surprise. And if Ney had pushed on last night, or even this morning, there's no saying what might have happened. Prince Bernhard had only a battalion of Nassauers and 1 horse battery at Quatre Bras."
He gave a chuckle.
We can guess why Ney didn't, of course. The French know the trick the Duke has of concealing the better part of his troops from sight. No doubt, Ney was afraid he'd come up against the whole army, and dared not risk an attack without more infantry. But God knows why he delayed so long today. They say the French weren't even under arms at 10 o'clock this morning. We arrived at past to find Orange there with 2 of his divisions, and nothing of a force in front of him. Charles arrived from Ath a little while after, still in his ball dress. He had no time to waste changing it last night, so there he is, in all his splendour. However, he is not the only one. Where was I?
You had arrived at Quatre Bras to find no very startling force opposing you.
Oh yes, well, so it was. The Duke inspected the position, saw that Ney was making no move, and rode over with Gordon and Muffling to confer with old Blücher at Ligny.
We have not joined the Prussians, then?
Oh Lord, no. They're 7 miles to the east of us, and pretty badly placed too. I don't know how it has gone with them. They've been engaged all day against Boney himself, but we've had no news. It appears that General Bourmont deserted to Blücher with all his staff yesterday morning, but the old man would have nothing to do with him. I haven't heard of any other desertions. As for the Prussians today, Gordon told me Blücher had his men exposed on the slope of the hill, and that the Duke told Harding pretty bluntly that he thought they would be damnably mauled. I dare say they have been. Gneisenau was anxious for the Duke to move to his support, which I understand from Gordon he said he would do, if he were not attacked himself. But we were attacked, and there was no question of going to help the Prussians. By the time the Duke got back to our position, somewhere between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, the French were in force in a wood, in front of us. They started shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" And then we heard Ney go down the line calling out, "L'Empereur récompensera, celui s'avancera." We've heard that before, and we knew we were in for it. I can tell you it was a nice situation to be in with only a handful of Dutch-Belgic troops to hold the position and no sign of old Picton with the reserve.
But how is it possible? Judith exclaimed. We saw the regiments march out of Brussels in the small hours.
There was some muddle over the orders. They were halted at Waterloo and only reached Quatre Bras at about 3:30. By God, we were glad to see them. The French opened the attack on a farm on the main road. I should think Ney had about 15 or 16,000 men opposed to our 7,000, but that's a guess. The fields are so deep in rye you can't make out the exact positions of anyone, friend or foe. In some places, it's above one's head, or it was till it got trampled down. He paused, for the tea tray was just then brought in. Judith handed him a cup, and he gulped some of the tea down. Thank you. Well, the Dutch were driven out of Bossou Wood, and there was a general advance of the French. I needn't tell you the Duke remained as cool as a cucumber throughout. There never was such a man. He was always in the hottest part of the fight. No one knows better than he how to put heart into the men. They may not worship him as they say the French worship Boney, but by God they trust him. Judith smiled. I know how much you value him, Colonel. But go on. Well, we couldn't hold the position against such odds, of course. Things were beginning to look devilish black. But Picton came up in the nick of time, which pretty well doubled our strength. But even so, it was a ticklish business. The Highland Brigade were cut to pieces. Poor devils. But they didn't yield an inch. However, as I told you, the Brunswickers came up from Nivelles, then the Nassauers, and Van Merlin's cavalry. That was when I left. He glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece, swallowed the rest of his tea, and jumped up. I must get back. You'll be hearing more news, I dare say. Someone is sure to be sent in. Goodbye. Don't be alarmed. All's well, you know. He hurried away, and not long after he had gone, the noise of the firing, which had sounded closer in the stillness of the evening, grew more desultory, and by 10 o'clock had ceased. Worth came in, saying that the population of Brussels was still wandering about the ramparts and the park. Great anxiety was being felt on all sides to know the result of the action. No news had as yet come in. Some stout-hearted persons were maintaining that the Allies must have held their ground. Others, in a state of growing uneasiness, were preparing to remove instantly to Antwerp. The ladies gave him an account of Canning's visit, recalling as well as they were able his description of the battlefield. Worth listened intently, exclaiming when Barbara spoke of the arrival of the Brunswick and Nassau contingent. Then none of our cavalry are engaged? No, Colonel Canning mentioned only General Picton's division. He looked serious, and said briefly, It is an ill-managed business. The Colonel said the French had taken us by surprise. It may well have been so. From what Delancey told me this morning, it is plain that Wellington, as late as then, was expecting the attack to be directed on his right. Do you say the Prussians have also been engaged? Yes, at Ligny, but he could not tell us how the day had gone with them. He said Napoleon himself was opposed to them. I would not give a penny for their chances of success, he said. The question will be, can Wellington maintain his communications with Blücher? It is plain Bonaparte has struck this blow in the endeavour to get between our forces. By God, it should be a lesson to those who have been saying he had lost his old genius. It is masterly. The rapidity of his march from Paris, his strategy in launching the attack at our point of junction with Blücher. It is something quite in his old style. One cannot but admire him. If he can succeed in defeating the Prussians, and Ney in carrying our position, it will be a serious business. He observed Judith's pallor, and dropped his hand on her shoulder, saying more quietly, There is no need for alarm. If the day has gone against us, we are bound to hear of it in time for me to drive you and the boy to safety. I have given orders in the stables. You need be under no apprehension. Barbara, who had walked over to the window, turned and said in her lively way, Confound you! Are you one of the croakers? I'll tell you what. I have a very good mind to put my horses up for sale and so burn my boats. I admire your spirit, he said with a slight smile.
You need not, she replied. I have merely a shocking love of excitement. Consider, in spite of all my adventures, I was never till now in danger of falling into the hands of the French. It is something quite out of the common way, and therefore enchanting.
Judith was obliged to smile at her nonsense, but said protestingly, How can you talk so?
The devil! How else should I talk? You know, if the French should come, I fancy we shall make a hit with them. There is no denying that we are a handsome pair. Neither of us, I am persuaded, need look lower than a marshal at the very least.
Such raillery, though it might bring a blush to Judith's cheeks, had the effect of relieving the oppression of her spirits. Nothing more was said of the chances of defeat, and presently Worth went out again to see if any further news had arrived from Quatre Bras. He came back a little after 11, and found that Judith and Barbara were still up.
I called at Creevy's, he said. Hamilton had been in during the evening on an errand for General Barnes, and of course dropped in on Creevy to see Miss Ord. The result was still uncertain when he left the field, but Creevy got the impression from him that it was going in our favour. Charles was safe when he left the field. He saw him trying to rally the Belgians, who had had enough just as he came away. Hamilton reports them as having done well at the start, but they won't stand like our own men. The worst, so far, is that the Duke of Brunswick has fallen. He was killed by a ball passing through his hand to his heart. Hamilton did not mention many of the casualties. The Highlanders have suffered most. Fassifern and Macara have both fallen. Young Hay has gone too. But I heard of no one else whom we knew.
Hey!
Barbara lifted her hand to shade her eyes for a moment.
That boy! Oh, how wanton. How damnable. But go on. If Hay was present, Maitland's brigade must have come up. Could you get no news of Harry?
No. Creevy was positive Hamilton mentioned only Hay, and one other whose name I forget. Judith said, Depend upon it. He would have told Mr. Creevy had your brother been killed.
He might not know. But never mind that. What else could you discover, Lord Worth? Shall we hold our ground?
I see no reason why we should not. It appears that reinforcements have been arriving ever since 5 o'clock. The most serious part of the business is that we have no cavalry there worth mentioning. The infantry has done magnificently, however. Hamilton told Creevy that nothing could equal their endurance. Only their steadiness under the onslaughts of Kellerman's cuirassiers saved the day for us at one point. The Belgian and Brunswick cavalry were scattered. Our whole position was completely turned, and might have been carried but for the Highlanders. I think he said the 92nd, but I might mistake. The Duke directed them in person, charging them not to fire until he gave the word. They obeyed him implicitly, though he allowed the cuirassiers to come within 30 paces before giving the order for a volley. The attack was completely repulsed, Kellerman drawing off in a good deal of disorder. Hamilton seems to have been full of enthusiasm for the Duke's coolness. It appears he has been everywhere at once, exposing himself in the most reckless fashion. Surely he should not do so. So I think, but you will not get his officers to agree. Even those who dislike him will tell you that the sight of his long nose among them does more to steady the troops than the arrival of a division to support them. He seems to bear a charmed life. What do you think of his being nearly taken by a party of lancers when the Brunswick hussars broke under the musketry fire? He was forced to gallop for his life, made for a ditch lined by the Gordon Highlanders, sang out to them to lie still, and cleared the fence, bayonets and all. They remained for some time discussing the news, but the clock striking midnight soon recalled them to a sense of the lateness of the hour. All sound of firing had died away at 10 o'clock. Nothing had been heard of since, and they could not but believe that if a defeat had been suffered, news of it must have reached them. Judith and Barbara went up to their rooms, but they had scarcely begun to undress when the noise of heavy carriages rumbling over the cobbles reached their ears. Nothing could be seen from the windows,
but people running out of doors to find out what was going on. Shouts and cries seemed to come from all parts of the town, and Judith, pausing only to fling a wrap round her shoulders, hurried to find Worth. He had not yet come upstairs, and called to her from the ground floor to do nothing until he had discovered what was happening. He went out. Barbara joined Judith in the salon, and they sat in a state of apprehension that made it impossible for either to utter anything but a few occasional disjointed sentences. They were soon roused from this condition by the necessity of calming the servants, some of whom were hysterical with fright. Barbara went out into the hall among them, and very soon restored order. While Judith occupied herself with reassuring those whose alarm had had the effect of bereaving them of all power of speech or of action, she dealt in a more drastic manner with the rest, swearing at the butler and emptying jugs of water over any fille de chambre unwise enough to fall into a fit of hysterics. By the time Worth returned, the household was quiet, and Barbara had gone back into the salon with Judith, who had temporarily forgotten her own fears in amusement at her guest's ruthless methods. Worth brought reassuring tidings. The noise they had heard had been caused by a long train of artillery passing through the town on its way to the battlefield. The panic had arisen from a false notion having got about that the train was in retreat. People had rushed out of their houses in every stage of undress. A rumour that the French were coming had spread like wildfire, and the greatest confusion reigned until it became evident, even to the most foolish in the crowd, that the artillery was moving not away from the field of action, but towards it.
"Is that all?"
exclaimed Barbara.
"Well, if there is no immediate need for us to become heroines, we may as well go to bed. I, at any rate, shall do so."
"Oh," said Judith, with a little show of playfulness, "you need not think that I shall be behind you in sang-froid. You have put me quite on my mettle." Good nights were exchanged. Both ladies retired again to their rooms, each with a much better opinion of the other than she had had at the beginning of what, in retrospect, seemed to have been the longest day of her life. Chapter 19. The night was disturbed. Many of the Bruxellois seemed to be afraid to go to bed, and spent the hours sitting in their houses with ears on the prick, ready to run out into the streets at the smallest alarm. Just before dawn, a melancholy cortege entered the town, bearing the Duke of Brunswick's body. Numbers of spectators saw it pass through the streets. The sable uniforms of the Black Brunswickers, the grim skull and crossbones device upon their caps, and the grief in their faces awed the thin crowds into silence. A feeling of dismay was created. When the sad procession had passed, people dispersed slowly, some to wander about in an aimless fashion till daylight, others returning to their houses to lie down fully clothed upon their beds, or to drop uneasily asleep in chairs. Between 5 and 6 in the morning, after an interval of quiet, commotion broke out again. A troop of Belgian cavalry, entering by the Namur gate, galloped through the town in the wildest disorder, overturning market carts, thundering over the cobbles, their smart green uniforms white with dust, and their horses foaming. They had all the appearance of men hotly pursued, and scarcely drew rein in their race through the town to the Ninove gate. All was panic. They were shouting, "Les Français sont ici!" And the words were immediately taken up by the terrified crowds who saw them pass. The French were said to be only a few miles outside the town, the Allied army in full retreat before them. Distracted Belgians ran to collect their more precious belongings, and then wandered about carrying the oddest collection of goods, not knowing where to go or what to do. Women became hysterical, filles de chambre rushing into hotel bedrooms to rouse sleepy visitors with the news that the French were at the gates, mothers clasping their children in their arms and screaming at their husbands to transport them instantly to safety. The drivers of the carts and the wagons drawn up in the Place Royale caught the infection. No sooner had the cavalry flashed through the great square than they set off down every street, rocking and lurching over the pavé in their gallop for the Ninove gate. In a few minutes, the Place was deserted, except for the people who still drifted about, spreading the dreadful news or begging complete strangers for the hire of a pair of horses, and for a few market carts driven into the town by stolid peasants in sabots and red nightcaps, who seemed scarcely to understand what all the pandemonium was about. Many of the English visitors behaved little better. Some of those who, on the night of the 15th, had stoutly declared their intention of remaining in Brussels, now ordered their carriages, or, if they possessed none, hurried about the town trying to engage horses to procure passages on the canal track boats. For the most part, however, the flight of a troop of Belgic cavalry did not rouse much feeling of alarm in British breasts. Ladies busied themselves, as they had done the previous day, with preparations for the wounded, and if there were some who thought the cessation of all gunfire ominous, there were others who considered it to be a sure sign that all must be well. Judith and Barbara again went to the Comtesse de Ribeaucourt's. On entering the house, Judith encountered Georgiana Lennox, who came up to her with a white face and trembling lips, trying to speak calmly on some matter of a consignment of blankets. She was scarcely able to control her voice, and broke off to say,
"Forgive me, this is foolish. Only it is so dreadful. I don't seem to be able to stop crying."
Judith took her hand, saying with a good deal of concern, "Oh, my poor child. Your brothers?"
"Oh, no,"
Georgiana replied quickly.
"But Hay has been killed."
She made an effort to control herself.
"He was almost like one of my brothers. It is stupid. I know he would not care for that. But I can't get it out of my head how cross I was with him for being so glad to be going into action."
She tried to smile.
"I scolded him. I wouldn't dance with him any more. And then I never saw him again. He went away so excited. And now he's been killed. And I didn't even say goodbye to him."
Judith could only press her hand. Georgiana said rather tightly, "I can't believe he's dead, you know. He said, 'Georgie, we're going to war.
Was there ever anything so splendid?' And I was cross."
Dearest Georgie, you mustn't think of that. I am sure he did not."
"Oh no, I know I'm being silly. Only I wish I had not scolded him."
She brushed her hand across her eyes.
"He was General Maitland's aide-de-camp, you know. Now that he has been killed, William feels that he must rejoin Maitland, and he is not fit to do so."
"Your brother! Oh, he cannot do so. His arm is still in a sling, and he looks so ill."
"That is what Mamma feels, but my father agrees that it is William's duty to go to General Maitland. I do not know what will come of it."
Her lips quivered again. She said inconsequently,
"Do you remember how beautifully the Highlanders danced at our ball? They are all dead."
"Oh, hush, my dear, don't think of such things. Not all."
"Most of them. They were cut to pieces by the cuirassiers. They say the losses in the Highland Brigade are terrible."
Judith could not speak. She had seen the Highlanders march out of Brussels in the first sunlight, striding to war to the music of their own fifes, and the memory of that proud march brought a lump into her throat. She pressed Georgiana's hand again, and released it, turning away to hide the sudden rush of tears to her own eyes. She and Barbara returned home a little after noon, to find that Worth had just come back from visiting Sir Charles Stuart. He was able to tell them that an aide-de-camp had ridden in during the morning, having left the field at 4 a.m. He reported that after a very sanguinary battle, the Allied army had remained in possession of the ground. Towards the close of the action, the cavalry had come up, having been delayed by mistaken orders. It had not been engaged on the 16th, but would certainly be in the thick of it today, if the French attack were renewed, as the Duke was confident it would be. The ladies had hardly taken off their hats when the sound of cheering reached the house. They ran out to the end of the street, where a crowd had collected, and were in time to see a number of French prisoners being marched under guard towards the barracks of Petit Château. But the heartening effect of this sight was not of long duration. The next news that reached Brussels was that the Prussians had been defeated at Ligny and were in full retreat. The intelligence brought a fresh feeling of dismay, which was made the more profound by the arrival, a little later, of the first wagon loads of wounded. In a short time, the streets were full of the most pitiable sights. Men who were able to walk had dragged themselves to Brussels on foot all through the night, some managing to reach the town, many collapsing on the way, and dying by the roadside from the effects of their wounds. Except among those whom panic had rendered incapable of any rational action, the arrival of the wounded made people forget their own alarms in the more pressing need to do what they could to alleviate the sufferings of the soldiers. Ladies who had never encountered more unnerving sights than a pricked finger or the graze on a child's knee went out into the streets with flasks of brandy and water and the shreds of petticoats torn up to provide bandages, and stayed until they dropped from fatigue, stanching the blood that oozed from ghastly wounds, providing men who were dying on the pavements with water to bring relief to their last moments, rolling blankets to form pillows for heads that lolled on the cobbles, collecting straw to make beds for those who, unable to reach their own billets, had sunk down on the road, and accepting sad last tokens from dying men who thought of wives and mothers and sweethearts at home, and handed to them a ring, a crumpled diary, or a laboriously scrawled letter. Judith and Barbara were among the first to engage on this work. Neither had ever come into anything but the most remote contact with the results of war. Judith was turned sick by the sight of blood congealed over ugly contusions, of the scraps of gold lace embedded in gaping wounds, of dusty rags twisted round shattered joints, and of grey, pain-racked faces lying upturned upon the pavement at her feet. There was so little that could be accomplished by inexpert hands. The patient gratitude for a few sips of water of men whose injuries were beyond her power to alleviate brought the tears to her eyes. She brushed them away, spoke soothing words to a boy crumpled on the steps of a house, and sobbing dryly with his head against the railings, bound fresh linen round a case-shot wound, spent all the Hungary water she owned in reviving men who had covered the weary miles from Quatre Bras, only to fall exhausted in the gutters of Brussels. Occasionally she caught sight of Barbara, her flowered muslin dusty round the hem with brushing the cobbles, and a red stain on her skirt where an injured head had lain in her lap. Once they met, but neither spoke of the horrors around them. Barbara said briefly, "I'm going for more water. The chemists have opened their shops and will supply whatever is needed." "For God's sake, take my purse and get more lint, as much of it as you can procure," Judith said, on her knees beside a lanky Highlander, who was sitting against the wall with his head dropped on his shoulder. "No need. They're charging nothing," Barbara replied. "I'll get it." She passed on, making her way swiftly down the street. A figure in a scarlet coat lay across the pavement. She bent over it, saying gently, "Where are you hurt? Will you let me help you?" Then she saw that the man was dead, and straightened herself, feeling her knees shaking, and nausea rising in her throat. She choked it down, and walked on. A Highlander, limping along the road with a bandage round his head and one arm pinned up by the sleeve across his breast, grinned weakly at her. She stopped and offered him the little water that remained in her flask. He shook his head. No, I'm awaiting my bullet. I shall do very well, ma'am." "Are you badly hurt? Will you lean on my shoulder?"
"Oh, I got a wee scout with a bit of a shell, that's all. Here, what is the pure red coat yonder? We are aye well respected in this town. We are but the short petticoat, as they call it, and the Belgians we aye give us what we need."
She smiled at the twinkle of humour in his eye, but said,
"You've hurt your leg. Take my arm and don't be afraid to lean on me."
He thanked her and accepted the help. She asked him how the day had gone, and he replied, gasping a little from the pain of walking,
"It's a bloody business, and there's no saying what may be the end on't. Our regiment was nigh clean swept off, and our colonel killed as I came away. But I do all's weel."
She supported him to the end of the street, but was relieved of her charge there by a burgher in a sad-coloured suit of broadcloth, who darted up with exclamations of solicitude and cries to his wife to come at once for the assistance of
"Notre brave Écossais."
He turned out to be the owner of the Highlander's billet, and it was plain that Barbara could relinquish the wounded man to his care without misgiving. He was borne off between the burgher and his comfortable wife, throwing a nod and a wink over his shoulder to Barbara, and she hurried on to fight her way into the crowded chemist's shop. Nothing could have exceeded the humanity of the citizens. There was hardly a house in the town whose doors were not thrown open to the wounded, whether Dutch or Belgian, German, Scotch or English. The Belgian doctors were working in their shirt-sleeves, with the sweat dripping off their bodies. Children who stared with uncomprehending, vaguely shocked eyes were bidden by their brisk, shrill mothers to hold umbrellas over men huddled, groaning on the pavement under the scorching sun. Stout burgomasters and grim gendarmes were busy clearing the wounded off the streets, carrying those who could not walk into neighbouring houses, and directing others with more superficial injuries to places of shelter. Sisters of Mercy were moving about, their black robes and great starched white headdresses, in odd contrast to the frivolous chip hats and delicate muslin dresses of ladies of fashion, who had forgotten their complexions and their nerves, and in all the heat of the noonday sun and the stench of blood and dirt and human sweat, toiled as their scullery maids had never done. In one short hour, Judith felt her senses to have become numb. The nausea that she had first felt had left her. In the urgent need to give help, there was no time for personal shrinking. A Belgian doctor, kneeling beside an infantryman on a truss of straw in the road, had called to her to aid him. He had told her to hold a man's leg while he dug out a musket ball from his knee and roughly bound up the wound. He spoke to her brusquely, and she obeyed him without flinching. A few minutes later, she was herself slitting up a coat sleeve and binding lint round a flesh wound that ordinarily would have turned her sick. At about 2:30, when the news came from the Namur and Louvain gates that the promised tents were at last ready for the wounded, the sky became suddenly overcast. The relief from the sun's glare was felt by everyone, but in a few minutes the fear of a storm was making it necessary to get all who could be moved under shelter. The blackness overhead was presently shot through with a fork of lightning. Almost simultaneously, the thunder crashed across the sky, rolling and reverberating in an ominous rumble that died away only an instant before a second flash and a second clap broke out. By 3 o'clock, the lightning seemed continuous, and the thunder so deafening that the fear of the elements overcame in nearly every breast the lesser fear of a French advance. The lurid light, the flickering flashes in a cloud like a huge pall, the clatter in the sky as of a giant's crockery being smashed, made even the boldest quail, and sent many flying to their homes. Rain began to fall in torrents. In a few minutes, the gutters were rushing rivers, and those still out in the streets were soaked to the skin. Rain bounced on the cobbles and poured off the steep gabled roofs. It took the starch out of the nuns' stiff caps, made the pale muslins cling to their owners' bodies, and turned modish straw hats into sodden wrecks. Barbara, helping a man with a shattered ankle to hop up the steps into a house already containing 2 wounded Belgians, felt her shoulder touched, and looked round to find Worth behind her. He was drenched and dishevelled. He said curtly, "I'll take him. Go home now."
"Your wife,"
she said, her voice husky with fatigue. "I've sent her home. You have done enough. Go back now." She nodded, for she was indeed so exhausted that her head felt light, and it was an effort to move her limbs. Worth slipped his arm round the young Scot she had been supporting, and she clung to the railings for a moment to get her breath. When she reached home, she found that Judith had arrived a few moments before, and had already gone up to strip off her wet and soiled garments. She came out of her bedroom in a wrapper as Barbara reached the top of the stairs.
"Barbara," she said.
"Thank God you have come in.
Oh, how wet you are!
I'll send my woman to you immediately. Yours is in hysterics." A weary smile touched Barbara's lips.
The confounded wench hasn't ceased having hysterics since the guns were first heard. Is there any news?
I don't think so. I've had no time to ask. But don't stand there in those wet clothes.
Indecent, aren't they?
Said Barbara, with the ghost of a chuckle. Shocking. But I'm thinking of the cold you will take. I've ordered some coffee to be sent up to the salon. Do hurry. 20 minutes later, they confronted one another across a table laid out with cakes and coffee. Judith lifted the silver pot and found that her hand, which had been so steady, was shaking. She managed to pour out the coffee and handed the cup to Barbara, saying, "I'm sorry, I've spilled a little in the saucer. You must be very hungry. Eat one of those cakes." Barbara took one, raised it to her mouth, and then put it down.
"I don't think I can,"
she said in rather a strained voice.
"I beg your pardon, but I feel damnably sick. Or faint. I'm not sure which."
Judith jumped up. No, you are not going to faint, and if you are sick, I'll never forgive you. Wait, I'll get my smelling salts directly." She stopped and said,
"No, I forgot I gave them to that boy whose ear had been shot off. Oh, God, Bab, don't!
With the tears pouring down her own face, she flung her arms round Barbara, who had broken into a fit of gasping sobs. They clung together for a few moments, their torn nerves finding relief in this burst of weeping. But presently, each made an effort towards self-control. Sobs were resolutely swallowed, and two noses defiantly blown.
"The devil,"
Barbara said faintly.
"Where's that coffee?"
They smiled mistily at each other.
"We're tired,"
said Judith, crying like a couple of vapourish idiots. Her teeth chattered on the rim of her cup, but she gulped down a little of the coffee and felt better. Outside, the thunder still crashed and rumbled, and the rain streamed down the window panes. The butler had lit the candles in the room, and presently, seeing how the flashes of lightning made Judith wince, Barbara got up and drew the blinds together.
"The troops in this awful storm,"
Judith said.
"Will the rain never stop? I wonder where they are. The report this morning said that a renewal of the attack was expected."
"I am not afraid. We remained masters of the field last night, and now all the army is concentrated there."
"Very true.
We may hear of a victory at any moment now, I dare say." They relapsed into silence. The sound of carriage wheels in the street below roused them. The carriage drew up, apparently, at the house, and while Judith and Barbara were still looking at each other with a sudden question in their eyes, a double knock fell on the front door. Judith found that she was trembling, and saw that Barbara was gripping the arms of her chair with clenched fingers. Neither seemed capable of moving. Each was paper-white, staring at the other. But in another minute, the butler had opened the door and announced Miss Devonish and Mr. Fisher. Judith got up with a shudder of relief and turned to receive these unexpected guests. Miss Devonish, who was muffled in a long cloak, ran forward and caught both her friend's arms in a tight clasp.
"Oh, have you news?"
she panted.
"I could bear it no longer, all yesterday and today in this terrible uncertainty. I thought you might have heard something, that Colonel Audley might have been here."
Barbara's hands unclenched. She rose and walked over to the window under pretext of rearranging the blinds. No, we have not seen Charles since he left the ball, Judith replied. Colonel Canning was in last night, and told us then that up till 5 o'clock Charles was alive and unhurt. We have had no later tidings. She disengaged one hand and held it out to Mr. Fisher, who shook it warmly and embarked on a speech of apology for having intruded on her at such a time. She cut him short, assuring him that no apology could be thought necessary, and he said, in his unpolished yet kindly way, "That's it, I told my girl here you would be glad to see her. For my part, I'm a plain Englishman, and what I say is, let the Belgians run if they will, for it won't make a ha'porth of odds to our fellows. But the silly miss has been in such a taking, covering her ears every time the cannon sounded and jumping to the window whenever anyone passed in the street, that in the end I said to her, 'Lucy, my pet,' I said, 'rain or no rain, you'll pop on your cloak and we'll drive straight round to your good friend Lady Worth, and see what she may be able to tell us.'" "Indeed, you did quite right. I am only sorry that I am unable to give you any news. Since hearing of the Prussian defeat, no tidings of any kind have reached us, except such scraps we might pick up from the men who have got back from the battlefield." Lucy, who had sunk into a chair with her hands kneading one another in her lap, raised her head and asked in an amazed tone,
"You have been out in the streets?"
"Yes, Lady Barbara and I have been doing what we could for the wounded." Lucy shuddered.
"Oh, how I admire you! I could not. The sight of the blood, the wounds, I cannot bear to think of it."
Judith looked at her for an instant, in a kind of detached wonder. Raising her eyes, she encountered Barbara's across the room. A faint smile passed between them. In that moment of wordless understanding, each was aware of the bond which, no matter what might come, could never be quite broken between them. Mr. Fisher said,
"Well, I am sure you are a pair of heroines, no less. But I wonder his lordship would permit it, I do indeed. A lady's delicate sensibilities—"
"This is not a time for thinking of one's sensibilities," Judith interrupted. "But will you not be seated? I am glad to see you have not fled the town like some of our compatriots," he said heartily.
"No need to do that, I'll be bound. Why, if the Duke can't account for Boney and all his froggies, he's not the man I'd take him for, and so I tell my foolish girl here."
"Such sentiments do you credit," said Judith with mechanical civility. She glanced at Miss Devonish and added, "Do not be unnecessarily alarmed, Lucy. I believe we must by this time have heard had anything happened to my brother-in-law." Miss Devonish replied in a numb voice,
"Oh, yes. It must be so, of course. Only I hoped he might perhaps have been sent in with a message. It is of no consequence."
Judith could not resist glancing in Barbara's direction. She was standing back against the dark curtains, her eyes fixed on Lucy's face, with an expression in them of curious intentness. Judith looked away quickly and repeated, "I have not seen Charles since the ball."
"No."
Miss Devonish looked at Barbara. A little colour crept into her cheeks. She said, stumbling over the words,
"And you, Lady Barbara, I do not like to ask you, but you have heard nothing?"
"Nothing at all," Barbara replied.
"No, I quite realise. You must wonder at my asking you, but there are circumstances which—"
Her voice failed entirely. Indeed, her last words had been almost inaudible. She got up, flushing, and reminded her uncle that they had promised not to leave Mrs. Fisher for more than half an hour. He agreed that they must be going, and said in a rallying tone as he shook hands with Judith,
"Your ladyship will bear me out in assuring this little puss that there is no need for all this alarm. Ah, you may shake your head as much as you please, missy, but you won't make your old uncle believe that you haven't lost that soft art of yours to some handsome officer."
No answer was vouchsafed. Lucy pressed Judith's hand, bowed slightly to Barbara, and hurried out of the room. Mr. Fisher begged Judith not to think of accompanying them to the door, again thanked her for receiving him, became aware that the butler was holding open the door for him, and bowed himself out. A long, painful silence fell in the salon. Barbara had parted the curtains and was looking out into the street.
"It is still raining," she remarked presently.
"The thunder is less violent, I believe."
"Yes."
Judith sat down, smoothing a crease from her dress. She said, without raising her eyes from her skirt, "I do not believe he cares for her." It was a moment before Barbara answered. She said then, in a level tone,
"If he does, I have come by my deserts."
There could be no gainsaying it. Judith said with a wry smile, "I wanted him too, you know."
"Don't you still?"
"No. These days seem to have altered everything. I did not want to receive you in my house, but your strength has supported me as I would not have believed it could. Whatever happened in the past, or whatever is to happen in the future, I can never forget the comfort your presence is to me now." Barbara turned her head. "You are generous," she said, a note of mockery in her voice.
"But the other side of my character is true too. Don't set me up on a pedestal. I shall certainly tumble down from it."
At that moment, Worth came into the room. He had changed into dry clothes, and said in answer to Judith's surprised exclamation that he had come in while Mr. Fisher and Miss Devenish were sitting with her. The next question was inevitable. "Is there any news?" "Yes, there is news," he replied. "It is disquieting, but I believe it may be accounted for by the Prussian defeat. The Allied army is said to be retreating." Judith gazed at him in horror. Barbara said,
"The devil it is! Confound you, I don't believe it!"
"It is a pity your sanguine temperament is not shared by others," he said dryly. "The whole town is in an uproar. I'm informed on credible authority that as much as 100 Napoleons have been offered for a pair of horses to go to Antwerp." He flicked open his snuff-box and added in a languid tone, "My opinion of the human race has never been high, but the antics that are being performed at this moment exceed every expectation of folly with which I had previously indulged my fancy."
"I hope you observe that we, at least, are preserving our dignity," retorted Barbara.
"I do, and I am grateful to you."
"But Worth, a retreat!"
Judith cried.
"Don't disturb yourself, my love. Recollect that Wellington is a master in retreat. If the Prussians have fallen back, we must be obliged to do the same to maintain our communications with them. Until we hear that the retreat is a rout, I must, regretfully of course, decline to join the rabble on the road to Antwerp."
Judith could not help laughing, but said with a good deal of spirit, "Nothing indeed could be more odious. We certainly shall not talk of flight yet awhile." They dined at an early hour, but although both ladies were very tired from the exertions and the nervous stress they had undergone, neither could think of retiring to bed until further news had been received from the army. They sat in the salon, trying to occupy themselves with ordinary sewing tasks, until Worth, with a glance at the clock, got up, saying that he would walk round to Stewart's to discover if anything more had been heard. He left the room and went downstairs to the hall. At the same moment, the ladies heard a knock on the street door, followed an instant later by the confused murmur of voices in the hall. Chapter 20. Judith ran out to the head of the stairs. Worth called up to her,
"It is Charles, Judith, all is well."
"Oh, bring him up! Bring him up!"
she begged.
Charles, I am so thankful. Come up at once.
I'm in no fit state to enter your drawing-room, you know, Colonel Audley replied, in a tired but cheerful voice.
Good God, what does that signify?
She caught sight of him as she spoke, and exclaimed,
You are drenched to the skin. You must change your clothes immediately, or heaven knows what will become of you.
He mounted the stairs, and as he came into the light cast by a sconce of candles, Judith saw that his face was grey with fatigue, and his embroidered ball dress, which he still wore, saturated with rain and mud, a tear in one sleeve, and the wristband of his shirt stained with blood.
You are hurt,
she said quickly.
No, I assure you, I'm not. Nothing but a cut from a bayonet. It scarcely broke the skin. I am only sleepy, and very hungry, upon my honour.
You shall have dinner the instant you are out of those wet clothes,
she promised, taking his hand between both of hers and clasping it for a moment.
You are worn out. Oh dear Charles, the relief of knowing you to be safe.
She could say no more. He smiled, but seemed to have no energy to waste in answering her. Worth took him by the arm and led him towards the second pair of stairs.
Come along, he said. The appearance you present is quite appalling, believe me.
Judith ran back into the salon and tugged at the bell pull. Barbara was standing just inside the door, watching Colonel Audley as he mounted the stairs to his bedroom. She said with a shaky laugh,
His beautiful ball dress is quite ruined. When I think how smart he was, only 2 nights ago, it makes me want to weep. Was there ever anything so confoundedly silly?
Upstairs, Worth rang the bell for his valet and began to help the Colonel to peel off his sodden coat. Through the torn sleeve of a shirt that was clinging to his body could be seen a strip of sticking plaster covering a slash upon the upper arm. The blood had dried upon the shirt sleeve, and Audley winced a little as he stripped the shirt off.
I take it that's not serious, said Worth.
Good God, no. A scratch.
How did you come by it?
Trying to rally those damned Dutch Belgians,
replied the Colonel bitterly. He added, with the flash of a smile,
I don't know that I blame them, though. Poor devils. They got the brunt of it at the start, and then, to add to their troubles, what must some of our fellows do but mistake a party of them for the French and open fire on them? That's all the fault of their accursed uniforms, and those bell-topped shakos of theirs.
Where's the army?
Before Mont-Saint-Jean. Rather more than a couple of miles south of Waterloo, bivouacking for the night.
Worth raised his brows.
That seems somewhat close to Brussels.
No help for it. Old Blücher's gone 18 miles to his rear, to Havre. We had to do likewise, of course. But don't worry. We're in a better case than at Quatre Bras. The ground there was damnable for cavalry.
The valet came into the room just then, and conversation was suspended while the Colonel's mud-caked Hessians were pulled off, his pantaloons peeled from his legs, and warm water fetched to wash away the dirt and the sweat and the bloodstains from his tired body. By the time he came downstairs again in his service uniform, a tray had been brought to the salon and a table spread. He walked into the room just ahead of his brother, smiled rather wearily at Judith, and then saw Barbara standing by the fireplace. A frown creased his brow. His eyes, heavy and bloodshot, blinked at her in a puzzled way. His brain felt clogged. He did not know how she came to be there, and felt too tired to speculate much about the circumstance. A nightmare of estrangement lay between them, but he had been in the saddle almost continuously for 2 days, had taken part in a fierce battle against superior odds, and knew that perhaps the most serious engagement of his life was ahead of him. His mind refused to grapple with personal considerations. He merely held out his hand and said,
I didn't know you were here, Bab. How do you do?
Judith, who had expected some show at least of surprise, and had been prepared to whisk herself and Worth out of the room, felt that this calm greeting must affect Barbara like a douche of cold water. But Barbara just took the Colonel's hand and answered,
Yes, Charles, I am here.
Never mind that now. You are hungry and tired.
I don't know when I have been more so,
he admitted, turning from her and seating himself at the table. He accepted a plate of cold beef from Judith and added,
Both your brothers are safe. I think George got a scratch or two today, but nothing serious. I suppose Canning gave you an account of our engagement at Quatre Bras, Julian? Yes, and I heard more later from Creevy, who had seen Hamilton of Barnes's staff. Oh, did you?
said the Colonel, his mouth rather full of beef.
And I expect you know all that happened. Very briefly, Hamilton left the field before the engagement ended. The Guards settled it. Cook's division came up at about 6:30, I suppose. Maitland sent Lord Saltoun in with the light infantry of the brigade to clear Bossou Wood of the French, which he did. I don't really know where Byng's brigade was placed. It was almost impossible to make out anyone's position. One of Halkett's fellows told me they had seen the French actually sending a man galloping ahead to plant a flag as a point for their troops to charge on. No idea what the crops are like there. I've never seen rye grown to such a height. When did Halkett arrive? I collect you mean Sir Colin, not his brother. Yes, of course. Hugh Halkett's Hanoverians weren't at Quatre Bras at all. Alton brought up the 3rd Division somewhere between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, and, by God, they were not a moment too soon. Picton's division was pretty well crippled. I don't know which of the brigades suffered the most, Kempt's or Pack's. To make matters worse, Brunswick had been carried off the field and his men were badly shaken. Ulferman couldn't hold them, and they were retreating in a good deal of haste when old Halkett came up. You know Halkett? Or rather, you don't, but he told Ulferman without mincing matters what he thought of the retreat and brought the Brunswickers up under cover of a ditch, like the famous old fighter he is. And the Dutch Belgians? The Colonel shrugged. Well, there's no doubt Perponchet saved the situation by moving on Quatre Bras as he did, and Prince Bernhardt's Nassauers behaved splendidly. They had 1 horse battery with them, Stevenets, I think, and by Jove, those fellows were heroes. Bylant's brigade suffered rather severely at the start, and as for the rest, it's a case of the least said, the soonest mended. How did the Prince of Orange do? Ask Halkett, replied the Colonel with a wry smile. Poor slender Billy. He will get so excited. Worth refilled his glass. At his age, that was to be expected. What has he been up to? The Colonel drank some of the wine and picked up his knife and fork again. Oh, Halkett galloped forward to the front with one of his ADCs, saw a corps of cavalry forming, and of course returned at once to his brigade and gave the order to form squares. The 69th, that's Colonel Morris's regiment, were in the act of doing so when up came slender Billy and wanted to know what the devil they were about. Preparing to meet cavalry. Oh, cavalry be damned, says Billy. There's none within 5 miles of you, form column and deploy into line at once. Morris had no choice but to obey, of course. The regiment was actually engaged on the movement when about 800 cuirassiers came charging down on the brigade. The 30th and the 33rd were firmly in square, but the cuirassiers rode right through the unfortunate 60th. Scattered the Belgian and Brunswick cavalry, got as far as Quatre Bras itself, and completely turned our position. If it hadn't been for the Duke's directing the 92nd Highlanders himself, God knows what might not have happened. Yes, we heard about that, but not about the Prince's folly. You might not. Don't spread the story. I happened to have been sent with a message to Halkett just before the charge, and was in one of the squares beside him. Paul Morris was killed, and scores of others. Then you had no cavalry at all to withstand the French attacks? No, that was the devil of it. The Lancers cut up Pack's Highlanders horribly. But you can't shake the fighting division. When Picton retired at last, it was in perfect order. But the loss has been shocking in his whole division. By 9 o'clock, we outnumbered the French. I saw Ney myself several times. He kept on rallying his infantry and hurling it against us, behaving more like a madman than a corps commander, we thought. In the end, he gave it up and drew off, and we bivouacked for the night.
He pushed his plate aside and reached out a hand for the cheese.
The Duke spent the night at Genappe. We had no news from the Prussians. Harding was badly wounded at Ligny, and was hors de combat. It turned out that Blücher did send an officer to us overnight, but he got wounded and never reached us. Gordon was sent off down the Namur Road with a half squadron of the 10th the first thing this morning to see what intelligence he could gain. He got as far as a place called Tilly, found that the whole Prussian army was retreating on Wavre, and that the French were in force about 2 miles distant. He got back somewhere about 8 o'clock, and that was the first news we had of the Prussian corps, and must have been about 40,000 strong. What happened to that corps yesterday we can't make out. We saw it going off towards Ligny, but it doesn't seem to have been engaged at all. As for us, we had only 25,000 after the flight of the Dutch, but instead of renewing the attack, Ney did nothing. At 10 o'clock, the Duke ordered the infantry to retire in successive brigades through the defile of Genappe to the position of Mont-Saint-Jean. This they did in perfect order, all except 2 battalions of the 95th Rifles, which the Duke kept at Quatre Bras with the cavalry. He gave a grin, swallowed a mouthful of bread and cheese, and said, "Old Hooky sat down to read the letters and newspapers from England which had arrived, and then went to sleep by the side of the road, with a paper spread over his face. When he woke up, he had another look at the enemy through his glass, and found them still not under arms. We began to think they might possibly be retreating. However, about 2 o'clock, Vivian, who was with the Duke, saw a glitter of steel in the sunlight in the direction of Ligny, and we found that it was caused by huge masses of cavalry moving towards us. At the same time, Ney began to show himself on our front. By the by, it was the most curious effect I ever saw in my life. There was an enormous storm cloud blowing up from the north. We were all in a sort of twilight, but the sun was still shining on the French. Queerest thing I ever saw. The Duke ordered the cavalry and the horse artillery and the rifles to fall back steadily, and went on ahead to dine at Genappe, leaving Uxbridge to do the business, which he did beautifully, withdrawing the cavalry in 3 columns and keeping Norman Ramsay's troop to guard the rear. We heard the guns in Genappe just about the time the storm burst, and I went back to see what was happening. Apparently the French opened fire on us, but without doing much damage. They seemed to be concentrating their attacks on our centre column, Somerset's and Ponsonby's heavy brigades, and a rearguard of the 7th Hussars and the 23rd Light Dragoons. By the time they were drawn up on the high ground beyond Genappe, the French lancers were in the town. Uxbridge sent in the 7th to clear them out. They were driven back, rallied, went in again gallantly, time after time, but suffered pretty severely. Uxbridge withdrew them at last, and ordered the Light Dragoons to advance. But as they didn't seem to relish the task, he snapped out, "The Life Guards shall have this honour," and ordered them up. Of course, they asked nothing better than to show us what Hyde Park soldiers could do. Uxbridge sent a couple of squadrons into the town. They rode in like thunderbolts, magnificent to watch, and completely overthrew the lancers.
"George," Barbara said. He turned his head, as though suddenly recollecting her presence.
Yes, he took part in it. He was not hurt, merely plastered with mud.
He smiled, and said, looking at Worth again,
"That was the funniest part of the business. The Life Guards getting tumbled in the mud. I never remember such a storm. Within half an hour the horses were sinking to their knees, and some of the fields looked like lakes. The 95th were watching the Life Guards from beyond the town. You know what the riflemen are. Kincaid swore that every time one of them suffered a fall, he got up, covered in mud, and retired to the rear as though no longer fit to appear on parade. I can tell you they had to bear a good deal of roasting. Some of the fellows of the 95th shouted to them, 'The uglier, the better the soldier,' which is one of our peninsular sayings. However, even if they did look absurdly ashamed of their dirt, they did famously."
There was no serious engagement?
No, nothing but very pretty manoeuvres and skirmishing. Uxbridge is a good man. And what's more, his work today has given his men faith in him. While all the skirmishing was going on, Whinyates began firing off his beloved rockets with the idea of amusing our cavalry, drawn up beyond Genappe. The main thing was that it didn't amuse the French at all. They hate rockets.
"What are rockets?" asked Judith, who was sitting with her chin in her hands, listening to him.
Well, they're just rockets, replied the colonel vaguely. No use asking me, I'm not an artilleryman. All I know is that they're fired from a small iron triangle which is set up wherever you want it. Port fire is applied, the horrid thing begins to spit sparks and wriggle its tail as though it were alive, and then suddenly darts off. I'm frightened to death of the things. You never know where they will go. Even Wynyates admits that no two of them ever follow the same course. They go whizzing off, and if you are lucky, the shells in their heads burst among the French. But they have been known to turn back on themselves, and one fellow swears one chased him about like a squib, and nearly was the end of him.
He pushed back his chair from the table and stood up and went to the window, drawing back the curtains a little way. The rain still beat against the panes.
A Wellington night,
he said, and let the curtain fall back into place. He looked over his shoulder at Worth.
I want one of your horses, Julian. My poor brute could scarcely stand up under me when I brought him in. You had better take the bay. He's a stayer. You may not see him again, said the colonel, with the flicker of a smile. I dare say I shan't. How many have you lost so far? Only one. Judith, will you let me raid the larder? We're devilish short of rations.
Of course, take what you want,
she answered readily.
But must you go back yet? Is it not possible for you to rest for a while?
He shook his head.
No. I must be back at headquarters by midnight, you know. It's nearly 10 now, and in this wet and darkness it will take me 2 hours or more. Where are the Duke's headquarters? Asked Worth. At Waterloo.
He picked up his cloak from the chair on which he had laid it, and clasped it round his neck. His cocked hat in its oilskin cover lay ready to his hand. He tucked it under his arm, and said, with a little hesitation,
Judith, if you should see Miss Devenish.
He paused, as though he did not know how to continue.
I shall, I expect,
she replied.
Do you desire some message to her?
No. Only that I wish you to tell her that you have seen me tonight, and that all is well.
Certainly,
she said.
Thank you. Don't forget, will you?
He kissed her cheek in a brotherly fashion, and said, with something of his old gaiety,
You are a capital creature, you know. You understand how important it is to feed a man well.
Cold beef,
she protested.
Nothing could have been better, I assure you. Don't be alarmed if you hear some cannonading tomorrow. We shall have at least one Prussian corps with us, and we don't mean to lose this war, I promise you.
He gave her shoulder a pat, and turned towards Barbara. She was looking pale, but perfectly composed, and held out her hand. He took it.
I don't know why you are here, but I'm glad you are,
he said.
Forgive me if I seem dull and stupid. There is so much to say, but I've not time, and this is not the moment. I believe your friend Lavis to be unhurt. I should have told you before.
I am glad, but he is not so much my friend that it can concern me.
Tired of him, Bab?
He said. She winced. He said at once,
I'm sorry, that was shockingly rude of me.
His hand gripped hers more tightly.
Goodbye, my dear. Now, Worth, if you please.
He released her hand and turned from her to his brother. The corner of his heavy cloak just brushed her dress as he swung round on a spurred heel. He took Worth's arm and walked to the door with him.
I'll take a couple of bottles of your champagne, Julian,
he said, and the next instant was gone from Barbara's sight. She heard his voice on the stairs as he went down with Worth.
By the by, the 10th did damned well today. They might have been on the parade ground. However, the rain put an end to the skirmishing.
Judith walked quickly to the door and shut it.
Skirmishing? Champagne!
She said, with a strong indignation.
How could he? As though he had not a thought in his head but of divisions and brigades and regiments.
He hasn't, said Barbara. When I think of the suspense you have been in, what you have suffered from the circumstance of... And he behaved as though nothing were of the least consequence but this dreadful war. Barbara gave a laugh. Is anything else of consequence? I like him for that. You are made to be a soldier's wife. I was put out of all patience. Oh, Pab, that message. What can he have meant by it? Barbara looked at her with glinting eyes, and the lifting smile that meant danger. I could take him away from that chit in a week. Less. A day. I dare say you might. Indeed, I've no doubt of it. But I wish you would not talk so. Do not alarm yourself, I shan't do it. Only he comes safe back. He may have her. Yes. And I'll smile and be glad. Her face broke up. She cried out, No, not that. But I won't make mischief. I promise I won't make mischief. 20 minutes later, Worth re-entered the room to find both ladies seated on the sofa in companionable silence. He said, in his calm way, Take my advice and go to bed. There is no danger tonight. But I may be obliged to convey you to the coast tomorrow. So get what rest you can now. Has Charles gone? Judith asked. Yes, and your Sunday dinner with him. Oh dear. But it does not signify. I wish it would stop raining. I do not like to think of him riding all that way in this downpour. He will do very well, I assure you. If you wish to be pitying anyone, pity the poor devils who are bivouacking out in the open tonight. She rose. I do pity them. Come, Bab. He is right. We should go to bed. The words were hardly spoken when they heard a knock on the street door. Even Worth looked a little surprised, and raised his brows. The butler had not yet retired to bed. They heard him go to the door and open it, and a moment later the stairs creaked under his heavy tread. He entered the salon, but before he could announce the visitor, Lucy Devonish had rushed past him into the room. A wet cloak and hood enveloped her. She was pale and evidently in great agitation. She looked wildly round the room, and then, fixing her eyes on Judith's astonished countenance, faltered, My uncle heard that Colonel Audley had been at Sir Charles Stuart's. He has been there, and here too, but I am afraid he has this moment gone, said Judith. My dear child, surely you did not come alone, and in this shocking storm. Let me take your cloak. How imprudent this is of you. Oh, I know, but I could not sleep without trying to get news. No one knows that I am not in my bed. It is wrong of me, but indeed I had to come. Judith removed the dripping cloak from her shoulders. Hush, Lucy. There is no need for this alarm. Charles is safe, and all is well, upon my honour. Miss Devonish pushed the hair from her brow with one distracted hand. I ran the whole way. I hoped to see him, but it is no matter. She made an effort to be calm, and sank down upon a chair, saying, I am so glad he is safe. Did he tell you what had been happening? Was there any news? What did he say? Yes, indeed. He has been describing to us how our army has been obliged to retreat to Mont-Saint-Jean. It appears there has been no very serious fighting today, nothing but some cavalry skirmishes, which he said were extremely pretty, if you please. Oh, please tell me. We've had so little all day, you see, Lucy said with a forced laugh. There was nothing of any consequence, my dear. Indeed, from what he said, I gathered that only some hussars and the lifeguards have been actually engaged with the enemy. Charles himself... She stopped, for Lucy had sprung up, her face so ghastly and her manner so distraught that for a moment Judith almost feared that she had taken leave of her senses. Charles! What is he to me? Lucy said hoarsely. It is George! George! Was there no word, no message for me? Lady Barbara, for God's sake, tell me, or I shall go mad with the suspense. George! Gasped Judith, grasping a chair back for support. Yes, George! Lucy cried fiercely.
I can bear no more. I must know what has become of him, I tell you.
He is perfectly safe, said Barbara coolly. Lucy gave a long sigh and dropped onto the sofa.
Oh, thank God. Thank God,
she sobbed.
What I have undergone, the torture, the suspense.
Across the room, Barbara's eyes met Judith's for a moment. Then she glanced down at Lucy's bowed head and said,
Oh, confound you. Must you cry because he is safe?
Judith stepped up to the sofa and laid her hand on Lucy's shoulder.
Lucy, what is this folly? She asked. What can Lord George be to you?
Lucy lifted her face from her hands.
He is my husband,
she said. A dumbfounded silence fell. Barbara was staring at her with narrowed eyes, Judith in utter incredulity. With deliberation, the Earl polished his quizzing glass and raised it and gazed at Lucy in a dispassionately considering fashion.
George actually married you?
Said Barbara slowly.
When?
Last year. In England,
Lucy replied, covering her face with her hands.
Then all these months,
Judith ejaculated.
Good God! How is this possible? It is true. I am aware of what your feelings must be, but, oh, if you knew how bitterly I have been punished, you would pity me.
I do not know what to say. It is not for me to reproach you, but what can have prompted you to commit such an act of folly? Why this long secrecy? I am utterly at a loss.
Ah, you are not acquainted with my grandfather, said Barbara. The secrecy is easily explained. What, however, passes my comprehension is how the devil you persuaded George into marriage.
He loves me,
Lucy said, rearing up her head.
He must indeed do so. Odd. I should not have thought you the girl to catch his fancy.
Oh, Bab, pray hush, besought Judith.
Nonsense! If Miss Devonish, I beg pardon, if Lady George has become my sister, the sooner she grows accustomed to the language I use, the better it will be. So, George was afraid to confess the whole to my grandfather, was he?
Yes. I cannot tell you all, but you must not blame him. Mine was the fault. I allowed myself to be swept off my feet. The marriage took place in Sussex. George was in the expectation of gaining his promotion.
Ah, I begin to understand you. My grandfather was to have given him the purchase money, eh? Instead, he was obliged to spend in hushing up the Caraway affair, and was disinclined to assist George further.
Yes,
said Lucy.
Everything went awry. That scandal. But all that is over now. Indeed, George loves me, and there can be no more such affairs.
My poor innocent.
But continue. He said we must wait. His circumstances were awkward. There were debts, and I was unhappily aware of my uncle's dislike of him. I feared nothing but anger could be met with in that quarter. My uncle thinks him a spendthrift, and that, in his eyes, outweighs every consideration of birth or title. To have declared our marriage would have meant George's ruin. But the misery of my position, the necessity of deceiving my uncle and my aunt, the wretchedness of stolen meetings with George, all these led to lowness of spirits in me, and in him, the natural irritation of a man tied in such a way to one who—
Her utterance was choked by sobs. She overcame them and continued.
Misunderstandings, even quarrels arose between us. I began to believe that he regretted a union entered into so wrongly. When my uncle and aunt decided to come to Brussels in January, I accompanied them willingly, feeling that nothing could be worse than the life I was then leading. But the separation seemed to draw us closer together. When George arrived in this country, all the love which I thought had waned seemed in an instant to reanimate towards me. He would have declared our marriage then. It was I who insisted on the secret still being kept. Think me what you will. I deserve your censure, but my courage failed. Situated as I was in the midst of this restricted society, believed by all to be a single woman, I could not face the scandal that such a declaration would have caused. I was even afraid to be seen in his company, lest anyone should suspect an attachment to exist between us. All the old wretchedness returned. George, only to tease me into yielding, began to devote himself to other and more beautiful females. I've come near to putting an end to my existence, even. Then the war broke out. I saw George at the Duchess's ball. Every misunderstanding seemed to vanish, but we had so little time together. He was forced to leave me. Had it not been for Colonel Audley's promising to send me word if he could, I must have become demented.
Then Charles knew? Judith exclaimed.
Yes, on the very night that his engagement was put an end to, he found me in great distress and persuaded me to confide in him. His nature, so frank and upright, must have revolted from the duplicity of mine, but he uttered no word of blame. His sympathy for my situation, the awkwardness of which he understood immediately. His kindness, I cannot speak of it. I had engaged his silence as the price of my confidence. His promise was given and implicitly kept.
Good God, said Judith blankly. She raised her eyes from Lucy's face and looked at Barbara. She gave an uncertain laugh. Oh, Bab, the fools we have been.
Yes, and the wretch Charles has been. Infamous.
Barbara walked up to the sofa and laid her hand on Lucy's shoulder.
Dry your tears. Your marriage is in the best tradition of my family, I assure you.
Lucy clasped her hand.
Can you ever forgive me?
What the devil has my forgiveness to do with it? You have not injured me. I wish you extremely happy.
How kind you are. I do not deserve to be happy.
You are very unlikely to be,
said Barbara, somewhat dryly.
George will make you a damnable husband.
Oh, no. No. If only he is not killed.
Lucy shuddered. It was some time before she could regain her composure, and nearly an hour before she left the house. Worth had ordered the horses to be put to, and undertook to escort her to her uncle's lodgings. Judith and Barbara found themselves alone at last.
Well, Barbara said, you will allow that, at least, I never contracted a secret marriage?
I have never been so deceived in anyone in my life, Judith replied, in a shocked tone. Chapter 21. Colonel Audley reached the village of Waterloo a few minutes before midnight. The road through the forest of Soignes, though roughly paved down the centre, was in a bad state, the heavy rainfall having turned the uncobbled portions on either side of the pavé into bogs which in places were impassable. Wagons and tilt cars were some of them deeply embedded in mud, and some overturned after coming into collision with the Belgian cavalry in their flight earlier in the day. In the darkness, it was necessary for a horseman to pick his way carefully. The contents of the wagons in some cases strewed the road. Here and there a cart, with two of its wheels in the air, lay across the pavé, and several horses which had fallen in one of the mad rushes for safety had been shot, and now sprawled in the mud at the sides of the chaussée. The rain dripped ceaselessly from the leaves of the beech trees, The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, and only by the glimmer of lanterns slung on the wagons lining the road was it possible to discern the way. At Waterloo, lights burned in many of the cottage windows, but there was not a dwelling place in the village, or in any of the hamlets nearby, which did not house a general and his staff, or senior officers who had been fortunate enough to secure a bed or a mattress under cover. The tiny inn, owned by Veuve Bedonguien, opposite the church, was occupied by the Duke, and here the colonel dismounted. A figure loomed up to meet him.
"Is it yourself, sir?"
his groom inquired anxiously, holding up a lantern.
"Aye, if that's not his lordship's Rufus."
The colonel gave up the bridle.
Yes, rub him down well, Cherry.
The faint crackle of musketry fire in the distance came to his ears.
What's all this popping?
Cherry gave a grunt.
"Proper spiteful they've been all evening. Pickets, they tell me." "Well," I said, "we didn't do such in Spain, that's all I know."
The colonel turned away and entered the inn. An orderly informed him that the Duke was still up, and he went into a room in the front of the house to make his report. The Duke was seated at a table, with Delancey at his elbow, looking over a map of the country. Lord Fitzroy occupied a chair on one side of the fire and was placidly writing on his knee. He looked up as the colonel came in and smiled.
"Hello, Audley,"
said his lordship.
"What's the news in Brussels?" "There's been a good deal of panic, sir. The news of our retreat sent hundreds off to Antwerp,"
replied the colonel, handing over the letters he had brought.
"Ah, I dare say. Road bad?" "Yes, sir, and needs clearing. In places it's choked with baggage and overturned carts. I spoke to one of our own drivers, and it seems the Belgian cavalry upset everything in their way when they galloped to Brussels." "I'll have it cleared first thing," Delancey said. "It's the fault of those rascally Flemish drivers. There's no depending on them."
Sir Colin Campbell came into the room, and upon seeing Audley, remarked that there was some cold pie to be had. The Duke nodded dismissal, and the colonel went off to a room upstairs, which was occupied by Gordon and Colonel Canning. A fire had been lit in the grate, and several wet garments were drying in front of it. Occasionally it belched forth a puff of acrid wood smoke, which mingled with the blue smoke of the two officers' cigars, and made the atmosphere in the small apartment extremely thick. Gordon was lying on a mattress in his shirt-sleeves, with his hands linked behind his head, and Canning was sprawling in an ancient armchair by the fire, critically inspecting a crumpled coat which was hung over a chair back to dry.
"Welcome to our humble quarters," said Canning. "Don't be afraid, you'll soon get used to the smoke."
"What a reek,"
said Audley. "Why the devil don't you open the window?"
"A careful reconnaissance," Gordon informed him, "has revealed the fact that the window is not made to open. What are you concealing under your cloak?"
The colonel grinned and produced his bottles of champagne, which he sat down on the table.
"Canning, tell the orderly downstairs to get hold of some glasses,"
said Gordon, sitting up.
"Hi, Charles, don't put that wet cloak of yours anywhere near my coat."
Canning hitched the coat off the chair back and tossed it to its owner.
"It's dry. We have a very nice billet here, Charles. Try this chair. I daren't sit in it any longer for fear of being too sore to sit in the saddle tomorrow."
Colonel Audley spread his cloak over the chair back, sat down on the edge of the truckle bed against the wall, and began to pull off his muddied boots.
"I'm going to sleep," he replied. "In fact, I rather think that I'm asleep already. Where's Slender Billy?" "At Abèche. Horses at l'Espinette."
The colonel wiped his hands on a large handkerchief, took off his coat, and stretched himself full length on the patchwork quilt.
"What do they stuff their mattresses with here?" he inquired. "Turnips?"
"We rather suspect mangel-wurzels," replied Canning.
"Did you hear the pickets enjoying themselves when you came in?"
"Damned fools,"
said Audley. "What's the sense of it?" "There ain't any. But if the feeling in our lines and the French lines tonight is anything to go by, we're in for a nasty affair tomorrow."
"Well, I don't approve of it,"
said Gordon, raising himself on his elbow to throw the stub of his cigar into the fire. We used to manage things much better in Spain.
Do you remember those fellows of ours who used to leave a bowl out with a piece of money in it every night for the French vedette to take in exchange for cognac? Now that's what I call a proper, friendly way of conducting a war. There wasn't anything very friendly about our fellows the night the French took the money without filling the bowl,
Audley remarked.
Have the French all come up?
Can't say, replied Canning. There's been a good deal of artillery arriving on their side, judging from the rumbling I heard when I was on the field half an hour ago. Queer thing. Our fellows have lit campfires as usual, but there isn't one to be seen in the French lines.
Poor devils,
said Audley, and shut his eyes. Downstairs, the Duke was also stretched on his bed, having dropped asleep with that faculty he possessed of snatching rest anywhere and at any time. At 3 o'clock, Lord Fitzroy woke him with the intelligence that Baron Muffling had come over from his quarters with a dispatch from Marshal Blücher at Wavre. The Duke sat up and swung his legs to the ground.
What's the time? 3 o'clock? Time to get up. How's the weather?
Clearing a little, sir.
Good.
His lordship pulled on his hessians, shrugged himself into his coat, and strode into the adjoining room, where Muffling awaited him.
Hello, Baron. Fitzroy tells me the weather's beginning to clear. It is very bad still, however, and the ground in many places a morass. My people call this sort of thing Wellington weather, observed his lordship. It always rains before my battles. What's the news from the Marshal? Hope he's no worse.
The Marshal Prince had been last heard of as prostrate from the results of having been twice ridden over by cavalry when his horse was shot under him at Ligny. It would not have been surprising had an old gentleman of over 70 years of age succumbed to this rough usage, but Marshal Forwards was made of stern stuff. He was dosing himself with a concoction of his own, in which garlic figured largely, and had every intention of leading his army in person again. He had ordered General Bülow to march at daybreak through Wavre en Chapelle Saint-Lambert, with the 2nd Army Corps in support, and wrote asking for information and promising support. After a short conference with the Duke, Muffling went back to his own quarters to send off the intelligence that was wanted, and to represent to General Gneisenau, in the plainest language, the propriety of moving to the support of the Allied army without any loss of time. The Duke, apparently quite refreshed by his short nap, sat down to write letters.
Pray keep the English quiet if you can, he wrote to Sir Charles Stewart. Let them all be prepared to move, but neither be in a hurry nor a fright, as all will yet turn out well.
But his lordship had not forgotten the bugbear of his right wing. Only a few hours earlier, he had sent orders to General Colville at Braine-le-Comte to retire upon Halle, and had instructed Prince Frederick to defend the position between Halle and Enghien for as long as possible. It was his opinion that Bonaparte's best strategy would be to outflank him and seize Brussels by a coup de main.
Il se peut que l'ennemi nous tourne par Halle, he wrote to the Duc de Berry. Si cela arrive, je prie votre Altesse Royale de marcher sur Anvers et de vous cantonner dans le voisinage.
His lordship found time to send a note to his Brussels flirt, too. His indefatigable pen warned that her family ought to make preparations to leave Brussels, but added,
I will give you the earliest intimation of any danger that may come to my knowledge. At present, I know of none.
His letters, all written and dispatched, his final dispositions checked, the Duke sent for his shaving water, and Thornhill, his phlegmatic cook, began to prepare breakfast. His lordship was notoriously indifferent to the food he ate. He had, in fact, once consumed a bad egg at breakfast before one of his battles in Spain, merely remarking in a preoccupied tone when he had finished it,
By the by, Fitzroy, is that egg of yours fresh? For mine was quite rotten.
But Thornhill had his pride to consider, and might be trusted to concoct a palatable meal out of the most unpromising materials. Just before the Duke left his headquarters, a lieutenant of hussars rode into Waterloo at a gallop, and flung himself out of the saddle at the door of the little inn. His gay dress was generously splattered with mud, but Colonel Audley, leaning against the doorpost, had no difficulty in recognising an officer of his own regiment, and hailed him immediately.
Hello, where are you from?
The lieutenant saluted.
Lindsay, sir, of Captain Taylor's squadron on picket duty at Smoa. Message for his lordship from General Bülow.
Come in, then. What's the news at the front?
Nothing much our way, sir. It's stopped raining, but there's a heavy mist lying on the ground. Captain Taylor saw 2 corps of French cavalry in close column, dismounted within a carbine shot of our vedette, and a patrol of heavy cavalry moving off to the east. To feel for the Prussians, he supposed. Captain Taylor had just moved our squadron into Smoar village when a Prussian officer with a patrol arrived with the news that General Bülow's corps was advancing and was 3/4 of a league distant. Captain Taylor sent me off at once with the intelligence.
You'll be welcome, said the colonel, and handed him over to Lord Fitzroy. The Duke set out to join the army at an early hour and was accompanied by a numerous suite. In addition to his aide-de-camp, a brilliant corps diplomatique rode with him, in all the splendour of their various uniforms. Prussia, Austria, Spain, the Netherlands, and little Sardinia were represented in the persons of Barons Muffling and Vincent, Generals Pozzo di Borgo and Alava, Counts von Raeder and Daglier, and their satellites. Orders and gold lace glittered, and plumes waved about his lordship, a neat, plain figure, mounted on a hollow-backed horse of little beauty and few manners. The Duke, whom his troops had christened Beau du Roi, was dressed with his usual care and complete absence of ostentation in a blue frock, short blue cloak, white pantaloons, and tasselled hessians. The only touch of dandyism he affected was a white cravat instead of a black stock. His low-crowned cocked hat had no plume, but bore beside the black cockade of England 3 smaller ones in the colours of Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands. He held his telescope in his hand, and sat an ugly horse with no particular grace. His lordship cared nothing for the appearance of his horse.
There may be faster horses, no doubt, many handsomer, he said, but for bottom and endurance I never saw his fellow.
Indeed, he had paid a long price for Copenhagen, and had used him continually in Spain. He was an unpleasant brute to ride, but he seemed to delight in going into action, and evinced far more delight at the sight of the troops than the troops felt at his too near approach.
"Take care of that there horse! We know him!"
said the Peninsular veterans, keeping wary eyes on his powerful hindquarters.
"He kicks out!"
The position which the Allied army had taken up on the previous night was some 2 miles south of Waterloo, before the village of Mont-Saint-Jean, and immediately in rear of the hollow road which led westward from Wavre to the village of Braine-l'Alleud. The ground had been surveyed the preceding year, and a map drawn of it, and although it was not perhaps ideal, it possessed one feature at least which commended it to the Duke. It fell away in a gentle declivity to the north, which enabled his lordship to keep all but the front lines of his troops out of sight of the enemy. The hollow road, which dipped in some places between steep, hedge-crowned banks, was intersected by the chaussée leading from Brussels to Charleroi, and further west by the main road from Nivelles, which joined the chaussée at Mont-Saint-Jean. In itself, it nearly everywhere constituted the front line of the position, but there were several outposts, like bastions, dotted along the position. On the extreme left, there were the farm of Terre-la-Haye and the village of Papelotte, occupied by Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar's Nassau troops. On the left centre, situated 300 yards south of the hollow road, upon the western side of the Charleroi chaussée, was La Haye Sainte, a semi-fortified farm, with a garden and orchard attached, and on the right, where the hollow road took a southerly bend before crossing the Nivelles highway, was the chateau and wood of Huguemont, whose main gate gave on to the short avenue leading to the Nivelles road, down which, so short a time before, Lady Worth had driven in an open barouche on an expedition of pleasure. The country was undulating, and to the east of the Charleroi road, a valley separated the Allied front line from the ridge, where as soon as day broke, French troops could be seen assembling. To the west of the chaussée, the banks of the hollow road became less steep. Behind Huguemont, and overlooking it, was a high plateau, bounded on the right by the ravine through which the Nivelles road ran. Across this road, another plateau was occupied by Lord Hill's corps, drawn back en potence, and occupying the villages of Braine-l'Alleud and Merbebrenne. The army, retreating to this position through the storm of the previous afternoon, had spent a miserable night, exposed to a downpour that turned the ground into a bog, saturated coats and blankets, and streamed through the canvas tents. Straw, beanstalks, sheaves of rye and barley had been collected by the men to form mattresses, but nothing could keep the wet out. Gunners sought shelter under the gun carriages, infantrymen huddled together under the lee of hedges, and many, abandoning all attempt to sleep, sat round the campfires, deriving what comfort they could from their pipes, and a comparison of these conditions with those endured in Spain. Peninsular veterans assured the Johnny Newcomes that the miseries they were undergoing were as nothing to the sufferings met with in the Pyrenees. One or two recalled the retreat of Sir John Moore's army upon Corunna, till the raw recruits, listening wide-eyed to the description of forced marches, barefoot over mountain passes deep in snow, began to feel that they were not so very badly off after all. No rations had been served out overnight, but quite a number of skinny fowls had been looted by seasoned campaigners, and were broiled in kettles over the campfires. The rain ceased shortly before daybreak, but the atmosphere was vapoury and heavy with damp. Men got up from their sodden beds, shaking as though with ague, their garments clammy over their numb bodies, and their teeth rattling in their heads with a chill that seemed to have penetrated into their very bones. A double allowance of gin served out at dawn helped to bring a little warmth to them, but there were some who, lying down exhausted the night before, did not wake in the morning. The vicious spitting of musketry had sounded up and down the line of pickets at intervals during the night, but with the daylight a general popping began, as the men fired their pieces in the air to clean the barrels of rust. The vedettes and the sentries were withdrawn. Optimists declared the weather to be fairing up. Old soldiers became busy drying their clothes and cleaning their arms. Young soldiers stared over the dense mist in the valley, to the ridge where the French were beginning to show themselves. At 5 o'clock, drums, bugles and trumpets all along the 2-mile front sounded the assembly. Staff officers were seen galloping in every direction. Brigades began to move into their positions. Here a regiment of light dragoons changed ground, there a battalion of blue-coated Dutch Belgians marched along the hollow road with their quick, swinging step, or a troop of horse artillery thundered over the ground to a position in the front line. A breakfast of stirabout was served to the men. A detachment of riflemen, posted in a sandpit on the left side of the Charleroi road, immediately south of its junction with the hollow road, began to make an abattis across the chaussee with branches of trees. A tumble-down cottage on the main road, between Mont-Saint-Jean and the hollow way, had been occupied during the night by the colonel of the 95th Rifles, and some of his officers and men had kindled a fire against one of its walls, and had boiled a huge camp kettle full of tea, milk and sugar over it. The Duke stopped there for a cup of this sticky beverage on his way from Waterloo, and Colonel Audley, standing beside his horse and also sipping tea from a pannikin, found himself accosted by Captain Kincaid, whose invincible gaiety did not seem to have been in the least impaired by a night spent in the pouring rain. He had slept soundly, waking to find his clothes drenched and his horse, which he had tethered to a sword stuck in the ground, gone.
"Just drew his sword and marched off," he said. "Did you ever hear of an adjutant going into action without his horse? You might as well go without your arms."
"Johnny, you crazy coot," the colonel exclaimed, laughing.
"How was I to know the brute had no proper feeling towards me? He's a low fellow. I found him hobnobbing half a mile off with a couple of artillery horses."
"You know, you have the luck of the devil," the colonel told him.
"I have, haven't I? You'd said I might as well have looked for a needle in a haystack as for one horse in this mob. Have some more tea? That kettle of ours ought to get its brevet for devotion to duty. It has supplied every one of the bigwigs with tea, from the Duke downwards."
"No, I won't have any more. Where are you stationed?"
"Oh, right in the forefront. Our 2nd and 3rd battalions have been drafted to General Adam, and I believe we're over there on the right wing," replied Kincaid,
with an airy gesture to the west.
But the rest of us are going to occupy a snug sandpit and the knoll behind it on the chaussee, opposite to La Haye Sainte. I've had a look at the position. We shall have a right resting on the chaussee, and as far as I can see, we ought to get the brunt of whatever the French mean to give us.
Well, that'll give you something to brag about, said the colonel, handing over his empty pannikin. Good luck to you, Johnny.
At 9 o'clock, the Duke rode from end to end of the position, inspecting the disposition of the troops and making final alterations. There being as yet no sign of the Prussians advancing from the east, 2 brigades of light cavalry, Sir Hussey Vivian's hussars and Sir John Vandeleur's dragoons, had been posted to guard the left flank, until the Prussians should arrive to relieve them. On Vandeleur's right, Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar's brigade of Nassau and Orange Nassau troops held the advance posts of Papillotte and Terre-la-Haye. Behind him, Finke and Best's Hanoverians were ranged. Next came Pack's Highlanders, a skeleton of the brigade which had marched out of Brussels on June 15th, and Kempt's almost equally depleted 8th Brigade. These troops, with Finke's Landwehr battalions, made up the 5th Division under Sir Thomas Picton, and occupied the left centre of the line. In support, some way behind the line, on the downward slope of the ground to the rear, Sir William Ponsonby's Union Brigade of English, Scots and Irish dragoons was drawn up, with Guigny's brigade of light cavalry some little way behind them. The hollow road, at this point, dipped between steep banks, crowned on the northern side by straggling hedges which afforded cover for the division. On the southern slope of the bank, closing the interval between Pack's right and Kempt's left, was placed Count Bylandt's brigade of Dutch Belgians, in an uncomfortably exposed position, looking across the valley to the ridge occupied by the French. Kempt's right lay in the angle formed by the chaussee and the hollow road from Wavre. The 1st Battalion of the 95th Rifles was attached to the brigade, and their light troops were posted in a sandpit almost opposite La Haye Sainte, and on the knoll behind it, considerably in advance of the line. La Haye Sainte itself, situated 300 yards south of the crossroad, abutted directly onto the chaussee, and was occupied by the 2nd Light Battalion of Ompteda's Germans, under Major Bering. Beyond its white walls and blue-tiled roof, the main Charleroi road descended into the valley, and rose again to where, on the southern ridge, the farm of La Belle Alliance could be seen from the Allied line. The chaussee, cutting through the centre of the Allied line, separated Picton's division from Sir Charles Alten's, drawn up to the west of it. Colonel von Ompteda's brigade of the King's German Legion lay with its left against the chaussee, and with La Haye Sainte in its immediate front. Next came Count Kielmansegg's Hanoverian line battalions, and west of them, where the hollow road began to curve southwards, was Sir Colin Halkett's brigade of 1 Highland and 3 English regiments. From Halkett's right, to where the Nivelles road crossed the hollow way, the ground was strongly held by Cook's division of British Guards, occupying the high ground behind and overlooking the Chateau of Huguemont. 7 companies of the Coldstream, under Sir James Macdonnell, had been thrown into the chateau and had been busy all night strengthening the fortifications, while the 4 light companies of the division, under Lord Saltoun, were spent forward as skirmishers into the wood and orchard. In the triangle of ground formed by the junction at Mont-Saint-Jean of the 2 great highways from Charleroi and Nivelles, a number of cavalry brigades were massed behind the infantry, and out of sight of the enemy. In rear of Ompteda, and separated from the Union Brigade of Heavy Cavalry only by the chaussee, was Lord Edward Somerset's Heavy Brigade of Household Cavalry. Lifeguards, dragoons and blues, in magnificent array. Behind them, in reserve, was Baron Collart's Dutch-Belgic Cavalry Division, comprising a brigade of carabiniers under General Tripp, and a brigade of light cavalry under Baron von Merlen. Immediately to the rear of Kielmansegg were General Kruse's Nassau troops in reserve, with Colonel Ahrenschild's light dragoons and hussars of the Legion supporting them, and lying against the Nivelles road, considerably withdrawn from the front, was the Brunswick contingent. Upon the plateau behind the Guards division were posted Major General Dernberg's light dragoons, a Hanoverian regiment known as the Cumberland Hussars, and Major General Grant's Hussar Brigade, which lay directly behind Byng's Guards, against the Nivelles road, overlooking the ravine running north of Merbebrenne and the plateau beyond. On this plateau, drawn back en potence to guard the right flank of the line, was Lord Hill's 2nd Army Corps. Of this corps, Sir Henry Clinton's division occupied the ground nearest the highway, Adams' brigade being drawn up immediately to the west of it. The village of Merbebrenne, nestling to the north behind a belt of trees, was occupied by Hugh Halkett's brigade of Hanoverian militia and Colonel Duplat's line battalions of the Legion. Some way to the west, Baron Chassé's Dutch-Belgic division was stationed round Braine-l'Alleud, Colonel Detmer's brigade occupying the village itself, and Count d'Obremay's brigade being posted to the southwest, round the farm of Vieux-Forier as an observation corps. Of General Colville's 4th Division, 8 miles away at Halle with Prince Frederick's corps, only one brigade was present, Colonel Mitchell's, which was formed on the west of the Nivelles Road, covering the avenue which led to the great north gate of Huguemont. Attached to the divisions and the cavalry brigades were brigades and troops of artillery, those in front line being placed in the intervals of the infantry brigades, and slightly in advance of them. Roger's brigade and Ross's chestnut troop guarded the Charleroi chaussée. Wynyates was attached to the Union brigade with his rockets, Gardner was Vivian's hussars, Stevenet's heroic battery with Prince Bernhard's Nassauers, Redberg before Best, Baalfeld with Count Bylandt's brigade, while, west of the chaussée, in front of Alten's and Cook's divisions, were ranged Cleves and Kuhlmann's German batteries, Bean's, Weber Smith's, Ramsay's and Bull's brigades and troops, each with 6 guns, manned by 80 or more gunners and drivers, half a dozen bombardiers, and the usual complement of sergeants, corporals, farriers and trumpeters. Each troop came up in subdivisions, an impressive cavalcade with 200 horses and a train of forge carts, spare wheel carriages, and extra ammunition wagons. Every horse was brought onto the field in the pink of condition, his flanks plumped out with plundered forage. A hard life, the artillery officers, for while on the one hand, plundering was strictly forbidden by the Duke, on the other hand, the allowance of forage was insufficient to put the fat on the horses which his lordship demanded.
"Either way, you quake in your shoes," declared Captain Mercer, bitterly. "Bring your troop onto the ground with your beasts a shade thinner than the next man's, and that damned cold eye of the Duke's will see the difference in a flash. You won't be asked questions about it, and if you try to defend yourself, you won't be attended to. You'll be judged out of hand as unfit for your command, and very likely removed from the army as well. But if you plunder the poor foreigner's fields, and he reports you to the Duke, phew!"
While the Duke, accompanied by his military secretary, his aide-de-camp, the Prince of Orange, Lord Uxbridge, the diplomatic corps and their train, was inspecting his position, the French columns were mustering upon the opposite heights. The weather was clearing fast, the mist in the hollows curling away in wreaths, and occasionally a pale shaft of sunlight would pierce through the clouds for a moment or two. The ground, intersected by hedges of beech and hornbeam, was nearly all of it under cultivation. Crops of rye, wheat, barley, oats and clover standing shoulder-high, with here and there a ploughed field showing dark between the stretches of waving grain. The bulk of the French army had bivouacked about Genappe, but at 9 o'clock, just as the Duke started to ride down his lines, the heads of the columns began to appear above the ridge to the south. Drums and trumpets were first heard, and then the music of the bands, playing a medley of martial tunes. Strains of the Marseillaise, mingled with Veillons au salut de l'Empire, floated across the valley to the Allied lines. 4 columns, destined to form the first line, came marching over the hill and deployed in perfect order, just as 7 others appeared descending the slope. From the Allied lines, the whole magnificent spectacle was watched by thousands of pairs of eyes. Knowledgeable gentlemen exclaimed at intervals, "That's Reyer's corps, moving off to their left. That's d'Erlon. Those are Kellermann's cuirassiers." The mist still lay white in the valley, but beyond it, less than a mile distant, the ground was gradually becoming covered with dark masses of infantry. As the divisions deployed, the cavalry began to appear. Squadron after squadron of cuirassiers galloped over the brow of the hill, their steel breastplates and copper crests, occasionally caught by the feeble rays of sunlight, trying to pierce through the clouds. The slope was soon vivid with bright, shifting colours, a chasseur à cheval, blazing with green and gold, giant carabiniers in white, brass-cast dragoons, hussars in every colour, grenadiers à cheval in imperial blue with bearskin shakos, and red lancers with towering white plumes and swallow-tailed pennons fluttering on the ends of their lances, cantered into their positions. It was an hour and a half before the movement which brought the French army into 6 formidable lines, forming 6 double W's, was completed, and during that time the Duke of Wellington was employed in inspecting his own position. Sir Thomas Picton, still in his frock-coat and round hat, grimly concealing even from his aide-de-camp that an ugly wound, roughly bandaged by his servant after Quatre Bras, lay beneath his shabby coat, had also inspected it very early in the morning, and had told Sir John Colborne, of Adams' brigade, that he considered it to be the most damnable place for fighting he had ever seen. Lord Uxbridge, tall and handsome in his magnificent hussar dress, preferred the position to that of Quatre Bras, but was fretted by the impossibility, owing to the suddenness of the order to advance on June 16th, of forming his cavalry into divisions, and by the circumstance of having been informed by the Duke, at the 11th hour, that the Prince of Orange desired him to take over the command of all the Dutch-Belgic cavalry. Uxbridge accepted the charge, but was forced to observe that he thought it unfortunate that he should have had no opportunity of making himself acquainted with any of the officers, or their regiments. He was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Prussian corps to relieve Vivian's and Vandeleur's much-needed brigades on the left flank, and more than once adverted to its non-appearance. The Duke, whose irritability fell away from him the moment he set foot on a battlefield, replied calmly that they would be up presently. The roads were in a bad state, which would account for their delay. Baron Muffling, knowing the Prussian Chief of Staff's mistrust of the Duke, was also anxious, and had already dispatched one of his Jägers to try to get news of Bülow's advance. He knew that the Duke had placed the weakened 5th Division on the left centre in the expectation of its being immediately strengthened by Prussian infantry, and having by this time identified himself far more with the British than with the Prussian army, Bülow's delay caused him a good deal of inward perturbation. Being a sensible man, he refused to permit his anxiety to oppress him, but fixed his mind instead on the problems immediately before him. He rode beside the Duke, acquainting himself with the disposition of the Allied troops, and occasionally proffering a suggestion. When he went with him into the chateau of Huguemont, he felt considerable doubts of the possibility of the posts being held by a mere detachment of British guards, but the Duke seemed perfectly satisfied. He rode into the courtyard through the great north gate, and was met by Lieutenant Colonel Sir James Macdonell, a huge Highlander with narrowed, humorous eyes, a square jowl, and the frame of an ox, whom he greeted in a cheerful tone and with marked friendliness. Macdonell took him round the fortifications, showing him the work which the garrison had been engaged on during the night. The brick walls of the garden had been pierced for loopholes, wooden platforms erected to enable a second firing line to shoot over the walls, and flagstones, timbers, and broken wagons used as barricades to the various entrances. The Duke gave the whole a hasty survey, and as he prepared to mount his horse again, nodded to Muffling and said, "They call me a sepoy general. Well, Napoleon shall see today how a sepoy general can defend a position." Muffling bowed, but thought the chances of holding the chateau so small that he felt obliged to express his doubts. "It is not, in my opinion, sir, a strong post. I confess I find it hard to believe that it can be held against a determined assault." The Duke, swinging himself into the saddle, gave a short laugh and pointed at the impassive Highlander. "Ah, you do not know Macdonell," he said. Those of his staff who stood near him laughed. The Duke raised 2 fingers to his hat and rode off. The Baron caught him up on the avenue leading to the Nivelles road, and began to urge the propriety of strengthening the post. His trained eye had instantly perceived that it was of paramount importance, for the possession of it by the French would enable them to enfilade the Allied lines from its shelter.
"Even supposing that the garrison should be able to hold it against assault, Duke, How will it be if the enemy advances upon the Nivelle road? He argued.
We shall see, responded his lordship. Let us take a look at the ground.
An inspection of the Nivelle road, and the country to the south of it, resulted in his lordship's drawing in his right wing a little, raising a battery to sweep the road, and posting some infantry in the rear. Several aides-de-camp went galloping off with brief messages scrawled on leaves torn from his lordship's pocketbook, and the Duke turned his attention to the wood to the south of the chateau, which was occupied by Saltoun's light companies of the guards. His lordship altered this arrangement, withdrawing the guards into the garden and orchard, and desiring the Prince of Orange to send orders to Prince Bernhard to dispatch a battalion of his Nassau troops to occupy the wood. Colonel Audley was sent at the same time to bring up a detachment of Hanoverians, and rode off in a spatter of mud kicked up by his horse's hooves. Upon his return to the Duke, who had moved towards the centre of the position, he passed by the first guards, and caught a glimpse of Lord Harry Allister, looking rather tired, but apparently in good spirits. He called a greeting to him, and Lord Harry came up, and stood for a moment with his hand on the colonel's saddle-bow.
Enjoying yourself, Harry?
asked Audley. Lord, yes! You know we're engaged at Quatre Bras, don't you? By Jove, there was never anything like it, was there? If only poor Hay... But never mind that, he added hastily, blinking his sandy lashes. It's just that he was rather a friend of mine. I say, though, what do you think? I'm damned if William Lennox didn't present himself for duty this morning. Nothing of him to be seen for bandages, and of course General Maitland sent him packing. He's just gone off, he and his father. Devilish sportsmanlike of him to come, I thought.
He detained the colonel a moment longer, saying,
Have you seen anything of George, sir? They say the Life Guards were engaged at Genappe yesterday.
Yes, I saw George in the thick of it, but he came out with nothing but a scratch or two.
Oh, good. Give him my love, if you should happen to run into him at any time, and tell him I'm in famous shape. Goodbye. The best of luck, Charles.
Thanks. The same to you,
said the colonel, and waved and rode on. By 10 o'clock, the Duke had completed his inspection, but the French army was still deploying on the opposite heights, and guns, their wheels up to the naves in mud, were being dragged into position along the ridge. A little before 11 o'clock, a Prussian galopin arrived with a dispatch for General Muffling, who had only a few minutes before rejoined the Duke, after making an examination of the ground beyond Papelotte on the left wing. He had been driven back by a French patrol coming up from the village of Plancenoit to the south, but not before he had satisfied himself that a Prussian advance by the plateau of Saint-Lambert would not only be possible, but extremely beneficial. He wrote down his views, read them to the Duke, who said, in his decided way, I quite agree, and was in the act of sending an aide-de-camp to Havre with the dispatch, when the Prussian galopin found him. The dispatch he had brought was from Marshal Blücher, and was dated 9:30 a.m. from Wavre.
Your Excellency will assure the Duke of Wellington from me, wrote the Marshal Prince, that, ill as I am, I shall place myself at the head of my troops and attack the right of the French in case they undertake anything against him.
There was a postscript subjoined to this missive by another and more cautious hand. General Count von Gneisenau, still convinced that his English ally's early service in India had made him a master in the art of duplicity, entreated the Baron
to ascertain, most particularly, whether the Duke of Wellington has really adopted the decided resolution of fighting in his present position, or whether he only intends some demonstration, which might become very dangerous to our army.
To Muffling, who profoundly respected the openness of the Duke's character, and knew how serious the coming engagement was likely to be, this postscript was exasperating. He neither mentioned it to the Duke, nor made inquiries of him which he knew to be superfluous. The dispatch, which he had already written, must convince Gneisenau of the seriousness of his lordship's intentions. He gave it to his aide-de-camp, telling him to be sure to let General Bülow read it, if, on his way to Wavre, he should encounter him. He could do nothing more to hasten the march of the Prussian Fourth Corps, and having seen the aide-de-camp off, had little else to do but wait, in steadily growing impatience, for news of his compatriot's approach. The deploying movements of the French had been completed by 10:30. The music and the trumpet calls ceased, and the column stood in a silence that seemed the more absolute from its marked contrast to the medley of martial noises that had been resounding on all sides for the past hour. As the village clocks in the distance struck 11, the Duke took up position with all his staff near Huguemont and looked through his glass at the French lines. A very dark, wiry young officer, with a thin, energetic face, in which a pair of deep-set eyes laughed upon the world, came riding up to the Duke and saluted smartly. The Duke called out,
"Hello, Smith. Where are you from?" "From General Lambert's brigade, my lord, a naif from America,"
responded Brigade Major Harry Smith, with the flash of an impudent grin.
"What have you got?" "The 4th, the 27th, and the 40th. The 81st remain in Brussels." "Ah, I know. But the others, are they in good order?" "Excellent, my lord, and very strong," declared the Major. "That's all right," said his lordship, "for I shall soon want every man."
"I don't think they will attack today," remarked one of his staff, frowning across the valley.
"Nonsense," said his lordship, with a snap. "The columns of attack are already forming, and I think I have seen where the weight of the attack will fall. I shall be attacked before an hour. Do you know anything of my position, Smith?" "Nothing, my lord, beyond what I see, the general line and the right and left." "Go back and half Lambert's brigade at the junction of the two great roads from Charleroi and Nivelles. I'll tell you what I want of you, fellows."
He rode a little way with Smith, apprising him of his intentions. The Major, who was one of his lordship's promising young favourites, listened, saluted, and rode off at a canter to the rear. He cut across the slope behind Alten's division, leapt a hedge, and came down onto the chaussée, almost on top of Colonel Audley, who, having been sent on an errand to Mont-Saint-Jean, was riding back to the front.
"God damn you! Harry Smith! By all that's wonderful, I might have known it! When did you arrive? Where's your brigade?" "At Waterloo. We were held up by the wagons and baggage upset all over the road from Brussels, and when we got to Waterloo, we met Scoville, who had been sent by the Duke to see if the rear was clear, which, by God, it was not. He requested us to sweep up the litter before moving on. What's the news with you, old fellow?" "Oh, famous. How's Juana? You haven't brought her out with you, I suppose?" "Haven't brought her out with me?" exclaimed the Major. "She was sitting down to dinner with Lambert at some village just the other side of the forest last night." "Good God! You don't mean to tell me she's with the brigade now?" "No, I've sent her back to Ghent with her groom," replied the Major coolly. "We're in for a hottish day, from the looks of it. I understand my brigade will be wanted to relieve old Picton. Cut up at your little affair at Quatre Bras, was he?" "Devilishly. Someone said he himself had been wounded, but he's here today, so I suppose he wasn't. I must be off." "By Jove, and so must I. We shall meet again, here or in hell. Adios. Bienes de fortuna." He cantered off. The Colonel set his horse at the bank on the right of the chaussée, scrambled up, and rode past Lord Edward Somerset's lounging squadrons up the slope to the front line. By the time he found the Duke, it was just past 11 o'clock. He joined a group of persons gathered about his lordship, and sat with the loose rein, looking along the ridge opposite. "Heard about Grant?" asked Canning, who was standing next to him. "No. Which Grant?" replied the Colonel absently. "Oh, not General Grant. Colonel Grant. He did send the information of the French massing on Charleroi on the 15th. The very fullest information, down to the last detail. It's just come to hand." "Just come to hand?" repeated Audley. "How the devil did it take 3 days to reach us?" "Ask General Dernberg," said Canning. "It was sent to him at Mons, and he, if you please, coolly sent it back to Grant, saying that it didn't convince him that the French really intended anything serious. Grant then dispatched the information direct to the Duke, but of course, by that time, we were on the march. Good story, ain't it?" "Dernberg ought to be shot. Who the devil is he to question Grant's intelligence?" "My very words," remarked Gordon, who had come up to them. He glanced towards the French lines, and said, with a yawn, "They don't seem to be in a hurry to come to grips with us, do they?" The words had scarcely been uttered, when the flash of cannon fire flickered all along the ridge.
and the silence that had lain over the field for over an hour was rent by the boom of scores of great guns trained on the Allied position. The scream of a horse, hit by round shot, sounded from a troop of artillery close at hand. A cannonball buried itself in the soft ground not 3 paces from where Colonel Audley was standing, and sent up a shower of mud. His horse reared, snorting. He gentled it, shouting to Gordon above the thunder of the guns, "What do you call this?" "Damned noisy," retorted Gordon. The flashes and the puffs of smoke continued all along the ridge. Suddenly, a deafening crash, reverberating down the Allied line, answering the challenge of the French cannons, and a cheer went up. The English batteries had come into action. Chapter 22. The French, after their usual custom, had opened a cannonade over the whole front. Behind the quickset hedges, the first lines of British infantry remained lying down, while the second lines of cavalry drew back on the downward slope to the north, suffered little from shot which, for the most part, fell short of them. The sodden condition of the ground caused many of the shells to explode harmlessly in deep mud, but there were uncomfortable moments when shells with extra-long fuses fell among the troops, hissing and burning for some time before they burst. Some of the old soldiers lit pipes and lay smoking and cracking jokes, but every now and then there would be a sob from some man hit by a splinter, or a groan from a boy with a limb shattered by case shot. In front line, in the intervals between the brigades, the gunners were busy, loading the 9-pounders with round shot with a case over it, the tubes in vents, port fires glaring and spitting behind the wheels. The Duke was standing by Maitland's brigade on the right, critically observing the effect of the French cannonade. The shots tore up the ground beside him and hissed over his head, but he merely remarked, "That's good practice. I think they fire better than in Spain." The cannonade continued until 20 minutes past 11 without any movement of infantry attack being made by the enemy. The hottest fire was being directed upon Hougoumont, but the wood on the southern side of the chateau to a large extent protected it. At 20 minutes past 11, Prince Jérôme Bonaparte's division of infantry, belonging to Rey's corps, on the French left, began to advance in column towards the wood, with a cloud of skirmishers thrown out in front. These were met by a blaze of musketry fire from the Hanoverian and Nassau troops posted among the trees. The Duke shut his telescope with a snap and galloped down the line with his staff streaming behind him to where Byng's brigade was drawn up on the high ground behind the chateau. An order was rapped out. Colonel Canning wheeled his horse and made for the spot where Captain Sandham's field battery was stationed.
"Captain Sandham, you are wanted immediately in front. Left limber up, and as far as you can."
The order was swiftly repeated.
"Left limber up! At a gallop, march!"
The horses strained at their collars. The mud gave up its hold on the wheels with a sucking sound. The train moved forward, lurching and clanking over the ground, and came up in grand style, guns loaded with powder, priming wires in the vents to prevent the cartridges slipping forward, slow matches lighted. The leading gun, a howitzer, was quickly unlimbered, and its first shell burst over the head of the French column moving upon the wood of Hougoumont. The other guns followed suit, one after the other, as they came into position and unlimbered, and in a few minutes an additional and destructive fire was being directed on the column by Captain Cleeve's battery of the Legion, in front of Alton's division. The column shuddered under the fire and checked. In the wood, the skirmishers were already engaged with the Hanoverian and Nassau defenders. 12 pieces of horse artillery of Rey's corps were pushed forward, and a heavy counter-cannonade was begun. The column of infantry recovered and pressed on, leaving its dead and wounded lying on the field. A well-directed fire from Sandham's and Cleeve's batteries again threw it into disorder, but it reformed, and reached the wood, driving the defenders back from tree to tree. The popping of musketry now mingled with the roar of the cannons, and a steady trickle of wounded men began to make their way to the shelter of the British line. Colonel Audley, who had been sent off to the left wing with instructions to Sir Hussey Vivian not to fire on any troops advancing from the west, did not see the start of the fight in Hougoumont Wood. By the time he returned to the Duke, it had been in progress for half an hour, and the Nassauers, after contesting the ground with a good deal of courage, were giving way. More of Reille's corps had moved to Jérôme's support, and the skirmishers of the Guards, pressed back through the great orchard, were being driven into an alley of holly and yew trees, separating it from the smaller orchard surrounding the garden. The Nassauers, retreating in disorder, poured out onto a sunken lane, forming the northern boundary of the Hougoumont enclosure. When Colonel Audley rode up, the Duke, spurring forward from his position in front of Byng's brigade, was trying to rally them. But his presence, so invigorating to his own men, had very little effect upon the Nassauers, some of whom, in the panic of the moment, actually fired after him as he rode through their ranks.
"Pretty scamps to win a battle with," he said with a bark of laughter, and wasting no more time on them, he galloped off to where, a few yards from where the Nivelle highway crossed the hollow road to Braine-l'Alleud, Major Bull's howitzer troop was drawn up. He brought the troop up in person, explaining in a few incisive sentences what he wanted done. Major Bull, ordered to clear the wood with shell fire, considered the position calmly for a moment, and gave his gunners their directions. It was a ticklish business, for the chateau, with its defenders, lay between his troop and the enemy, and a shell falling short must inevitably drop among the British Guards, desperately fighting in the alleys south of the garden wall. The first shell shot up, clearing the enclosures, and exploded over the wood. "That's right," said his lordship. "That's good shooting. Well, Audley, any news of the Prussians yet?"
"No, sir. A patrol of French cavalry came up to Colonel Best's people. He formed the brigade in squares, but the cavalry seemed only to be reconnoitring and drew off again. The French are massing their guns in the centre of the line."
"Oh, yes, this is nothing but a diversion," said the Duke, nodding towards Hougoumont.
He found that several officers from Byng's brigade had come up to watch the struggle, and told them curtly to get back to the brigade.
"You will have the devil's own fire on you immediately,"
he said, and as though to prove the truth of his words, a hurricane of grape and round shot began to whistle about the position as Reille's gunners found their range. The howitzer shells, falling thick in the wood, drove Jérôme back. The swarms of French infantry rallied and came on again. The Hanoverians were forced back and back through sheer weight of numbers into the orchard. A glimpse of red showed through the trees. Jérôme's troops hurled themselves forward at what they believed to be a line of British soldiers and were brought up short by the brick wall enclosing the garden. They tried to scale it, but the Coldstream Guards, posted on the inner platforms and at the loopholes, poured in such a murderous fire that the blue-coated infantry recoiled. The ditches lining the alley separating the wood from the orchard became choked with dead. In the orchard, Saltoun's light companies began to press back the invaders, but the 1st Léger Regiment succeeded in setting fire to a haystack, and under cover of the black smoke, crept round the western side of the chateau. A British battery, raking the Nivelle road, was assailed by a storm of tirailleurs, and suffered such loss of men and horses that it was forced to retire. A horse battery attached to Piret's lancers, who had come up as an observation corps to the southwest, opened fire on Bull's troop, and the guards posted on the avenue leading from the high road to the north gate of the chateau saw, through the smothering whirls of smoke, hundreds of Jérôme's men advancing on them. The north gate was open, and it was down the avenue of elm trees that reinforcements of men and ammunition were being passed into the chateau. The Hanoverians defending the approach to the avenue were overwhelmed and flung back in confusion. The guards, attacked on all sides, stood shoulder to shoulder, fighting off the waves of the French that broke over them and retreating step by step to the gateway. The French saw Hougoumont almost within their grasp. One of their generals spurred forward, shouting to his men to prevent the closing of the gates. They surged after him, but a sergeant of the Coldstream dashed forward right into the mass of the enemy and hurled himself at General Cubière. Before the French had time to realise what was happening, the general had been dragged from his horse, and Sergeant Fraser, brandishing a blood-stained halberd, was up in the saddle and riding hell for leather towards the gate. The momentary check caused by this diversion enabled the handful of guards to reach the courtyard, but a party of sapeurs, recovering from their astonishment at Fraser's daring, rushed after him, led by a young sous-lieutenant of ferocious mien. The guards, fighting their way backwards through the gateway, heard above the rattle of musketry and the thunder of artillery a yell of "En avant, l'enfonceur!" and saw the sapeurs coming charging through the smother of black smoke. They made a desperate attempt to shut the gates, but with a roar of rage and triumph, the sapeurs flung themselves against the heavy doors. The guards, reduced in number, suffocated by the smoke, could not hold them. Amid the crash of timbers and crumbling masonry, the French burst through into the courtyard and fought for possession of the gatehouse. The noise reached the ears of MacDonald, directing the defence of the garden wall. Shouting to 3 of his officers who stood nearest him, he raced, drawn sword in hand, to the inner yard, and across it to the wicket leading to the main courtyard. There, the most appalling sight met his eyes. The courtyard was full of Frenchmen. Some of the guards were fighting to defend the cowshed, where their own wounded lay. From every ambush of shed or window or cellar, a steady musketry fire was holding the surge of men through the gateway in check, while in the chateau, the guards besieged on the staircase had hacked away the lower steps and were firing down upon the French trying to storm up to them. By the gate, the paving stones were slippery with blood and cumbered by the dead and wounded who lay there. A heroic little band, under the command of 2 sergeants, was still fighting to prevent the gatehouse from falling, but in the gateway itself the French were massed, and outside reinforcements were advancing down the avenue. Roaring at his officers to follow him, MacDonald launched himself across the courtyard. Hatless, with nothing but a sword in his hand, he fell upon the French in the gateway, and with such force that they broke involuntarily, as they would have broken before the charge of a mad bull. His officers and a few sergeants rushed to his support. For an instant, the French were scattered, and while a couple of ensigns and 2 sergeants held them at bay, MacDonald and Sergeant Graham set their shoulders to the double doors and forced them together, the sweat pouring down their faces and the muscles standing out like corrugations down their powerful thighs. Yells of fury sounded outside, as Graham, while his colonel held the doors together against every effort of the sapeur to force them open, slammed the great iron crossbar into position. Bayonets and hatchets beat upon the unyielding timbers, and the French trapped in the courtyard tried to set fire to the barns before being shot or bayoneted by the guards who were round them. A few brave men managed to scale the wall, but were shot before they could even leap down into the courtyard. Fresh columns were being moved down by Jérôme and had carried the avenue. Colonel Audley, his right sleeve torn by a musket ball, was sent flying to bring up 2 guns from Bolton's battery and arrived above the north alley enclosing the orchard just as Colonel Woodford led forward 4 companies of the guards to the relief of the garrison. "There, my lads! In with you! Let me see no more of you!" the Duke called out to them. The guards gave him a cheer and went in at the charge. They drove the French before them at the point of the bayonet, sweeping them away from the chateau walls, and Woodford managed to reinforce the garrison through a side door leading into the alley. The light companies reoccupied the ground they had lost, and Jérôme drew off to reform his mutilated battalions. Several officers of the staff corps had galloped up with messages for the Duke from time to time. Of his personal staff, Lord Arthur Hill and young Cathcart were both mounted on troopers, their horses having been shot under them, and Colonel Audley had suffered a contusion on his right arm from a glancing musket ball. Fremantle, returning from the left wing, found him trying to tie his handkerchief round the flesh wound with one hand and his teeth, and pushed up to him, saying, "Here, let me do that." "Any news of Blücher?" asked Audley. "Not so much as a sniff of those damned Prussians. My God, you've got a pretty shambles here. What's been going on?" "We all but lost Hougomont, that's all. Bull's had to retire. He's been enfiladed by a troop of horse artillery belonging to the Lancers over there." He jerked his head towards the Nivelle road. "Jérôme's bringing up reserve after reserve. Looks as though he means to take Hougomont or perish in the attempt. Anything happening anywhere else?" "Not yet, but we'll be in for it soon, or I'm a Dutchman. Never saw so many guns massed in my life at the batteries they're bringing up in the centre. There you are, all right and tight." It was now nearly 1 o'clock, and for an hour and a half the most bitter struggle had been raging for the possession of Hougomont. The Duke, who seemed to have been everywhere at once, cantered back to the centre of the position to where an elm tree stood on the highest point of the ground, to the west of the Charleroi chaussée. He had no sooner arrived there than an artillery officer came up to him in a great state of excitement, stating that he could clearly perceive Bonaparte and all his staff before the farm of La Belle Alliance, and had no doubt of being able to direct his guns onto them. This suggestion was met by a frosty stare and a hasty, "No, I won't have it. It is not the business of general officers to be firing upon each other."
"Just retire quietly,"
said Gordon in the chagrined officer's ear.
"Forget that you were born. You had better not have been, you know."
Colonel Fremantle's description of the guns being assembled upon the opposite ridge had not been exaggerated. During the struggle about Huguemont, battery after battery had been brought up on the French side, covering the whole of the Allied centre, from Colin Halkett's brigade on the right of Alten's division to Prince Bernhardt's Nassauers at Papelotte. Nearly 80 guns had been massed upon the ridge, and at 1 o'clock the most infernal cannonade broke out. Shells screamed through the air, ploughing long furrows in the ground as they fell, blowing the legs off horses, exploding in the Allied lines, and scattering limbs and brains over men crouching behind the meagre shelter of the quickset hedges. The infantry set its teeth and endured. Young soldiers, determined not to lag behind their elders in courage, gulped and smiled waveringly as the blood of fallen comrades spattered in their faces. Veterans declared that this was nothing, and went on grimly cracking their jokes. On the high ground, under the elm tree, balls hummed and whistled round the Duke and his brilliant staff, until he said, in his cool way, "Better separate, gentlemen, we are a little too thick here." Shortly after 1 o'clock, Rey's guns, away to the right, succeeded in setting fire to the haystack in the yard of Huguemont. In the centre of the line, smoke was beginning to lie thickly in the valley between the opposing ridges. The air was hot and acrid, and a curious noise, like the hum of a gigantic swarm of bees, was making novices ask anxiously, "What's that? What's that buzzing noise?" Baron Muffling, after a short colloquy with the Duke, rode away to take up his position with the cavalry brigades on the left flank. Messenger after messenger went galloping off to try to gain some intelligence of the Prussian advance, for it was plain that the cannonade was a prelude to an attack upon the Allied centre, which, held by Picton's and Alten's divisions on either side of the chaussée, was the weakest part of the line. At 1:30, the cannonade slackened, and above the diminishing thunder could be heard the French drums beating the pas de charge.
"Here comes old Trousers at last!"
sang out a veteran, uncorking his muzzle stopper and slipping off his lock cap.
"Now for it, you Johnny Newcomes!"
On the ridge of La Belle Alliance, a huge mass of infantry was forming, flanked by squadrons of cuirassiers. Sharp-eyed men on the Allied front swore they could discern Bonaparte himself. That he was there was evident from the shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" and the dipping of colours as the regiments filed past the group beside the chaussée. The rub-a-dub of drums and the blare of trumpets now mingled with the roar of artillery. 4 divisions of infantry, led by Count d'Erlon, began to advance down the slope to the hollow road, in ponderous columns at 400-pace intervals, showing fronts from 160 to 200 files. The battalions of each division were deployed and placed one behind the other, except on the French left, where Alix's division was formed into 2 brigades side by side, under Quiot and Bourgeois. These moved forward to encircle the farm of La Haye-Sainte, Quiot branching off to the west of the chaussée and Bourgeois advancing to the east of it. A determined musketry fire from the orchard and the windows of the farm met them, but Bering's Germans were soon driven from the orchard and gardens into the building itself. While the other divisions moved in 3 columns down the slope towards the Allied left centre, the Lüneburg Field Battalion was detached from Count Kielmansegge's brigade and sent forward to try to reinforce Bering. These young troops advanced boldly down the slope, but wavered under the French fire. The sight of their own skirmishers falling back took the heart out of them. They began to retreat. The cuirassiers, covering Quiot's left flank, swept down upon them, and in their disordered state killed and rode over many of them, driving the rest back with great loss to their own lines. Upon the eastern side of the chaussee, the three other columns, led by Donzelot, Marcogne, and Duroute, moved steadily down upon the Allied line. As each column cleared its own guns on the ridge behind it and descended the slope into the valley, these began firing again, until the thunder and crash of artillery drowned the roll of the drums and the shrill blare of the trumpets. To the eyes that watched this tidal advance, it seemed as though the whole slope was covered with men. European armies had seen these columns and had broken and fled before them, appalled by the sheer weight of infantry opposed to them. The British had time and again proved the superiority of line over column, but Count Bylandt's Dutch-Belgic brigade, badly placed on the slope confronting the French position, already demoralised by the heavy cannonading, could not stand the relentless march of the columns towards them. They had suffered considerably at Quatre Bras, had had no rations served out to them since the morning of the previous day, and had seen Count Bylandt carried off the field. The men in their gay uniforms and white-topped shakos began to waver, and before the head of the column immediately in their front had reached the valley below them, they fled. The exertions of their officers, frantically trying to check the rout, were of no avail. The men, some of them flinging down their arms, broke through the hedge in their rear and retreated in the wildest confusion through the interval between Kemp's and Pack's brigades. Bielefeldt's battery was swept back in the rush, and a great gap yawned in the Allied line. The Dutch-Belgians were met by derisive calls from Pack's Highlanders. Not a man in the 5th Division caught the infection of that mad panic. Instead, the Scots helped the terrified foreigners to the rear with sly bayonet thrusts, while the men of Kemp's left, until called to order by their officers, fired musket balls into the retreating mass. In the confusion, Colonel Audley, desperately trying with a handful of others to stem the rush, came upon Levis, livid and cursing, laying about him with the flat of his sword. "That's no use, man!" he shouted. "Christ! Can't you fellows get your men together? Form them up in the rear and bring them on again, for God's sake! We can't afford this gap!" "Damn you! Do I not know?" Levis gasped. "Oh, sir, let the poor bodies gang!" shouted a sergeant of the Gordons. "We didn't want foreigners hired to fight for us." The 3 companies of the 95th Rifles, posted on the knoll and in the sandpit in front of Kemp's right, were firing steadily into Bourgeois and Donzelot's columns, advancing on either side of them, and 2 of Ross's 9-pounders, guarding the chaussee, caused Bourgeois' brigade to swerve away from La Haye-Sainte to its right, where it was thrown against Donzelot's division and advanced with it in one unwieldy mass. The riflemen stood their ground until almost hemmed in by the sea of French, but were forced at last to abandon the sandpit and retreat to the main position. Bylandt's men had forced their way right to the rear, and although Bielefeldt's troop had extricated itself from the melee and was in the front line again, firing into the head of the column already starting to deploy in the valley, over 2,000 Dutch Belgians had deserted from the line, leaving 3,000 men of Picton's decimated division to face the charge of 13,000 Frenchmen. Picton, wasting no time in trying to bring Bylandt's men to the front again, deployed Kemp's brigade into an attenuated 2-deep line to fill the breach. Below, in the hollow road and the cornfields beyond it, the French columns were also trying to deploy in the constricted space afforded for such a movement. The whole valley swarmed with blue-coated infantry, struggling in the press of their own numbers to get into line. The front ranks charged up the banks of the hedge concealing the British troops, shouting and cheering, confident that the flight of the large body of troops in their front had left the field open to them through the Allied centre. Picton's voice blared above the roar of cannon. "Rise up!" The men of Kemp's brigade, crouched behind the hedge, leaped to their feet. The French saw the bank crowned by a long line of red, overlapping their column on either side. Every musket was at the present. A volley riddled the advancing mass, and as the French recoiled momentarily under it, Picton roared, "Charge! Hurrah!" And Kemp's warriors, with the British cheer the French had learned to dread, charged with bayonets levelled. To the east of Donzelot, Marcogne's column was surging up to the bank to where Pack's Highlanders waited, a little drawn back from the crest. 92nd! Everything is giving way in front of you!" Pack shouted. "You must charge!" A yell of "Scotland ever!" answered him. The skirl of pipes soared above the din, and the men of the Black Watch, the Royals and the Gordons, all with the deaths of comrades to avenge, hurled themselves through the hedge at the advancing column. In Kempt's brigade, the Camerons, attacked by a devastating crossfire from Bourgeois' column on their right, began to give way. Picton shouted to one of Uxbridge's aides-de-camp, "Rally the Highlanders!" The next instant, he fell, shot through the right temple. Captain Seymour rode forward to obey this last command, but it was the Duke, watching the crash of the two armies from the high ground in the centre, who galloped before him into the thick of the fight, and succeeded in rallying the Camerons and the hard-pressed riflemen. "Stand fast, 95th! We must not be beaten!" he shouted. "What will they say in England?" A ragged cheer answered him. He reformed the 79th himself and directed them to fire upon the column that had driven them back, only withdrawing out of the heat of the battle when he saw that they stood firm. The guns on both sides had ceased fire as the French and the British troops met, but in the valley smoke lay thick, and muskets spat and crackled. The French were hampered by the size of their own columns, but although the men of Picton's depleted division had checked their advance by the sheer ferocity of their charge, they could not hope to hold such overwhelming numbers at bay. West of the chaussee, the cuirassiers, having routed the Lüneburg battalion, reformed under the crest of the Allied position. Ignorant of what the reverse slope of the ground concealed, they charged up the bank, straight at Ompteda's men, hidden behind it. But the Germans had opened their ranks to permit the passage of cavalry through them. Before the cuirassiers had reached the crest, they heard the thunder of hoofs above them, and the next instant the household brigade was upon them, led by Uxbridge himself at the head of the 1st Life Guards. With white crests and horses' manes flying, the Life Guards came up at full gallop and crashed upon the cuirassiers in flank. The earth seemed to shudder beneath the shock. The Hyde Park soldiers never drew rein, but swept the cuirassiers from the bank and across the hollow road in the irresistible impetus of their charge. Swords rang against the cuirasses. Someone yelled above the turmoil, "Strike at the neck!" And the cuirassiers, already a little disorganised by their encounter with the German infantry, were flung back in fighting confusion. The Life Guards and the 1st Dragoon Guards hurled their left flank past the walls of La Haye Sainte in complete disorder, and scattered Keogh's brigade of infantry assailing the farm. The right flank of the cuirassiers swerved sharply to the east and plunged down onto the chaussee to escape from the fury of 6-foot men on huge horses, who seemed to have no idea of charging at anything slower than a full gallop. Not more than half their number had crossed the chaussee to the valley where Donzelot was driving his congested ranks against Kempt's brigade, when the rest of the household cavalry, coming up on the left of the Life Guards, fell upon them in hard-riding squadrons, and crumpled them up. The abattis, so painstakingly built up by the riflemen, was scattered in an instant. The cuirassiers were cut down in hundreds, and the Dragoon Guards rode over them to charge full tilt into the column of French infantry pressing Kempt's men back. At the same moment an aide-de-camp rode up from the rear to the hedge beyond which Pack's Highlanders were fighting fiercely with the men of Marcogne's division. For one moment he stood there, closely observing the state of the battle raging in the valley. Then he took off his cocked hat and waved it forwards. There was a yell of, "Now then, Scots Greys!" And the next instant the whole of the Union Brigade came thundering up the reverse slope. The French, disordered through their inability to deploy their enormous column before the Highlanders charged them, appalled hardly more by the fury of the kilted devils who rushed on them than by the unearthly music of the pipes playing "Scots Wahey" in the hell of blood and smoke and clashing arms that filled the valley, heard the cavalry thundering towards them, and looked up to see great grey horses clearing the hedge above them. They fell back. In the valley, officers were shouting to the Gordons to wheel back by sections to let the cavalry pass through. The Scots Greys tightened their grips and came slipping and scrambling down the bank, shouting, "Hurrah, 92nd! Scotland forever!" as they caught sight of the red feathered bonnets in the press and the smoke below. Greys, Royals, and Inniskillings, riding almost abreast, poured over the hedge and down into the seething valley. The Gordons were yelling, "Go at them, the Greys! Scotland forever!" and snatching at stirrup leathers as the Greys rode through them, so that they too were borne forwards in this terrific charge. Somewhere, lost in the smoke, a pipe major was coolly playing, "Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walking yet?" while all around sounded screams, shouts, musketry fire, and the clash of steel. Many of the horses and their riders were brought down by musket balls or the desperate thrusts of bayonets, but the cavalry charge had caught Marconnier's column unawares and in confusion. The Union Brigade rode over the column, lopping off heads with their sabres, while the Gordons, who had been carried forward with them, did deadly work with the bayonet. To the right, where Donzelot's men had fought their way through Kempt's thin lines to the crest of the position, the Royal Dragoons, unchecked by the frontal fire that met them, charged straight for the leading column of the division. The column faced about and tried to retreat over the hedge, but there was no time to get to safety before the Royals were in their midst, their sabres busy and their horses squealing, biting and striking out with their iron-shod forefeet. Between the Greys and the Royals, the Inniskillings, with their blood-curdling howl, broke through Donzelot's rear brigades. As the Royals, capturing the Eagle, charged on over the slaughtered leading column to the supporting ones behind it, and the Greys rode down Marconnier's men, the French, utterly demoralised, began throwing down their arms and crying for quarter. The Household Brigade, having broken the cuirassiers and smashed their way through Bourgeois' rear column, dashed on, deaf to the trumpets sounding the rally, and to the voices of Uxbridge and Lord Edward trying to recall them, up the slope towards the great French battery on the ridge. The Union Brigade, leaving behind them a plain strewn with dead and wounded, and prisoners being herded to the rear, charged after the household troops, and galloped up the slope to within half carbine shot of where Napoleon himself was standing, by the farm of La Belle Alliance. A colonel of the Greys shouted, "Charge! Charge the guns!" and his men dashed after him, through a storm of shot, laming the horses, cutting the traces, and sabring the gunners. The cavalry charge had put almost all Count d'Erlon's corps d'armée to rout, but it had been carried too far. Ahead, solid columns of infantry were advancing from the French rear, and behind, from either flank, lancers and cuirassiers were riding to cut off the retreat. A voice cried, "Royals, form on me!" The Greys and the Inniskillings on the ridge, their horses blown, themselves badly mauled, looked round in vain for their officers and tried to reform to meet the onset of the French cavalry. The colonel, who had led them in the charge towards the battery, had been seen riding among the guns like a maniac, with both hands lopped off at the wrists, and his reins held between his teeth, but he had fallen, and a dozen others with him. A sergeant called out, "Come on, lads, that's the road home!" and the gallant little band rode straight for the oncoming cavalry that separated it from its own lines. A pitiful remnant broke through. On the Allied left wing, Vandeleur flung forward his light dragoons to cover the retreat. They cheered the heavies as they passed them, caught the lancers in flank, and drove them back in disorder. The survivors of the Union Brigade reached the shelter of their own lines, having pierced 3 columns, captured 2 eagles, wrecked 15 guns, put 25 more temporarily out of action, and taken nearly 3,000 prisoners. Chapter 23. The great infantry attack on the Allied left centre had failed. The Household Brigade had repulsed Keogh from La Haye-Sainte. Bourgeois and Donzelot had been forced to retreat with heavy loss, and Marconnier's division was shattered. The remaining column, led by de Roodt, had had more success, but was forced to retire in the general retreat. De Roodt had advanced against Papelotte, and had driven Prince Bernhard's Nassauers out of the village. These reformed, and in their turn drove out the French. Vandeleur's brigade of light cavalry charged the column, and it drew off, but in good order. On the Allied side, the losses were enormous. Kempt and Pack could no longer hope to hold the line, and Lambert's brigade was ordered up from Mont-Saint-Jean to reinforce them. The Union Brigade had been cut to pieces. The household troops were reduced to a few squadrons. Of the generals, Picton had been killed outright in the first charge, Sir William Ponsonby leading the Union Brigade on a hack horse, was lying dead on the field with his aide-de-camp beside him, and Pack and Kempt, on whom the command of the 5th Division had devolved, were wounded. Lord Edward Somerset, unhorsed, his hat gone, the lap of his coat torn off, got to his own lines miraculously unscathed. Lord Uxbridge, who, when the Life Guards and the Dragoon Guards ignored the rally, had ridden back to bring up the Blues in support, only to find that they had galloped into first line before ever they had passed La Haye Sainte, listened in contemptuous silence to the congratulations of the Duke's suite upon the brilliant success of his charge. He turned away, remarking to Seymour, with a disdainful curve to the mouth,
"That troupe dorée seems to think the battle is over. But had I, when I sounded the rally, found only 4 well-formed squadrons coming on at an easy trot, we should have captured a score of guns and avoided these shocking losses. Well, I deviated from my own principle. The carrière, once begun the leader, is no better than any other man. I should have placed myself at the head of the second line."
During d'Erlon's attack, the cannonading had been kept up on the other parts of the line, while round Hougoumont the struggle still raged with unabated fury, more and more men of Reyer's corps being employed in the attempt to capture the chateau. The stubborn resistance of the guards inside the chateau and garden, and of Saltoun's light companies, holding the orchard and the alley to the north in the teeth of all opposition, awoke a corresponding determination in the French generals. No attempt was made to mask the post. Jérôme, Foy, and Bachelu were all sent against it, and a howitzer troop was summoned up to drop shells upon the buildings. At 2:45, the roof of the chateau was blazing, and the Duke, observing it, scrawled one of his brief messages in his pocketbook. "I see that the fire has communicated from the haystack to the roof of the chateau. You must, however, still keep your men in those parts to which the fire does not reach. Take care that no men are lost by the falling in of the roof or floors. After they will have fallen in, occupy the ruined walls inside the gardens, particularly if it should be possible for the enemy to pass through the embers in the inside of the house." He tore out the leaves and folded them and handed them to Colonel Audley with a curt instruction. The colonel made his way to the right, behind Alten's division. The going was hard, the ground being heavy from the recent storm, and the smoke from the shells bursting all round, making it difficult to see the way. He caught a glimpse of some squadrons of Dutch carabiniers drawn up considerably to the rear, with their left against the chaussee, out of range of the cannon shots, passed by General Kruse's Nassauers, held in reserve, and arrived at length on the plateau overlooking Hougoumont. Skirting a regiment of dragoons of the Legion, who announced themselves to belong to General Dernberg's brigade, the colonel took a deep breath, gave his horse a pat on the neck, saying, "Now for it, my lad," and plunged forward into the region of shot and shell bursts. As he rode past Maitland's guards, lying down in line 4 deep above the bend of the hollow road to the south, a cannonball screamed past his head and made him duck involuntarily. An officer commanding a troop of horse artillery, a little to the west of the 1st Guards, saw him and laughed, shouting, "Whither away, Audley?" "To Hougoumont. Ramsay, where the devil has Byng's brigade got to?" "In there, most of them," replied Ramsay, pointing to the Hougoumont enclosures. "They tell me the ditches are piled up with the dead. Don't add to their numbers, if you can avoid it." "Damn you, I'm shaking with fright already," called Audley over his shoulder. Ramsay laughed and waved him on. The last sight Colonel Audley had of him was sitting his horse beside his guns, as cool as though engaged on field manoeuvres, waving his hand and laughing. He set spurs to his horse and galloped forward into the smoke and the heat of the fight round Hougoumont. He found himself soon among what seemed to be a steady stream of wounded, making their painful way to the rear. The lane behind the chateau, which was flanked by ditches and elm trees, was lined with some of the light companies of the Guards regiments, and in the orchard beyond a never-ending skirmish was going on. From the cover of the tree trunks and the ditches, the Guards, stepping over their own dead, were upholding their proud reputation. The carnage was appalling, but Colonel Audley, making his way to the northern wicket leading into the chateau, could see no signs of dismay in even the youngest face. When a man fell, with a queer little grunt as the ball struck him, those near him would do no more than glance at him in the intervals of reloading their muskets. They were intent on their marksmanship, their strained eyes staring ahead through the drifting smoke, their muskets at the ready. Except for a shot which carried away his horse's ear and caused the poor beast to rear up, snorting and squealing, the colonel reached the wicket gate without sustaining any injury and penetrated into the courtyard. The scene outside in the enclosures faded to insignificance before the inferno within the walls. The haystack was still blazing, and not only the roof of the chateau, but also a cowshed where the wounded had been lying had caught fire. The heat was overpowering. Shells were falling on the buildings. Horses, caught in flaming stables, were screaming. A few men, unrecognizable in torn and blackened uniforms, were working desperately to drag the last of the wounded out of the cowshed, while others, forming a chain, were pouring bucketful after bucketful of water on the smoking walls. On every side sounded the crash of falling timbers, the bursting of shells, and the groans of men who, unable to move for shattered legs or ghastly stomach wounds, were scorched by the fire and driven mad by pain and thirst. A sergeant of the Coldstream shouted to Audley above the din that Colonel MacDonald was in the garden, and thither Audley made his way, out of the heat and the fire, into what seemed an oasis set in the middle of hell. Reyer's guns were all trained on the courtyard and the surrounding buildings, and scarcely any shells had fallen in the neat garden which Barbara Child had planned to visit again in the summer. Roses were blooming in the formal beds. The long turf walks between were shaded by fruit trees and perfectly smooth. The colonel had no time to waste in gazing on this refreshing scene, but its contrast with the horror of the courtyard most forcibly struck him as he strode towards the high brick wall on the southern side. Here the defenders were for the most part gathered, some firing through the rough loopholes, others mounted on the wooden platforms and firing over the top of the wall into the infantry in the orchard and the fringe of the wood beyond. Colonel Audley soon found MacDonald and delivered the Duke's message. The big Scot read it and gave a short laugh.
"You need no worry. We can hold the place. But send more ammunition down to us, Audley, if you can. We're running damned short. How's it going along the rest of the line?"
"The 5th Division and the heavy brigades have repulsed an infantry attack on the left centre, sir. No one has it as hot as you so far."
"Ah, well, no one has troops like my fellows. Tell the Duke there's no talk of surrender here."
Making his way back again through the house and the courtyard, Colonel Audley once more reached the wicket gate and found his horse, which he had tethered there, apparently not much troubled by the loss of his ear. He mounted and galloped back to the main position, crossing the hollow road just below the spot where the few companies of Byng's brigade not engaged in the struggle about Hougoumont were posted. He did not see Byng himself, but gave MacDonald's message to a senior officer, who begged him to carry it further to the Prince of Orange's staff. He rode on towards Maitland's brigade, where he was informed the Prince was to be found, but was told there by Maitland himself that the Prince had moved to the left, towards Alton's division.
"I'll send one of my family if you like," Maitland said. "The trouble is to get the carts through to Hougoumont. You have enough on your hands, sir, by the look of it. I must pass Alton's division in any case."
Maitland had his glass to his eye, and replied in a preoccupied tone,
"Very well. I don't like the look of those fellows moving up round the eastern side of Hougoumont. I wonder... No, never mind. Off with you."
The colonel left him still watching the stealthy advance of a large body of French light troops, who were creeping along the eastern hedge of the Hougoumont enclosure, with the evident intention of turning Saltoun's left flank, and galloped on towards the centre of the line. The Prince of Orange, who was surrounded by numerous staff, was not difficult to pick out. He was wearing his English hussar dress, with an orange cockade in his hat, and was standing beside Halkett's bridge on the right flank of the division, his glass, like Maitland's, trained on the advancing French skirmishers. The colonel rode towards him, but arrived in his presence in a precipitate fashion which he did not intend. A shell, bursting within a few yards of him, brought his horse down in mid-gallop. The colonel was shot over his head, feeling at the same moment something like a red-hot knife sear his left thigh, and fell almost at the feet of Lord March. The explosion and the heavy fall knocked him senseless for a moment or two, but he soon came to himself to find March's face bent over him. He blinked at it, recollected his surroundings, and tried to laugh.
"Good God! What a way to arrive! Are you hurt, Charles?"
"No, merely dazed,"
replied the colonel, grasping his friend's hand and pulling himself up.
My horse killed? One of the men shot him. His forelegs were blown off at the knees. We thought you were gone. You're hurt. I'll get you to the rear. You'll do no such thing, said the colonel, feeling his leg through his blood-stained breeches. I think a splinter must have caught me. I'll get one of Halkett's sawbones to tie it up. I was looking for you fellows. I've been charged by Colonel MacDonald to see that more ammunition is sent down to him. I'll pass the message. Things are looking rather black at the moment. He pointed towards the hedge of the Huguenot. At that moment, the prince cantered up, looking pale and rather excited.
March! I've ordered the light troops not to stir from their position. They were forming to move against those skirmishers who were trying to turn Saltoun's left flank, but I'm sure the Duke will have seen that movement and will make his own dispositions. You agree?
Yes, sir.
Eh, mon Dieu! If one knew what were best to do. But no, I'm right. Charles, go at once to the rear. You are bleeding like a pig. My dear fellow, I have so much on my hands. I was right. I knew it. See there, March? The guards are moving down to cut off his attempt. All is well, then, and it is a mercy I would not permit the light troops to go. March, take Charles to the rear and find him a horse. No, a surgeon. Au revoir, Charles. I wish... But you see how it is. I have not a moment.
He flew off again. Audley's eyes twinkled. He said,
Has he been like this all day? March smiled. This is nothing. But you mustn't laugh at him. He's doing well. Quite well. If only he wouldn't get excited. Good, there's one of the assistant surgeons. Finlayson, patch Colonel Audley up, will you? I'll get you a trooper from somewhere, Charles. Take care of yourself.
The colonel's wound was found to have been caused, as he suspected, by a splinter. This was speedily, if somewhat painfully, extracted, and his leg bound up, by which time one of the sergeants of the 30th Regiment had come up, leading a trooper. The colonel mounted, declaring himself to be in splendid shape, and rode off as fast as his heavy steed would bear him. The Duke was standing on Alton's right flank, on the highest part of the position. The time was a little after 3 o'clock, and Colonel Audley rejoined his lordship just as the sadly diminished household brigade was returning from a charge led by Uxbridge against a French force once more attacking the farm of La Haye-Sainte. Bering had been reinforced by 2 companies after the overthrow of d'Erlon's columns, and the little garrison, in spite of having lost possession of the orchard and garden, was stoutly defending the buildings. The second attack, which was not very rigorously pressed, had been repulsed, and the charge of the household cavalry seemed to have succeeded. The French infantry had drawn off again, and except for the continued but not very severe cannonade against the whole Allied front, and the bitter fight about Huguemont, a lull had fallen on the battle. Colonel Audley seized the opportunity to ride to the rear, where on the chaussée a little below Mont-Saint-Jean his groom was stationed with his remaining horses. He fell in with Gordon on the way, and learned from him that the head of Bülow's corps was reported to have reached Saint-Lambert, 5 miles to the east of La Belle Alliance.
Coming along in their own good time, damn them, said Gordon. They say the roads are almost impassable, but I'll tell you what, Charles, if we don't get some reinforcements for our left centre before we're attacked again, we shall be romped. Where's Lambert? Just come up into the front line, which means we haven't a single man in reserve on the left, unless you count Bylant's heroes as reserves. I shouldn't care to trust them, admitted the colonel. Did their officers ever succeed in reforming them? I don't know. Pack's fellows have started a tale that they've all gone off for a picnic in the forest. I never saw such a damnable rout in all my life. It was God's mercy it happened where it did, and not before some of our raw regiments. You were there, weren't you? Is it true that Picton's rascals fired after them? They tried to, but we restrained them. Does anyone know what is going to happen next? I certainly don't. All I know is that I wish to God we had some of the fellows stationed at Al here, replied Gordon candidly. For over half an hour, no sign of a fresh attack was made by the enemy. Speculation was rife in the Allied lines. No one could imagine what the next move was going to be, or against what part of the line it would be directed. At Huguemont, all but 2 companies of Byng's brigade, which were left to guard the colours, had been drawn into the fight in the orchards and wood. Colonel Hepburn, whom the Prince of Orange had seen advancing with the remaining companies of the Scots Guard to Lord Saltoun's relief, had taken over the command from him after assisting him to drive Foy's men out of the orchard,
and Saltoun had retired to his brigade, with just 1/3 of the men of the light companies whom he had led into action. The gradual absorption of Byng's entire brigade in the defence of the Huguenots made it imperative to reinforce the right of the line. Shortly before 4 o'clock, an aide-de-camp was sent off to bring up some young Brunswick troops, held in reserve to fill the gap. This had hardly been accomplished when the firing on the Allied right centre suddenly became so violent that after a very few minutes of it the Duke withdrew his troops farther back from the crest of the position. Old soldiers with a score of battles behind them admitted, as they lay flat on their bellies under the rain of grape, round-shot, and spherical case, that they had never experienced such a cannonading. Occasionally, a greater explosion than the rest would roar above the din as an ammunition wagon was struck, and a column of smoke would rise vertically in the air, spreading like an umbrella. Everyone knew that the cannonade was the prelude to an attack. But when those on the high ground on the right of the Charleroi road saw, forming across the valley on the ridge of La Belle Alliance, not infantry divisions, but huge masses of cavalry, they were thunderstruck. It soon became evident that the attack was going to be directed against the right centre of the Allied line, for the squadrons, which had first appeared on the east of the Charleroi road, crossed it, obliquing to their left, and advanced slowly but in beautiful order through the fields of deep corn that lay between the advance posts of Huguemont and La Haye-Sainte. 24 squadrons of Meaux's cuirassiers led the cavalcade in first line, their burnished breastplates and helmets making them look like a wall of steel. They were supported by 19 squadrons of the light cavalry of the Guard, red lancers with high white plumes, gaudy horse trappings, and fluttering pennons in second line, and in third line, the chasseurs à cheval, in green dolmans embroidered richly with gold, black bearskin shakos on their heads, and fur-trimmed pelisses swinging from their shoulders. It was a formidable array, terrifying to inexperienced troops, but regarded by the staff officers who watched its assembly with a good deal of criticism.
"Good God, this is too premature," Lord Fitzroy exclaimed. "It cannot mean to attack unshaken infantry with cavalry alone."
"Perhaps Ney's gone mad?" suggested Canning hopefully.
"What the devil has he done with his infantry columns?"
"I fancy the Prussians must be at something on the left," said the Duke, overhearing this interchange.
"I shall believe in the Prussians when I see them,"
remarked Canning to Colonel Audley. There was no opportunity for further speculation. Orders were sent to the brigade to prepare to withstand cavalry attacks. Aide-de-camp dashed off through the hail of shot, and the troops lying on the ground beside their arms were quickly formed into 2 lines of squares, placed checkerwise behind the crest of the position. In support, all the available cavalry was mustered. The 2 British heavy brigades, now reduced to a few squadrons under the command of Lord Edward Somerset, Trip's carabiniers, 7 squadrons of Van Merlen's light cavalry, a regiment of Brunswick hussars, Colonel Ahrenschildt's brigade of the Legion, and a part of Dernberg's and Grant's brigades. A demonstration by some French lancers by the Nivelle road had succeeded in drawing off 2 of Grant's regiments and 1 of Dernberg's, so that of Grant's brigade only the 7th Hussars, who had suffered great loss at Genappe on the previous day, were left to meet the attack of French cavalry, and of Dernberg's only the 1st and 2nd Light Dragoons of the Legion. In all, it was a meagre force to throw against the 43 squadrons assembling between Huguemont and La Haye-Sainte, and the want of the 2 British brigades guarding the left flank of the line until the Prussians should arrive to relieve them began to be acutely felt. The Brunswickers, who had been brought up to fill the gap on Maitland's right, were raw troops, and the Duke wisely strengthened them by sending for a regiment from Colonel Mitchell's brigade, posted west of the Nivelle road, and stationing it between their 2 squares. Light troops were ordered to fall back upon the squares immediately in their rear, irrespective of nation or brigade. The artillery was instructed to keep up a steady fire upon the advancing cavalry until the last possible moment, and then to run for safety to the infantry squares. Guns were double-loaded with shot and canister, and the squares formed 4 deep, the front ranks kneeling so that each square presented 4 faces bristling with bayonets. The French artillery fire ceased as the squadrons began to advance at a slow trot. Owing to the Duke's having withdrawn his right centre slightly down the reverse slope of the position to protect it from the cannonading, the French, advancing to the crest, saw no infantry opposing them. They were met by a devastating fire of artillery, but though their front ranks were disordered by the gaps torn in the lines, they pushed on intrepidly. As the leading squadrons breasted the rise, the trumpets sounded the charge, and the cuirassiers, cheering and shouting, "En avant!" spurred forward and saw ahead of them not an army in retreat, as they had been led to suppose, but motionless squares awaiting their charge in grim British silence. The British gunners, remaining at their posts until almost surrounded by the surge of horsemen, were firing at point-blank range. As the cuirassiers charged up to the batteries, the terrible case shot brought them down in tangled heaps of men and horses together. When the muzzles of their guns almost touched the leading squadrons, the artillerymen, some detaching the wheels from their guns and bowling them along with them, rushed to the nearest squares and flung themselves down under the bayonets. In a cacophony of shouts, trumpet calls, and the discharge of carbines, the cuirassiers charged down upon the silent squares. When they came to within 30 paces, the order to fire upon them was given, and a storm of bullets rattled against the steel breastplates, for all the world like hailstones on a glass roof. Those in the rear ranks of the squares were employed in reloading the muskets, and the repeated volleys caused the advancing columns to split and to swerve off to right and left, only to receive a still more devastating flank of fire from the sides of the squares. In a very few moments, all order was lost. The cuirassiers jostling one another in the spaces between the squares, some riding against the red walls to discharge their carbines and pistols into the set faces upturned behind the gleaming chevaux de frise of bayonets, other trotting round and round in an attempt to find a weak spot to break through. No sooner had the cuirassiers passed the first line of squares than the artillerymen dashed back to their guns to meet with renewed fire the second columns of lancers and chasseurs ascending the southern slope in support of the cuirassiers. The same tactics were repeated, with the same results. The squadrons, already thrown into some disorder by the charges of case shot exploding among them, obliqued before the frontal fire of the squares. Soon the whole plateau was covered with horsemen, lancers, chasseurs, and cuirassiers mixed in inextricable confusion, spreading right up to the second line of squares. Man after man fell in the British ranks, but the gaps were always filled and the squares remained unbroken. Skirmishers, taking cover behind the carcasses of dead horses, kept up a steady fire on the congested mass of the enemy. Wounded and dead sprawled beneath the hooves, and unhorsed cuirassiers cast off their encumbered breastplates to struggle back through the press to the safety of their own lines. When the confusion was at its height, the Allied cavalry charged up from the rear and drove the French from the plateau. They retired, leaving the ground littered with horses, men, piles of cuirasses and accoutrements, but no sooner had the last of them disappeared over the crest than the punishing cannonade burst forth again, while Ney reformed his muddled squadrons in the valley. The attack, though it had not broken the squares, had considerably weakened them. The Duke, riding down the line, heartening the troops with the sight of his well-known figure and the sound of his loud, cheerful voice, sent aide-de-camp galloping off to bring up Clinton's division, in reserve on the west of the Nivelle Road. This consisted of General Adams' British Light Brigade, comprising the 1st Battalion of Sir John Colborne's Fighting 52nd, the 71st Highland Regiment, and 2 battalions of the 95th Rifles, Colonel Duplat's Brigade of the Legion, and Hugh Halkett's Hanoverian Landwehr battalions. Colonel Audley was one of those sent on this errand, and galloping through the hail of shot, reached the comparative quiet of the ground west of the Nivelle Road to find Lord Hill awaiting the expected instructions to send reinforcements from his corps into the front line. The colonel, parched with thirst, coughing from the smoke of the shells, his wounded thigh throbbing, and his horse blown, sketched a salute and thrust the Duke's message into his hand.
"Having a hot time of it in the centre, aren't you?"
said Hill. He cast a glance at the colonel's face, and added, in his kindly way,
"You look as though a drink would do you good. Hurt?"
"No, sir.
gasped the colonel, trying to get the smoke out of his lungs.
But we must have reinforcements before they come on again. Oh, yes. You shall have them.
Hill nodded to his younger brother and aide-de-camp.
Give Audley some of that wine of yours, Clement.
Audley, gratefully accepting a long-necked bottle, drank deeply and sat recovering his breath, while Lord Hill issued his instructions. It was his task to lead Adams' brigade to a strategic but dangerous position between the northeast angle of Hougoumont and the point on the higher ground behind the hollow road, where the Brunswick troops stood huddled in 2 squares, with 1 British between. The boys, for they were little more, in their sombre uniforms and death's head badges, were shaking, kept together only by the exertions of their officers, and the moral support afforded by the sight of the seasoned British regiment separating their squares. Hugh Halkett was brought up in support of the Brunswickers on Maitland's right. Duplat was formed on the slope behind Hougoumont, and Adams' brigade, forming line 4 deep, came up to fill the interval between the Brunswickers and Hougoumont. The brigade was met by the Duke in person, who pointed to the cloud of skirmishers assailing the left flank of the guards defending the orchard, and briefly ordered them to "Drive those fellows away!" The artillery fire, which was mowing the ranks down, ceased, and the men, lying on the ground, were again ordered to form squares. The cavalry came riding over the crest as before, but this time it was seen that a considerable portion of their force was kept in compact order and took no part in the attempt to break through the infantry squares. These horsemen were evidently formed to attack the Allied cavalry, but no sooner had the previous confusion of squadrons splitting and obliquing to right and left been repeated than the Allied cavalry, not waiting to be attacked, advanced to meet them and again drove them over the crest and down the slope. The same tactics were repeated time after time, but with the same lack of success. The men forming the squares grew to welcome the cavalry attacks as a relief from the terrible cannonading that filled the intervals between them. The Duke, who seemed to be everywhere at once, generally riding far ahead of the cortege that still galloped devotedly after him, was pale and abstracted, but gave no other sign of anxiety than the frequent sliding in and out of its socket of his telescope. If he saw a square wavering, he threw himself into it, regardless of all entreaties not to risk his life, and rallied it by the very fact of his presence.
"Never mind, we'll win this battle yet,"
he said, and his men believed him, and breathed more freely when they caught a glimpse of that low-cocked hat and the cold eyes and bony nose beneath it. They did not love him, for he did not love them, but there was not a man serving under him who had not complete confidence in him.
"Hard pounding this, gentlemen,"
he said when the cannonade was at its fiercest.
"Let's see who will pound the longest."
When the foreign diplomats remonstrated with him, he said bluntly,
"My army and I know each other exactly, gentlemen. The men will do for me what they will do for no one else."
Lord Uxbridge led 2 squadrons of the Household Brigade against a large body of cavalry advancing to attack the squares, and although he could not drive it back, he managed to hold it in check. Major Lloyd fell, mortally wounded, beside his battery. Sometimes the cuirassiers succeeded in cutting men off from the angles of the squares, but before they could escape to the rear, staff officers galloped after them and got them back to their positions. At times the squares, growing smaller as the men fell in them, were lost to sight in the sea of horsemen all round them. Between 4 and 5 o'clock, convinced at last that no flanking attack was contemplated on his right, the Duke sent to order Baron Chassé up from Braine-l'Alleud. Staff officers were looking anxious. Artillerymen, seeing little but masses of enemy cavalry swarming all over the position, waited in momentary expectation of receiving the order to retreat. The heat on the plateau was fast becoming unbearable. Reserves brought up from the rear felt themselves to be marching into a gigantic oven, and young soldiers, hearing for the first time the peculiar hum that filled the air, stared about them fearfully through the smoke, flinching as the shots hissed past their heads, and asked nervously, "What makes that humming noise like bees?" Colonel Audley, riding back from an errand to the right wing, had his 2nd horse killed under him, close to a troop of horse artillery, drawn up in the interval between 2 Brunswick squares, in a slight hollow below the brow of the position, north of Hougoumont. He sprang clear, but heard a voice call out,
"Hi, don't mask my guns! Anything I can do for you, sir?" You can give me your horse, replied the colonel, trying to recover his breath.
He looked into a lean, humorous face, shaded by the jut of a black crested helmet, and asked,
Who are you? G Troop, Colonel Dixon's, under the command of Captain Mercer, at your service. Oh, yes, I know.
The colonel's eyes travelled past him to a veritable bank of dead cuirassiers and horses, not 20 paces in front of his guns. He gave an awed whistle.
Good God. Yes, we're having pretty hot work of it here, replied Mercer.
A shell came whizzing over the crest and fell in the mud not far from his troop, and lay there, its fuse spitting and hissing. He broke off to admonish his men, some of whom had flung themselves down on the ground. The shell burst at last, without doing much damage, and the nonchalant captain turned back to Colonel Audley, resuming as though only a minor interruption had occurred.
Pretty hot work of it here. We wait till those steel-clad gentry come over the rise, and then we give 'em a dose of round shot with a case over it. Terrible effect it has. I've seen a whole front rank come down from the effects of the case. Do you mean that you stand by your guns throughout? Take a look at those squares, sir, recommended Mercer, jerking his head towards the Brunswickers, who were lying on the ground to the right and left of his rear. You can't at the moment, but if you care to wait, you'll see them form squares, huddled together like sheep. If we scuttled for safety among them, they'd break and run. They're only children, one above 18, I'll swear. Gives them confidence to see us here. You're a damned brave man, said the colonel, taking the bridle of the trooper which a driver had led up. Oh, we don't give a button for the cavalry, replied Mercer. The worst is this infernal cannonading. It plays the devil with us. We've been pestered by skirmishers too, which is damned nuisance. Only way I can stop my fellows wasting their charges on them is to parade up and down the bank in front of my guns. That's nervous work, if you like. I imagine it might be, said the colonel with a grin. Don't get your troops cut up too much, or his lordship won't be pleased. The artillery won't get any of the credit for this day's work in any case, so what's the odds? Mercer replied. Fraser knows what we're about. He was here a short time ago, very much upset from burying poor Ramsay. The colonel had one foot in the stirrup, but he paused and said sharply, Is Ramsay dead? Fraser buried him on the field not half an hour ago. Bolton's gone too, I believe. Was Norman Ramsay a friend of yours, sir? Pride of our service, you know. Yes, replied Audley curtly, and hoisted himself into the saddle, wincing a little from the pain of his wounded thigh. I must push on before your steel-clad gentry come up again. Good luck to you. The same to you, sir. And you'd better hurry. Cannonade's slackening. The pause following the third onset of the cavalry was of longer duration than those which had preceded it. Ney had sent for reinforcements, and was reassembling his squadrons. To Miaud's and Lefebvre Desnouettes' original 43 squadrons were now added both Kellermann's divisions and 13 squadrons of Count Guyot's dragoons and grenadiers à cheval, making a grand total of 77 squadrons. Not a foot of the ground, a third of a mile in width, lying between Hougoumont and La Haye-Sainte, could be seen for the glittering mass of horsemen that covered it. It was an array to strike terror into the bravest heart. They advanced in columns of squadrons, gigantic carabiniers in white with gold breastplates, dragoons wearing tiger-skin helmets under their brass casques, and carrying long guns at their saddle-bows, grenadiers in imperial blue with towering bearskin shakos, steel-fronted cuirassiers, gay chasseurs, and white-plumed lancers riding under the flutter of their own pennons. They did not advance with the brilliant dash of the British brigades, but at a purposeful trot. As they approached the Allied position, the earth seemed to shake under them, and the sound of the horses' hooves was like dull thunder, swelling in volume. 15,000 of Napoleon's proudest horsemen were sent against the Allied infantry squares to break through the Duke's hard-held centre. They came over the crest in wave upon wave, riding up in the teeth of the guns until the entire plateau was a turbulent sea of bright, shifting colours, tossing plumes, and gleaming sabres. The fallen men and horses encumbering the ground hampered their advance, and once again the musketry fire from the front faces of the squares caused the squadrons to swerve off to right and left.
Lancers, grenadiers, dragoons jostled one another in the press, their formation lost. But the tide swept on up to the second line of squares and surrounded them. Some of the cavalry pushed right down the slope to the artillery wagons in the rear and slew the drivers and horses. But though men were dropping all the time in the squares, the gaps were instantly filled, and when a square became disordered, the sharp command, "Close up!" was obeyed before the cavalry could take advantage of the momentary confusion. For 3/4 of an hour, the squares were almost swamped by the overwhelming hordes that pressed up to them, fell back again before the fire of the muskets, and rode round and round, striking with swords and sabres at the bayonets, discharging carbines and making isolated dashes at the corners of the squares. The French were driven off the plateau, when in hopeless confusion, by the charge of the Allied cavalry, but they retreated only to reform. The cannonading burst forth again, and the sorely tried infantry, deafened by the roar of artillery, many of them wounded and all of them worn out by the grim struggle to keep their ranks closed, lay down on the torn ground, each man wondering in his heart what would be the end. When the squadrons came over the crest again, Colonel Audley was nearly caught among them. He was mounted on his last horse, the Earl of Worth's Rufus, and owed his preservation to the hunter's pace. He snatched out his sword when he saw the cavalry bearing down upon him, threw off a lance by his right side, and, clapping his spurs into Rufus's flanks, galloped for his life. One of Maitland's squares opened its files to receive them, and he rode into the middle of it, and the files closed behind him.
"Hello, Audley," drawled the tall major, who was having sticking plaster put on a sabre cut. "That was a near thing, wasn't it?"
"Too damned near for my taste," replied Audley, sliding out of the saddle and looping Rufus's bridge over his arm. He eased his wounded leg with a grimace. "See anything of the Duke, Stuart?"
"Not quite lately. He went off towards the Brunswickers, I think. Some of those fellows seem to revel in this sort of thing.
The younger ones don't like it." The surgeon, having finished his work on the major's arm, bustled away, and the major, drawing his tunic on again, said with a grave look,
"What do you make of it?"
Audley returned the look. "Pretty black." The major nodded. He buttoned up his coat and said,
"We don't see much of it here, you know. Nothing but smoke and this damned cavalry. One of the artillery fellows who took cover in our square during the last charge said he thought it was all over with us."
"Not it. We shall win through."
"Oh, not a doubt. But damn me if ever I saw anything like this cavalry affair. Look at them, riding round and round. Makes you feel giddy to watch them."
He glanced round the square and sighed.
"God, my poor regiment."
He saw a slight stir taking place in one of the ranks, and hurried off towards the wall of red, shouting,
"Close up there! Stand fast, my lads! We'll soon have them over the hill!"
The inside of the square was like a hospital, with wounded men lying all over the ground among the ammunition boxes and the debris of accoutrement. Those of the doctors attached to the regiment who had not gone to the rear were busy with bandages and sticking plaster, but there was very little they could do to ease the sufferings of the worst cases. From time to time a man fell in the ranks, and crawled between the legs of his comrades into the square. The dead lay among the living, some with limbs twisted in a last agony, and sightless eyes glaring up at the chasing clouds, others as though asleep, their eyelids mercifully closed, and their heads pillowed on their arms. Almost at Audley's feet, a boy lay in a sticky pool of his own blood. He looked very young. There was a faint smile on his dead lips, and one hand lay palm upwards on the ground, the fingers curling inwards in an oddly pathetic gesture. Audley was looking down at him when he heard his name feebly called. He turned his head and saw Lord Harry Alister not far from him, lying on the ground, propped up by knapsacks. He stepped over the dead boy at his feet and went to Harry and dropped on his knee beside him.
"Harry, are you badly hurt?"
"I don't know. I don't think I can be,"
Harry replied, with the ghost of a smile.
"Only I don't seem to be able to move my legs. As a matter of fact, I can't feel anything below my waist." The colonel had seen death too many times not to recognize it now in Harry's drawn face and clouding eyes. He took one of the boy's hands and held it, saying gently, "That's famous. We must get you to the rear as soon as these hordes of cavalry have drawn off." "I'm so tired," Harry said with a long sigh. "Is George safe?" "I hope so. I don't really know, old fellow." "Give him my love, if you see him." He closed his eyes, but opened them again after a minute or two and said, "It's awful, isn't it?" "Yes. The worst fight I ever was in." "Well, I'm glad I was in it anyway. To tell you the truth, I haven't liked it as much as I thought I should. It's seeing one's friends go, one after the other, and being so hellish frightened oneself." "I know." "Do you think we can hold out, Charles?" "Yes, of course we can. And we will." "By Jove, it'll be grand if we beat Boney after all," Harry said drowsily. A doctor bent over a man lying beside him. The colonel said urgently, "Can't you get this boy to the rear when the cavalry draws off again?" A cursory glance was cast at Harry. "Waste of time," said the doctor. "I'm sorry, but I've enough on my hands with those I can save." The colonel said no more. Harry seemed to be dropping asleep. Audley stayed holding his hand, but looked up at a mounted officer of the Royal Staff Corps who was standing close by. "What's happening?" "Our cavalry's coming up. By God, in the very nick of time, too. I think Grant must have brought back his fellows from the Nivelle Road. Yes, by Jove, those are the 13th Light Dragoons. Oh, well done. Go at them, you devils, go at them." His excitement seemed to rouse Harry. He opened his eyes and said faintly, "Are we winning?" "Yes. Grant's brigade is driving the French off the plateau." "Oh, splendid." He smiled. "I say, you won't be able to call me a Johnny Newcomb any longer, will you?" "No, that I shan't." Harry relapsed into silence. Outside the dogged square, Grant's light dragoons had formed and charged the confused mass of French cavalry, hurling it back from the plateau and pursuing it right the way down the slope to the low ground near the orchard of Hougomont. In a short while, the plateau, which had seethed with steel helmets, copper crests, towering white plumes, and heavy bearskin shakos, was swept bare of all but Allied troops. Mounds of French dead and wounded, and riderless horses, some of them wandering aimlessly about with blood streaming from their wounds, some neighing piteously from the ground where they lay, others quietly cropping the trampled grass. The colonel bent over Lord Harry. "I must go, Harry." "Must you?" Harry's voice was growing fainter. "I wish you could stay. I don't feel quite the thing, you know." "I can't stay. God knows I would. But I must get back to the Duke." "Of course. I was forgetting. I shall see you later, I dare say." "Yes. Later," the colonel said, a little unsteadily. "Goodbye, old fellow." He pressed Harry's hand, laid it gently down, and rose to his feet. His horse stood waiting, snorting uneasily. He mounted, saluted Harry, who raised a wavering hand in return, and rode away to find the Duke. Chapter 24. The cavalry attacks were abating at last, but under cover of them renewed attempts were being made on La Haye-Sainte. Again and again Major Baring sent to his brigade demanding more ammunition. One wagon never reached the farm. Another was found to contain cartridges belonging to the Baker rifles used by the 95th, which were of the wrong caliber for the German rifles. Colonel Audley arrived at the centre, immediately west of the Charleroi chaussee, in time to witness Uxbridge leading the gallant remnant of the Household Brigade against a column of French infantry, covered by cavalry, advancing upon the farm. Their numbers were so diminished that they could make little impression and were forced to retire. Uxbridge, his hussar dress spattered with mud and soaked with sweat, went flying past to bring up Trip's carabiniers, a powerful body of heavy cavalry, 9 squadrons strong, who were drawn up behind Kielmansegge's brigade. He placed himself at their head, gave them the order to charge, and rode forward, only to be stopped by Horace Seymour, snatching at his bridle and bellowing, "They don't follow you, sir!" Uxbridge checked, and rode back, ordering the reluctant carabinier with a flood of eloquence to follow the example of the shattered Household Brigade. Nothing could avail, however. The squadrons would not attend to him, but began to retire, seeping a part of the 3rd Hussars of the Legion before them. Old Arnschild's voice could be heard above the bursting shells, raised in a fury of invective. The German hussars, scattered by the sheer weight of the carabiniers, were only restrained from engaging with their Dutch allies by the exertions of their officers, who rode among them, calling them to order and reforming them as the carabiniers passed through to the rear. The stolid Germans, roused to rage by their forced rout, rallied and charged down upon the French about La Haye-Sainte. They were driven back by the cuirassiers supporting the infantry column, and the Hanoverian regiment, the Cumberland Hussars, which had been brought up, began to retire. Captain Seymour, dispatched by Uxbridge to stop this retreat, thundered down upon them, a giant of a man on a huge charger, and grabbed at the commanding officer's bridle, roaring at them to get his men together and bring them up again. The Hanoverian colonel, who seemed dead to all feeling of shame, replied in a confused way that he could not trust his men. They were appalled by the repulse of the household troops. Their horses were their own property. He did not think they would risk them in a charge against such overwhelming odds. He almost cringed under the menace of the English giant, who loomed over him, pouring insults on his head, but he would do nothing to stop the retreat. Seymour, abandoning him, appealed to his next in command to supersede him, to any officer who had courage enough to rally his troops and lead them to the charge. It was useless. He galloped back to his chief, reporting failure. "Tell their colonel to form them up out of range of the guns," Uxbridge ordered. But the Cumberland Hussars had no intention of taking part in the fight, and by the time Captain Seymour reached the colonel again, the whole regiment was in full retreat towards Brussels. Colonel Audley, finding the Duke at last, was sent off immediately with a scrawled message for Uxbridge. "We ought to have more cavalry between the 2 high roads, that is to say, 3 brigades at least, 1 heavy and 1 light brigade might remain on the left." This note delivered into Uxbridge's hands, Colonel Audley found himself beside Seymour, still seething with rage at the behaviour of the Hanoverians and the Dutch Belgians. From him he learned that the head of the Prussian column, coming up to the west of Papelotte, had been sighted at about 5 o'clock, and that Baron Muffling, almost frantic at the delay, had ridden in person to bring up the reinforcements so desperately needed. The farm of La Haye-Sainte had caught fire from the cannonade directed upon it. 2 of the French guns had been brought up to the north of it, and were enfilading Kempt's lines on the west of the chaussee. These were speedily silenced by the 95th Rifles, terribly reduced in numbers, but still holding their ground in front of Lambert's brigade. But French skirmishers were now all round La Haye-Sainte. A message from General Alten reached Baron Omptede, requesting him, if possible, to deploy a battalion and send it against those tirailleurs. Omptede, knowing that they were strongly supported by cavalry, sent back this intelligence to his general, but the Prince of Orange, carried away by the excitement of the moment, and forgetful of the disaster attendant upon his interference at Quatre Bras, impetuously ordered him to advance at once. Omptede looked at him for one moment. Then he turned and gave the command to deploy the 5th Line Battalion of the Legion. Placing himself at its head, he led it against the French skirmishers and drove them back. The cuirassiers, in support, charged down upon him. He fell, and half his men with him, cut to pieces by the cavalry. Arnschild, watching from the high ground to the north, flung his hussars into the fray again. They fell upon the cuirassiers in flank and drove them back, enabling the shattered remnant of the 5th Line Battalion to reach the main position. Fresh French cavalry advanced and drove the hussars back, but the riflemen on the knoll above the sandpit across the road, who had been impatiently awaiting their opportunity, no sooner saw the ground cleared of Omptede's infantry Then they poured in such an accurate fire that the French cavalry was thrown into confusion, and the German hussars drew off in good order. The cavalry attacks on the right had almost ceased. The Duke sent to withdraw Adams' brigade from its exposed position onto the high ground on Maitland's right, and dispatched Colonel Fremantle to the left wing, where the Prussians were beginning to come up, with a request for reinforcements of 3,000 infantry to strengthen the line. The colonel returned with a message from General Bülow and Seaton that their whole army was coming up and that they could make no detachment. He was delayed on his way back by finding Prince Bernhard's Nassauers, who had behaved with the greatest gallantry all day, being put to rout by a Prussian battery of 8 guns which was busily employed in firing on them in the mistaken belief that they were French troops.
"A pretty way to behave after taking the whole day to come up," he told Lord Fitzroy wrathfully. "The prince rallied his fellows a quarter of a mile behind the line, but I had to gallop all the way back to Seaton to get him to send orders to stop his damned battery."
How long before Seaton can bring his whole force up? Fitzroy demanded. Things are looking pretty black.
God knows. Miffling is doing all he can to hasten them, but there's only some advance cavalry arrived so far. They say they had the greatest difficulty to get here owing to the state of the roads. Wouldn't have come at all if it hadn't been for old Blücher cheering them on. If it weren't so damned serious, it would be comical. No sooner did Seaton's advance guard get within reach of us than they heard we were being forced to retreat and promptly turned tail and made off. You can imagine old Miffling's wrath. He went after them like one of Wynyard's rockets and ordered them up at once. The main part of the Prussian army is already engaged round Plancenoit, if Seaton is to be believed. If they really are attacking Boney on his right flank, it would account for Ney not bringing infantry up against us. 10 to 1, Boney's had to employ most of it against Bülow.
Uxbridge, seeing the household cavalry drawn up in a thin extended line behind Ompteder's and Kielmanseg's brigades, sent Seymour to tell Lord Edward to withdraw his men to a less exposed position. Seymour came back with a grim answer from Lord Edward, still holding his ground.
If I were to move, the Dutch in support of me would move off immediately.
The fire had been extinguished at La Haye-Sainte, but the garrison had fired its last cartridge and was forced, after holding it in the teeth of the French columns all day, to abandon the post. Fighting a hand-to-hand rearguard action against the French breaking in through every entrance, Major Baring got out of the farm and back to the lines with 42 men left of the original 400 who had occupied the farm. La Haye-Sainte had fallen, and the effects of its loss were at once felt. Keogh, occupying it in force, brought up his guns and opened a crippling fire upon the Allied centre. To the east, the smoke hung so thickly that, although not 100 yards between them, the men of the 95th, reduced to a single line of skirmishers, could only see by the flash of their pieces where the French gunners were situated. Their senior officers had all been carried off the field, and the command of the battalion had fallen upon a captain. Behind the riflemen, Sir John Lambert was standing staunchly in support, in the angle of the chaussee and the hollow road, with 3 regiments, 2 living and 1 lying dead in square. On the west of the chaussee, the shot and the shells from the French batteries were tearing great rents in already depleted ranks. Alten had fallen, and Ompteder was dead. Staff officers from the various brigades galloped up from all sides to beg the Duke for orders.
There are no orders, he said. My only plan is to stand my ground here to the last man.
Though his staff fell about him, he continued to ride up and down his lines, rallying failing troops, restraining men who, maddened by the rain of deadly shot, could hardly be kept from launching themselves through the smoke in a desperate charge against their persecutors.
Wait a little longer, my lads. You shall have at them presently, he promised. By God, I thought I had heard enough of this man, but he far surpasses my expectations, Uxbridge exclaimed. It is not a man, but a god.
Delancey, the quartermaster-general, was struck by a spent cannonball at the Duke's side, and fell, imploring those who hurried to him not to move him, for he was done for. Behind the crumbling ranks of Alten's division was only the extenuated line of Lord Edward's cavalry. The Duke brought up the only remaining Brunswickers in person and formed them to fill the gap. They marched up bravely, but the sight of the horrors all around them and the dropping of men in their own ranks shook them. They broke and fell back, but shouting to his aide-de-camp to rally them, the Duke spurred after them, rounding them up, heartening them by word and gesture. Gordon and Audley raced after him, and the terrified soldiers were reformed and led up again. Uxbridge rode off like the wind to bring up the cavalry from the left wing. He met Sir Hussey Vivian advancing to the centre of his own initiative, learned from him that the Prussians were at last arriving in force, and dispatched a message to Vandeleur to move to the centre in Vivian's wake. A staff officer met Vivian's brigade on its way to the centre and exchanged his own wounded hunter for a trooper belonging to the 18th Hussars.
"The Duke has won the battle. If only we could get the damned Dutch to advance,"
he told one of the officers. The brigade, coming up behind the infantry lines from their comparatively quiet position on the left flank, could see no sign of victory in the desolation which surrounded them. Dead and dying men lay all over the ground. Mutilated horses wandered about in aimless circles. Cannonballs were tossing up the trampled earth in great gashes, and a pall of smoke hung over all. Vivian led the brigade over the chaussee and saw Lord Edward Somerset in a life guardsman's helmet, with a bare couple of squadrons drawn up west of the road. He called out, "Lord Edward, where's your brigade?" "Here," replied Lord Edward. Audley, engaged in rallying the Brunswickers, heard Gordon's voice raised above the whistle and hum of shot. "For God's sake, my lord, don't expose yourself! This is no work for you!" The next instant, Audley saw him fall, but he could neither desert his post to go to him, nor discover whether he was dead or alive. Gordon was carried off. Brunswickers, their panic checked, saw Vivian's hussar brigade in support of them, and stood their ground. The Duke rode off to another part of the line. Colonel Audley, his senses deadened to the iron rain about him, struggled after, saw Lord March, dismounted and kneeling on the ground, supporting a wounded man in his arms, and shouted to him, "March! March! Is Gordon alive?" "Oh my God, not Gordon too!" March cried out in an anguished tone. The colonel pushed up to him, saw that the man in his arms was Canning, and almost flung himself out of the saddle. A musket ball had struck Canning in the stomach. He was dying fast, and in agony that made it difficult for him to speak. Some men of the 73rd Regiment had raised him to a sitting position with their knapsacks. He gasped out, "The Duke, is he safe?" Yes, untouched." A ghastly smile flickered over Canning's mouth. He tried to clasp Audley's hand, turned his head a little on March's shoulder, managed to speak their names, and so died. An agitated officer from Guigny's brigade came riding up while March still held Canning's body in his arms.
"Milord, mon capitaine, je vous en prie. C'est son Altesse lui-même qui est en ce moment blessé. Il faut venir tout de suite."
March, lost in grief, seemed not to hear him. Colonel Audley, hardly less distressed, laid a hand on his shoulder. "He's gone, March. Lay him down. Slender Billy's hurt." March raised his head, dashing the tears from his eyes. "What's that?" He glanced up at the Dutchman standing over them. The message was repeated. The prince had been hit in the shoulder while leading some of General Kruse's Nassauers to the charge, and had fallen so heavily from his horse that the sense seemed to have been knocked out of him. March laid Canning's body down and got up. "I'll come at once. Where is he?" He rode away with the Dutch officer. Colonel Audley, consigning Canning's body to the care of an officer of Halkett's brigade, also mounted, and plunged off through the confusion to find the Duke again. Vandeleur had come up from the left flank with his brigade of light dragoons, and passing behind Vivian, had formed his squadrons more to the right, immediately in rear of Count d'Aubremay's Dutch-Belgian line battalions, brought up from Vieux-Fourier to fill a gap on the right centre. Here they were exposed to a galling fire, but d'Aubremay's men in their front were weakening, and to have withdrawn out of range of the guns would have left the road open to the Dutch-Belgians for retreat. They closed their squadron intervals, and Vivian had done, to prevent the infantry passing through to the rear, and stood their ground while Vandeleur, with some of his senior officers, bullied and persuaded the Dutch-Belgians into forming their front again. At 7 o'clock, things looked very serious along the Allied front. To the west, only some Prussian cavalry had arrived to guard the left flank, Papelotte and the farm of Terre-la-Haye were held by de Route, whose skirmishers stretched to the crest of the Allied position. The gunners and the tirailleurs at La Haye-Sainte were raking the centre with their fire, and although 12,000 men of Reille's corps d'armée had failed all day to dislodge 1,200 British guards from the ruins of Hougoumont, all along the Allied line the front was broken, and in some places utterly disorganised. The Duke remained calm, but kept looking at his watch. Once he said, "It's night or Blücher." But for the most part, he was silent. An aide-de-camp rode up to him with a message from his general that his men were being mowed down by the artillery fire and must be reinforced. "It is impossible," he replied. "Will they stand?"
"Yes, my lord, till they perish."
"Then tell them that I will stand with them till the last man." Turmoil and confusion, made worse by the smoke that hung heavily over the centre, and the debris that littered the ground from end to end of the line, seemed to reign everywhere. Staff officers carrying messages to brigades asked mechanically, "Who commands here?" The Prince of Orange had been taken away by March. 3 generals had been killed, 5 others carried off the field, too badly wounded to remain. The Adjutant General and the Quartermaster General had both had to retire. Of the Duke's personal staff, Canning was dead, Gordon dying in the inn at Waterloo, and Lord Fitzroy, struck in the right arm while standing with his horse almost touching the Duke's, had left the field in Alava's care. Those that were left had passed beyond feeling. It was no longer a matter for surprise or grief to hear of a friend's death. The only surprise was to find anyone still left alive on that reeking plain. Horse after horse had been shot under them. Sooner or later they would probably join the ranks of the slain. Meanwhile, there were still orders to carry, and they forced their exhausted mounts through the carnage, indifferent to the heaps of fallen redcoats sprawling under their feet, themselves numb with fatigue, their minds focused upon one object only: to get the messages they carried through to their destinations. Just before 7 o'clock, a deserting colonel of cuirassiers came galloping up to the 52nd Regiment, shouting, "Vive la roi!" He reached Sir John Colborne and gasped out, "Napoléon est là, avec les gardes! Voilà l'attaque qui s'est fait!" The warning was unnecessary, for it had been apparent for some minutes that the French were mustering for a grand attack all along the front. D'Erlon's corps was already assailing with a swarm of skirmishers the decimated line of Picton's 5th Division, and to the west of La Haye-Sainte, on the undulating plain facing the Allied right, the Imperial Middle Guard was forming in 5 massive columns. Colonel Audley was sent on his last errand just after 7. He was mounted on a trooper, and the strained and twisted strapping round his thigh was soaked with blood. He was almost unrecognisable for the smoke that had blackened his face, and was feeling oddly light-headed from the loss of blood he had suffered. He was also very tired, for he had been in the saddle almost continually since the night of June 15th. His mind, ordinarily sensitive to impression, accepted without revulsion the message of his eyes. Death and mutilation had become so common that he who loved horses could look with indifference upon a poor brute with the lower half of its head blown away, or a trooper with its forelegs shot off at the knees, raising itself on its stumps, and neighing its sad appeal for help. He had seen a friend die in agony, and had wept over him. But all that was long past. He no longer ducked when he heard the shots singing past his head. When his trooper shied away, snorting in terror from a bursting shell, he cursed it. But there was no sense in courting death unnecessarily. He struck northwards, and rode by all that was left of the 2 heavy brigades, drawn back since the arrival of Vivian and Vandeleur, some 300 paces behind the front line. An officer in the rags of a Life Guardsman's uniform, his helmet gone, and a blood-stained bandage tied round his head, rode forward and hailed him. "Audley! Audley!"
He recognised Lord George Alister under a mask of mud and sweat and bloodstains, and drew rein.
"Hello," he said. "So you're alive still?" "Oh, I'm well enough. Do you know how it has gone with Harry?" "Dead," replied the colonel.
George's eyelids flickered. Under the dirt and the blood, his face whitened.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to know. You saw him? Hours ago. He was dying then, in one of Maitland's squares. He sent you his love.
George saluted, wheeled his horse, and rode back to his squadron. The colonel pushed on to the chaussee. His horse slithered clumsily down the bank onto it. He held it together and rode across the pavé to the opposite bank and scrambled up, emerging upon the desolation of the slope behind Picton's division. He urged the trooper to a ponderous gallop towards the rear of Best's brigade. A handful of Dutch Belgians were formed in second line. He supposed them to be some of Count Bylandt's men, but paid little heed to them, wheeling round their right flank and plunging once more into the region of shot and shell bursts. He neither saw nor heard the shell that struck him. His horse came crashing down. He was conscious of having been hit. Blood was streaming down his left arm, which lay useless on the ground beside him. But there was as yet no feeling in the shattered elbow joint. His left side hurt him a little. He moved his right hand to it, and found his coat torn, and his shirt sticky with blood. He supposed vaguely that since he seemed to be alive, this must be only a flesh wound. He desired nothing better than to lie where he had fallen. But he mastered himself, for he had a message to deliver, and struggled to his knees. The sound of horses' hooves galloping towards him made him lift his head. An adjutant, in the blue uniform and orange facings of the 5th National Militia, dismounted beside him and said in English, "Adjutant to Count Bylandt, sir, and directed by General Perponchet to—" "Parbleu! It is you, then?" Colonel Audley looked up into a handsome, dark face bent over him, and said weakly, "Hello, Levis. Get me a horse, there's a good fellow." "A horse!" exclaimed Levis, going down on one knee and supporting the colonel in his arms. "You need a surgeon, my friend. Be tranquil. My general sends to bear you off the field." He gave a bitter laugh and added, "That is what my brigade exists for, to succour you English wounded." "Did you succeed in rallying your fellows?" asked the colonel. "Some, not all. Do not disturb yourself, my rival. You have all the honours of this day's encounter. My honour is in the dust." "Oh, don't talk such damn theatrical rubbish," said the colonel irritably. He fumbled with his right hand in his sash, and drew forth a folded and crumpled message. "This has to go to General Best. See that it gets to him, will you? Or, if he's been killed, to his next in command." A couple of orderlies and a doctor had come up from the rear. Levis gave the colonel into their charge, and said, with a twisted smile, "You trust your precious message to me, my colonel." "Be a good fellow and don't waste time talking about it," begged the colonel. He was carried off the field as the attack upon the whole Allied line began. On the left, Zieten's advance guard had reached Smois, and the Prussian batteries were in action, firing into de Roote's skirmishers, while somewhere to the southeast, Bülow's guns could be heard assailing the French right flank. Alix, and all that was left of Marconnier's division, once more attacked the Allied left. Donzelot led his men against Dompteder's and Kielmanseg's depleted ranks, while the Imperial Guard of Grenadiers and Chasseurs moved up in 5 columns at rather narrow deploying intervals, in echelon, crossing the undulating plain diagonally from the chaussee to the Nivelle road. Each column showed a front of about 70 men, and in each of the intervals between the battalions, 2 guns were placed. In all, some 4,500 men were advancing upon the Allied right, led by Ney, Les Braves des Braves, at the head of the leading battalion. The sun, which all day had been trying to penetrate the clouds, broke through as the attack commenced. Its setting rays bathed the columns of the Imperial Guard in a fiery radiance. Rank upon rank of veterans who had borne the Eagles victorious through a dozen fights advanced to the beat of drums, with bayonets turned to blood red by the sun's last glow, across the plain into the smoke and heat of the battle. Owing to their diagonal approach, the columns did not come into action simultaneously. Before the battalions marching upon the British Guards had reached the slope leading to the crest of the Allied position, Ney's leading column had struck at Halkett's brigade and the Brunswickers on the left flank. Over this part of the line, the smoke caused by the guns firing from La Haye-Sainte lay so thick that the Allied troops heard but could not see the formidable advance upon them. Colin Halkett had fallen, wounded in the mouth, rallying his men round one of the colours. 2 of his regiments were operating as one battalion, so heavy had been their losses, and these were thrown into some confusion by their own light troops retreating upon them. Men were carried off their feet in the surge to the rear. The colonel, on whom the command of the brigade had devolved, seemed distracted, saying repeatedly, "What am I to do? What would you do?" to the staff officer sent by the Duke to "see what is wrong there." The men of the 33rd, fighting against the tide that was sweeping them back, reformed and came on, shouting, "Give him the cold steel, lads! Let him have the brummagem!" A volley was poured in, before which the deploying columns recoiled. To the left, the Brunswickers, rallied once more by the Duke himself, followed suit, and the Imperial Guard fell back, carrying with it a part of Donzelot's division. Those of the batteries on the Allied front which were still in action met the advance with a fire which threw the leading ranks into considerable disorder. Many of the British batteries, however, were useless. Some had been abandoned owing to the lack of ammunition. Several guns stood with muzzles bent down or touch holes melted from the excessive heat, and more than one troop, its gunners either killed or too exhausted to run the guns up after each recoil, had its guns in a confused heap, the trails crossing each other almost on top of the limbers and the ammunition wagons. Ross's, Sinclair's and Sandham's were all silent. Lloyd's battery was still firing from in front of Halkett's brigade, so was Napier, commanding Bolton's in front of Maitland, and a Dutch battery of 8 guns belonging to Detmer's brigade, brought up by Chassé in second line, had been sent forward to a position immediately to the east of the Brunswick squares, and was pouring in a rapid and well-directed fire upon the grenadiers and the men on Donzelot's left flank. As the Brunswickers and Halkett's men momentarily repulsed the 2 leading columns, which, on their march over the uneven ground, had become merged into one unwieldy mass, the grenadiers and the chasseurs on the French left advanced up the slope to where Maitland's guards lay silently awaiting them. The drummers were beating the pas de charge. Shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" and "En avant à la baïonnette!" filled the air. The Duke, who had galloped down the line from his position by the Brunswick troops, was standing with Maitland on the left flank of the brigade, not far from General Adam, whose brigade lay to the right of the Guards. Adam had ridden up to watch the advance, and the Duke, observing through his glass the French falling back before Halkett's men, exclaimed, "By God, Adam, I believe we shall beat them yet." At 90 paces, the brass 8-pounders between the advancing battalions opened fire upon Maitland's brigade. They were answered by Kramer de Bisschen's Dutch battery, but though the grape shot tore through the ranks of the Guards, the Duke withheld the order to open musketry fire. Not a man in the British line was visible to the advancing columns until they halted 20 paces from the crest to deploy. "Now, Maitland! Now's your time!" the Duke said at last, and called out, in his deep, ringing voice, "Stand up, Guards!" The Guards leapt to their feet. The crest, which had seemed deserted, was suddenly alive with men, scarlet coats standing in line 4 deep, with muskets at the present. Almost at the point of crossing bayonets, they fired volley after volley into the grenadiers. The grenadiers in column had only 200 muskets able to fire against the 1,500 of Halkett's and Maitland's brigades deployed in line before them. They tried to deploy, but were thrown into confusion by a fire no infantry could withstand. On Maitland's left, General Chassé had brought up Detmer's brigade of Dutch Belgians in perfect order. When the word to charge was given, and the sound of the 3 British cheers was heard as the Guards surged forward, the Dutch came up at the double, and with a roar of "Oranje boven!" drove the French from the crest in their front. The Guards, scattering the grenadiers before them, advanced until their flank was threatened by the second attacking column of chasseurs. The recall was sounded and the order given to face about and retire. In the din of clashing arms, crackling musketry, groans, cheers, and trumpet calls, the order was misunderstood. As the Guards regained the crest, an alarm of cavalry was raised. Someone shrieked, "Square! Square! Form square!" and the two battalions, trying to obey the order, became intermingled. A dangerous confusion seemed about to spread panic through the ranks, but it was checked in a very few moments. The order to "Halt! Front! Form up!" rang out. The guards obeyed as one man, formed again 4 deep, and told off in companies of 40. In the immediate rear of Maitland's and Halkett's brigade, d'Aubremer's Dutch Belgians, formed in 3 squares, appalled by the slaughter in their front, began to retreat precipitately upon Vandeleur's squadrons. The dragoons closed their ranks until their horses stood shoulder to shoulder. Vandeleur galloped forward to try to stem the rout, and an aide-de-camp went flying to the Duke on a foaming horse, gasping out that the Dutch would not stand and could not be held. "That's all right," answered his lordship coolly. "Tell them the French are retiring." Meanwhile, to the right, where Adam's brigade held the ground above Huguemont, Sir John Colborne, without waiting for orders, had acted on his own brilliant judgment. As the columns advanced upon Maitland, he moved the 52nd Regiment down to the northeast angle of Huguemont and right-shouldered it forward until it stood in line 4 deep parallel to the left flank of the 2nd column of chasseurs. Adam, seeing this deliberate movement, galloped up, calling out, "Colborne! Colborne! What are you meaning to do?" "To make that column feel our fire," replied Sir John laconically. Adam took one look at the chasseur, another at the purposeful face beside him, and said, "Move on, then. The 71st shall follow you," and rode off to bring up the Highlanders. The chasseur column, advancing steadily, was met by a frontal fire of over 1,800 muskets from the 95th Rifles and the 71st Highlanders, and as it staggered, the fighting 52nd, the men in 3rd and 4th line loading and passing muskets forward to the first 2 lines, riddled its flank. It broke and fell into hideous disorder, almost decimated by a fire it could not, from its clumsy formation, return. A cry of horror arose, taken up by battalion after battalion down the French lines. "La garde recule!" Before the column could deploy, Sir John Colborne swept forward in a charge that carried all before it. The officer carrying the colour was killed, and 150 men on the right wing, but the advance was maintained, right across the ground in front of the Allied line, the Imperial Guard being driven towards the chaussee in inextricable confusion. The 2nd and 3rd battalions of the Rifles, with the 71st Highlanders, followed the 52nd in support. The Imperial Guard, helpless under the musketry fire, cast into terrible disorder through their inability to deploy, lost all semblance of formation, and retreated pell-mell to the chaussee, till the ground in front of the Allied position was one seething mass of struggling, fighting, fleeing infantry. Hugh Halkett brought up his Hanoverians into the interval between Huguemont and the Hollow Road. The 52nd advanced across the uneven plain until checked by encountering some squadrons of Dernberg's 23rd Light Dragoons, whom, in the dusk, they mistook for French cavalry and fired upon. The Duke, who had watched the advance from the high ground beside Maitland, galloped up to the rear of the 52nd, where Sir John, having ordered his adjutant to stop the firing, was exchanging his wounded horse for a fresh one. "It is our own cavalry which has caused this firing," Colborne told him. "Never mind. Go on, Colborne. Go on," replied the Duke, and galloped back to the crest of the position, and stood there, silhouetted against the glowing sky on his hollow-backed charger. He raised his cocked hat high in the air and swept it forward, towards the enemy's position, in the long-looked-for signal for a general advance. A cheer broke out on the right, as the guards charged down the slope. The crippled forces east of the chaussee, away down to their left, heard it growing louder as it swelled all along the line towards them, took it up by instinct, and charged forward out of the intolerable smoke surrounding them onto a plain strewn with dead and dying, lit by the last rays of a red sun, and covered with men flying in confusion towards the ridge of La Belle Alliance. Cries of "Nous sommes trahis!" mingled with the dismayed shouts of "La garde, recule!" Donzelot's division was carried away in the rush of grenadiers and chasseurs. The retreat had become a rout. Nay, on foot, one epaulette torn off, his hat gone, a broken sword in his hand, was fighting like a madman, crying, "Come and see how much la France dies!" and to d'Erlon, borne towards him in the press.
"If we get out of this alive, d'Erlon, we shall both be hanged."
Far in advance of the charging Allied line, Colborne, having crossed the ground between Hougoumont and La Haye Sainte, had reached the chaussée and passed it, left shouldering his regiment forward to ascend the slope towards La Belle Alliance. To the right, Vivian had advanced his brigade, placing himself at the head of the 18th Hussars.
18th! You will, I know! Follow me!
He said, and was answered by one of his sergeant majors.
Aye, General, to hell if you'll lead us!
Taking up his position on the flank of the leading half-squadron, holding his reins in his injured right hand, which, though it seemed reposed in a sling, was just capable of grasping them, he led the whole brigade forward at the trot. As the hussars cleared the front on Maitland's right, the Guards and Vandeleur's light dragoons cheered them on, and they charged down onto the plain, sweeping the French up in their advance past the eastern edge of Hougoumont towards the chaussée at La Belle Alliance. Through the dense smoke laying over the ground, the Duke galloped down the line. When the riflemen saw him, they sent up a cheer, but he called out, "No cheering, my lads, but forward and complete your victory!" and rode on, through the smother, out into the sea of dead to where Adam's brigade was halted on the ridge of La Belle Alliance, a little way from where some French battalions had managed to reform. The Duke, learning from Adam that the brigade had been halted for the purpose of closing the files in, scrutinised the French battalions closely for a moment, and then said decidedly,
"They won't stand! Better attack them!"
Baron Muffling, looking along the line from his position on the left flank, saw the general advance through the lifting smoke. Kielmanzeg's, Omteda's and Pack's shattered brigades remained where they stood all day, but everywhere else the regiments charged forward, leaving behind them an unbroken red line of their own dead, marking the position where, for over 8 hours of cannonading, of cavalry charges, and of massed infantry attacks, the British and German troops had held their ground. From Papelotte to Hougoumont, the hillocky plain in front was covered with dead and wounded. Near the riddled walls of La Haye Sainte, the cuirassiers lay in mounds of men and horses. The corn, which had waved shoulder-high in the morning, was everywhere trodden down into clay. On the rising ground of La Belle Alliance, the old guard was making its last stand, fighting off the fugitives, who, trying to find shelter in its squares, threatened to overwhelm them. These 3 squares, with one formed by Reille, south of Hougoumont, were the only French troops still standing firm in the middle of the rout. With the cessation of artillery fire by the hollow road, the smoke was clearing away, but over the ruins of Hougoumont it still rose in a slow black column. Those of the batteries which had been able to follow the advance were firing into the mass of French on the southern ridge. Musketry crackled as the old guard, with Napoleon and his staff in the middle of their squares, retreated step by step, fighting a heroic rearguard action against Adam's brigade and Hugh Halkett's Hanoverians. Where Vivian, with Vandeleur in support, was sweeping the ground east and south of Hougoumont, fierce cavalry skirmishing was in progress, and the middle guard was trying to reform its squares to hold the hussars at bay. Muffling, detaching a battery from Seaton's corps, led it at a gallop to the centre of the Allied position. He met the Duke by La Haye Sainte. His lordship called triumphantly to him from a distance, "Well, you see, MacDonald has held Hougoumont." Muffling, who found himself unable to think of what the guards at Hougoumont must have endured without a lump's coming into his throat, knew the Duke well enough to realise that his brief sentence was his lordship's way of expressing his admiration, and nodded. The sun was sinking fast. In the gathering dusk, musket balls were hissing in every direction. Uxbridge, who had come scatheless through the day, was hit in the knee by a shot passing over Copenhagen's withers, and sang out, "By God, I've got it at last!" "Have you, by God?" said his lordship, too intent on the operations of his troops to pay much heed. Colin Campbell, preparing to support Uxbridge off the field, seized the Duke's bridle, saying roughly, "This is no place for you. I wish you will move." "I will when I have seen these fellows off," replied his lordship. To the southeast of La Belle Alliance, the Prussians, driving the young guard out of Plancenoit, were advancing on the chaussée to converge there with the Allied troops. Bülow's infantry was singing the Lutheran hymn, "Now Thank We All Our God," But as the columns came abreast of the British guards, halted by the road, the hymn ceased abruptly. The band struck up, God Save the King, and as the Prussians marched past, they saluted. It was past 9 o'clock, when, in the darkness, south of La Belle Alliance, the Duke met Prince Blücher. The prince, beside himself with exultation, carried beyond coherent speech by his admiration for the gallantry of the British troops and for the generalship of his friend and ally, could find only one thing to say as he embraced the Duke ruthlessly on both cheeks.
"I stink of garlic!"
When his first transports of joy were a little abated, he offered to take on the pursuit of the French through the night. The Duke's battered forces, dog-tired, terribly diminished in numbers, were ordered to bivouac where they stood, on the ground occupied all day by the French, and the Duke, accompanied by a mere skeleton of the brilliant cortege which had gone with him into the field that morning, rode back in clouded moonlight to his headquarters. Baron Muffling, drawing abreast of him, said,
"The Field Marshal will call this battle Belle Alliance, sir."
His lordship returned no answer. The Baron, casting a shrewd glance at his bony profile, with its frosty eye and pursed mouth, realized that he had no intention of calling the battle by that name. It was his lordship's custom to name his victories after the village or town where he had slept the night before them. The martial prince might call the battle what he liked, but his lordship would head his dispatch to Earl Bathurst. Waterloo. Chapter 25. For those in Brussels, the day had been one of increasing anxiety. Contrary to expectation, no firing was heard, the wind blowing steadily from the northwest. The Duke's dispatch to Sir Charles Stuart, written from Waterloo in the small hours, reached him at 7 o'clock, and shortly afterwards Baron van der Capellen, the Secretary of State, issued a reassuring proclamation. After that, no news of any kind was received in the town for many hours. Colonel Jones, left in Brussels during the Duke's absence as military commander, was besieged all the morning by applications for passports. Every track boat bound for Antwerp was as full as it could hold of refugees. Money could not buy a pair of horses in all Brussels. Scores of people drove off at an early hour, with baggage piled high on the roofs of their carriages. The town seemed strangely quiet and deserted, and the church bells ringing for morning service sounded to sensitive ears like a knell. Both Judith and Barbara had slept the night through, in utter exhaustion, but neither in the morning looked as though she were refreshed by this deep slumber. Except for discussing in a desultory manner the extraordinary revelation Lucy Devonish had made on the previous evening, they did not talk much. Once Judith said, "If you knew the comfort it is to me to have you with me." But Barbara merely smiled, rather mockingly, and shook her head. In the privacy of their own bedroom, Judith had remarked impulsively to Worth, "I am out of all conceit with myself. I have been deceived alike in Lucy and in Barbara."
"You might certainly be forgiven for having been deceived in Lucy," Worth replied. "I imagine no one could have suspected such a melodramatic story to lie behind that demure appearance."
"No, indeed. I was never more shocked in my life. Bab says George will make her a very bad husband. And if it were not unchristian, I should be much inclined to say that she will have nothing but her just deserts. But Bab, I could not have believed that she had such strength of character, such real goodness of heart. Have not you been surprised?"
"No," he replied. "I should have been very much surprised had she not, in this crisis, behaved precisely as she has done. My opinion of her remains unchanged."
"How can you talk so? You cannot have supposed from her conduct during these past months that she would behave so well now."
"On the contrary, I never doubted her spirit. She is, moreover,
Just the kind of young woman who, under the stress of such conditions as these, is elevated for the time above her ordinary self. For the time? You place no dependence on this softened mood continuing, I collect. Very little, he answered. You are unjust, Worth. For my part, I am persuaded that she repents bitterly of all that has passed. Oh, if only Charles is spared! I shall be so glad to see him reunited to her. That is fortunate, since I have little doubt that you will see it. You don't think it will do? I am not a judge of what will suit Charles. It would not do for me. She will certainly lead him a pretty dance. Oh, no, no. I am sure you are mistaken. He smiled at the distress in her face and pinched her chin. I dare say I may be. I will admit, if you like, that I prefer this match to the one you tried to make for Charles, my dear. She blushed. Oh, don't speak of that. At least there is nothing of that lack of openness in Bab. Nothing at all, he agreed somewhat dryly. She saw that she could not talk him round to her way of thinking, and allowed the conversation to drop. They had scarcely got up from the breakfast table a little later, when they received a morning call from Mr. and Mrs. Fisher. She has confessed, then, Judith exclaimed when the visitors' cards were brought to her. In floods of tears, I'd lay my last guinea, said Barbara. It is not to be wondered at if she did weep. I abominate weeping females. Do you wish for my support at this interview? Oh, yes. They will certainly desire to see you. Very well, but I'll be hanged if I'll be held accountable for George's sins. It was as Judith had supposed. Lucy had confessed the whole to her aunt and uncle. They were profoundly shocked, and Mr. Fisher seemed almost bewildered. He said that he could not understand how such a thing could have come to pass, and so far from blaming Barbara for her brother's conduct, several times apologized to her for it. Mrs. Fisher, torn between a sense of propriety and a love of romance, was inclined to find excuses for the young people, in which occupation Judith gladly assisted her. Mr. Fisher agreed, but with a very sober face, that since the marriage had actually taken place, there was nothing to do but to forgive Lucy. Barbara's presence prevented him from expressing his opinion of Lord George's character, but it was plain that this was not high. He sighed deeply several times, and shook his head over his poor girl's chances of happiness. Mrs. Fisher exclaimed, with the tears springing to her eyes, Oh, if only she is not even now perhaps a widow! This reflection made them all silent. After a moment, her husband said heavily, You are very right, Mrs. Fisher. Ah, poor child, who knows what this day may not bring upon her? You must know, Lady Worth, that she is already quite overcome by her troubles, and is laid down upon her bed with the hartshorn. I am sure it is no wonder, Judith responded, avoiding Barbara's eye. The Fishers soon took their leave, and the rest of the morning was spent by Judith and Barbara in rendering all the assistance in their power to those nursing the wounded in the tent by the Namur Gate. Returning together just before 4 o'clock, they found visitors with Worth in the salon, and walked in to discover these to be none other than the Duke and Duchess of Avon, who had arrived in Brussels scarcely an hour previously. Barbara stood on the threshold, staring at them. What the devil? Grandmamma! How the deuce do you come to be here? The Duke, a tall man with grizzled hair and fierce dark eyes, said, Don't talk to your grandmother like that. What's this damnable story I hear about that worthless brother of yours? Barbara bent to kiss her grandmother, a rather stout lady with a straight back, and an air of unshakable imperturbability. Dear love, did you come for my sake? No, I came because your grandfather would do so. But this is very surprising, this news of George's marriage. Tell me, shall I like his wife? You'll have nothing to do with her, snapped his Grace,
Upon my word, I'm singularly blessed in my grandchildren. One is such a miserable poltroon that he takes to his heels the instant he hears a gun fired. Another makes herself the talk of the town, and a third marries a damned cit's daughter. You may as well tell me what folly Harry has committed and be done with it. I wash my hands of the pack of you. There is no understanding how I come to have such a set of grandchildren.
Vidal's behaviour is certainly very bad, agreed the Duchess. But I find nothing remarkable about George's and Bab's conduct, Dominic. Only I'm sorry George should have married in such a hole-and-corner fashion. It will make it very awkward for his wife. You have not told me if I shall like her, Bab. You will think her very dull, I dare say.
You will not receive her at all,
stated his Grace. The Duchess replied calmly, Your mother received me, Dominic.
Mary!
Well, my dear, but the circumstances were far more disgraceful, weren't they?
I suppose you will say that I am to blame for George's conduct.
At all events, you are scarcely in a position to condemn him, she said, smiling. You made a shocking mésalliance yourself. Dear me, how rude we are, to be sure. Here is Lady Worth come in, and not one of us pays the least heed. How do you do, my dear child? You must let me thank you for your kindness to my granddaughter. I am afraid she has not used your family very well. Oh, ma'am, that is all forgotten, Judith said, taking her hand. I cannot find words to express to you what it has meant to me to have her here during this terrible time. She turned towards the Duke, saying with a quiver in her voice, This is not a moment for reproaches. If you knew what we have seen, what may even now be happening. Forgive me, but every consideration but the one seems so trivial, so... Her voice failed. She averted her face, groping in her reticule for her handkerchief. She recovered her composure with a strong effort, and said in a low tone, Excuse me. We have been among the wounded the whole morning, and it has a little upset me. Barbara pushed her into a chair, saying, Confound you, Judith! If you set me off crying, I'll never forgive you. She looked at the Duke. Well, sir, my compliments. You must be quite the only man to come into Brussels today. Did you come because there was a battle being fought, or in despite of it?
I came, replied his Grace, on account of the intelligence received by your grandmother from Vidal. So, you have jilted Charles Audley, have you? I congratulate you.
Your congratulations are out of place. I never did anything more damnable in my life.
Why, Bab, my girl, said his Grace, surprised.
He put his arm round her and said gruffly,
There, that will do. You are a baggage, but at least you have some spirit in you. When I think of that white-livered cur Vidal running for his life.
Oh, that was Gussie's doing. Did you meet them on your way here?
I? No, nor wish to. We landed at Ostend and drove here through Ghent. If it had not been for the rabble choking the road, we should have been here yesterday.
Yes, said his wife. They warned us in Ghent not to proceed farther, as we should certainly be obliged to fly from Brussels. So naturally your grandfather had the horses put to immediately. He regarded her with a grim little smile.
You were not behindhand, Mary.
Certainly not. All this dashing about makes me feel myself a young woman again. Which reminds me that I must call upon my new granddaughter. You will give me her uncle's direction, Bab.
Understand me, Mary.
I will give it to you, ma'am, but you must know that Mr. Fisher regards the match with quite as much dislike as does my grandfather. This remark brought a sparkle into the Duke's eye.
He does he? Go on, miss, go on. What the devil has he against my grandson?
He thinks him a spendthrift, sir.
Ha! Damned cit! He may consider himself lucky to have caught George for his nobody of a niece.
As to that, Lucy is his heir. I fancy he was looking higher for her. Her fortune will not be inconsiderable, you know, and in these days...
So he was looking higher, was he? And Alistair is not good enough for him? I'll see this greasy merchant.
The Duchess said in her matter-of-fact way,
You should certainly do so. It will be much more the thing than that wild notion you had taken into your head of riding out with Lord Worth towards the battlefield.
Fisher can wait, replied his Grace. I have every intention of going to see what news can be got the instant I have swallowed my dinner.
Dinner! Judith exclaimed. How shocking of me! I'd forgotten the time. You must know, Duchess, that here in Brussels we have got into the way of dining at 4. I hope you will not mind. You must please stay and join us.
You should warn them that Charles bore off our Sunday dinner, Barbara said with a wry smile.
You may be sure my cook will have contrived something. The Avons were put up at the Hôtel de Bellevue, and the Duchess at once suggested that the whole party should walk round to dine there. It was declined, however. Judith's confidence in her cook was found not to have been misplaced, and in a very few minutes they were all seated round the table in the dining parlour. The conversation was mostly of the war. The wildest rumours were current in Ghent, and the Duke was glad to listen to a calm account from Worth of all that had so far passed. When he heard that the Life Guards had driven the French lancers out of Genappe, he looked pleased. But beyond saying that if George did not get his brevet for this, he supposed he would be obliged to purchase promotion for him, he made no remark. As soon as they rose from the table, he and Worth took their departure to ride towards the forest of Soignes in search of intelligence, and Judith, excusing herself, left Barbara alone with her grandmother.
I have surpassed myself, Ma'am, Barbara said in a bitter tone. Did Vidal write you the whole?
Quite enough, replied the Duchess. I wish, dearest, you will try to get the better of this shocking disposition of yours.
If Charles comes back to me, there is nothing I will not do.
We will hope he may do so. Your grandfather was very much pleased with the civil letter Colonel Audley wrote to him. How came you to throw him off as you did, my love?
Oh, God, Grandmamma,
Barbara whispered, and fell on her knees beside the Duchess and buried her face in her lap. It was long before she could be calm. The Duchess listened in understanding silence to the disjointed sentences gasped out, merely saying presently, Don't cry, Bab, it will ruin your face, you know.
I don't give a damn for my face.
I'm very sure that you do.
Barbara sat up, smiling through her tears.
Confound you, Ma'am, you know too much.
There, I've done.
You don't wish me to remove to the Hôtel de Bellevue, do you? I cannot leave Judith at this present.
By all means stay here, my love. But tell me about this child George has married, if you please.
I cannot conceive what possessed George to look twice at her. She's quite insipid.
Dear me. I had better go and call upon her aunt.
She very soon took her leave, setting out on foot to the Fishers' lodging. Her visit did much to soothe Lucy's agitation, and her calm good sense almost reconciled Mr. Fisher to an alliance which he had been regarding with the deepest misgiving. Neither his appearance nor the obsequiousness of his manners could be expected to please the Duchess, but she was agreeably surprised in Lucy, and although not placing much dependence upon her being able to hold George's volatile fancy, went back presently to her hotel, feeling that things might have been much worse. Worth returned at about 6 o'clock, having parted from the Duke at the end of the street. He had very little news to report. He described meeting Creevey in the suburbs, and their mutual surprise at finding the Sunday population of Brussels drinking beer and making merry round little tables, for all the world as though no pitched battle were being fought not more than 10 miles to the south of them. It had been found to be impossible to penetrate far into the forest, on account of the baggage choking the road, but they had met with a number of wounded soldiers making their way back to Brussels, and had had speech with a Life Guardsman, who reported that the French were getting on in such a way that he did not see what was to stop them.
He had taken part in a charge of the whole household brigade, and says that they have lost, in killed, wounded, and prisoners, more than half their number. George, however, was safe when the man left the field. A private soldier's opinion of the battle is not to be depended on, but I don't like the look of things.
Scarcely an hour later, the town was thrown into an uproar by the Cumberland Hussars galloping in through the Namur Gate and stampeding through the streets, shouting that all was lost and the French hard on their heels. They seemed not to have drawn rein in their flight from the battlefield and went through Brussels, scattering the inhabitants before them. People began once more to run about, crying,
Les Français sont ici! Ils s'emparent à porte de la ville! Nous sommes tout perdus! Que ferons-nous?
Many people kept their horses at their doors, but no more troops followed the hussars, and the panic gradually abated. A little later, a large number of French prisoners entered the town under escort, and were marched to the barracks of Petit Château. The sight of 2 captured eagles caused complete strangers to shake one another by the hand. More prisoners arrived, and hopes ran high, only to be dashed by the intelligence conveyed by 1 or 2 wounded officers that everything had been going as badly as possible when they had left the field. The Adjutant General's chaise and four was seen by Mr. Creevey to set out from his house in the park and bowl away as fast as the horses could drag it to the Namur Gate. More and more wounded arrived in town, all telling the same tale. It was the most sanguinary battle they had ever known. Men were dropping like flies. There was no saying in the smoke and the carnage who was still alive or who had been killed. No time should be lost by civilians in getting away. In curious contrast to this scene of agitation, light shone in the Théâtre de la Monnaie, where Mademoiselle Ternaux was playing in Oedipe à Cologne before an audience composed of persons who either had no relatives or friends engaged in the battle, or who looked forward with pleasure to the entrance of Bonaparte into Brussels. At 8:30 o'clock, Worth, who had gone out some time before in quest of news, came abruptly into the salon where Judith and Barbara were sitting in the most dreadful suspense, and said, with more sharpness in his voice than his wife had ever heard, "Judith, be so good as to have pillows put immediately into the chaise. I am going at once towards Waterloo. Charles is there, very badly wounded. Cherry has just come to me with the news." He did not wait, but strode out to his own room to make what preparations for the journey were necessary. Both ladies ran after him, imploring him to tell them more. "I know nothing more than what I have told you. Cherry had no idea how things were going, badly, he thinks. I may be away some time. The road is almost blocked by the carts overturned by the German cavalry's rout. Have Charles's bed made up, but you will know what to do."
"I will have the pillows put in the chaise,"
Barbara said in a voice of repressed anguish, and left the room. The chaise was already at the door, and Colonel Audley's groom waiting impatiently beside it. He was too overcome to be able to tell Barbara much, but the little he did say was enough to appall her. Colonel Audley had been carried to Mont-Saint-Jean by some foreigners. He did not know whether Dutch or German.
"It does not signify. Go on."
Cherry brushed his hands across his eyes.
"I saw them carrying him along the road. Oh, my lady, in all the years I've served a colonel, I never thought to see such a sight as met my eyes. My poor master, like one dead and the blood soaked right through the horse blanket they had laid him on. He was taken straight to the cottage at Mont-Saint-Jean, where those damned sawbones, saving your lady's presence, was busy. I thought my master was gone, but he opened his eyes as they put him down and said to me, 'Hello, Cherry,' he said. 'I've got it, you see.'"
He fairly broke down, but Barbara, gripping the open chaise door, merely said harshly,
"Go on." "Yes, my lady. But I don't know how to tell your ladyship what they done to my master. Dr. Hume and them others, right there in the garden. Oh, my lady, they've taken his arm off, and he bore it all without a groan."
She pressed her handkerchief to her lips. In a stifled voice, she said,
"But he will live." "You would not say so if you could but see him, my lady. 4 horses he's had shot under him this day, and a wound on his leg turning as black as my boot. We got him to the inn at Waterloo, but there's no staying there. They couldn't take in the Prince of Orange himself, for all he had a musket ball in his shoulder."
Poor Sir Alexander Gordon's laying there, and Lord Fitzroy too. Never till my dying day shall I forget the sound of Sir Alexander's sufferings. Him as always was such a merry gentleman, and such a close friend of my master's. Not but what by the time we got my master to the inn he was too far gone to heed. I shouldn't have spoken of it to your ladyship, but I'm that upset I hardly know what I'm saying.
Worth ran down the steps of the house at that moment and curtly told Cherry to get up on the box. As he drew on his driving gloves, Barbara said, "I have put my smelling salts inside the chaise and a roll of lint. I would come with you, but I believe you will do better without me." "Oh God, Worth, bring him safely back."
I shall certainly bring him back. Go into Judith, and do not be imagining anything nonsensical if I'm away some hours. Goodbye. A man doesn't die because he has the misfortune to lose an arm, you know."
He mounted the box. The grooms let go the wheelers' heads, and as the chaise moved forward, one of them jumped up behind. For the next 4 hours, Judith and Barbara, having made every preparation for the Colonel's arrival, waited, sick with suspense, for Worth's return. The Duke of Avon walked round the Hôtel de Bellevue at 10 o'clock, and, learning of Colonel Audley's fate from Judith's faltering tongue, said promptly,
"Good God, is that all? One would say he had been blown in pieces by a howitzer shell to look at your faces. Cheer up, Bab. Why, I once shot a man just above the heart, and he recovered."
"That must have been a mistake, sir, I feel sure."
"It was," he admitted. "Only time I ever missed my mark."
At any other time, both ladies would have wished to hear more of this anecdote, but in the agitation of spirits which they were suffering, nothing that did not bear directly upon the present issue had the power to engage their attention. The Duke, after animadverting with peculiar violence upon Mr. Fisher's manners and ideals, bade them good night, and went back to his hotel. Hardly more than an hour later, Creevey called to bring the ladies news. His prospective step-son-in-law, Major Hamilton, had brought the Adjutant General into Brussels a little after 10 o'clock, and had immediately repaired to Mr. Creevey's house to warn him that, in General Barnes's opinion, the battle was lost, and no time should be wasted in getting away from Brussels.
"I could not go to bed without informing you of this," Creevey said. "I thought it only right that you should know and decide for yourselves what were best to do under the circumstances."
"Thank you," Judith said. "It was kind of you, but there is now no question of our leaving Brussels. My brother-in-law is severely wounded. Worth has gone to bring him in." He looked genuinely concerned, and pressed her hand in the most speaking way.
"I am excessively sorry to hear of this, but once you have Colonel Audley in your care, you will see how quickly he will recover."
"We hope. Do you and Mrs. Creevey mean to go to Antwerp?"
"No, it is out of the question to move Mrs. Creevey in her present state of health. I don't scruple to tell you, my dear ma'am, that General Barnes's prognostications do not convince me that all is over. Hamilton tells me he was shot through the body at about 5 o'clock and borne off the field. I cannot but feel that if the battle had been lost, we must by now have received intelligence of it. Do you know what I judge by? Why, I'll tell you. The baggage train is still moving towards the battlefield. To my mind, that proves that all is well."
"I had not thought of that. Yes, indeed, you must be right. You put us quite at our ease, Mr. Creevey. Thank you again for coming to us." He saw that the result of the battle was of less importance to her at the moment than Colonel Audley's fate, and after lingering only for a few moments to express his sympathy, took his leave and went back to the Rue de Musée. After he had gone, no further interruptions occurred. The evening was mild, with a fitful moonlight shining through the lifting storm clouds. Barbara had drawn back the blinds and opened one of the windows, and sat by it almost without stirring. In the street below, a few people passed, but the sounds that drifted to the salon were muffled, as though Brussels were restless but quiet. Once Judith said, "Would you like to lie down upon your bed for a little while? I would wake you the instant he comes." "I could not rest. But you—" "No, nor I." The brief conversation died. Another hour crept by. As the church clocks struck the hour of 1, the clatter of horses' feet on the cobbles reached the lady's straining ears. Lanterns, dipping and rocking with the lurch of a chaise, were seen approaching down the street, and in another moment Worth's chaise and four had drawn up outside the house. Barbara picked up the branch of candles from the table. "Go down, I will light the stairs," she said. Judith ran from the room, feeling her knees shaking under her. The butler and Worth's valet were already at the door. There was nothing for her to do, and, almost overpowered by dread, she remained upon the landing, leaning against the wall, fighting against the nervous spasm that turned her sick and faint. She saw Barbara standing straight and tall in her pale dress at the head of the stairs, holding the branch of candles up in one steady hand. A murmur of voices reached her ears. She heard the butler exclaim, and Worth reply sharply. A groan, and she knew that Charles lived, and found that the tears were pouring down her cheeks. She wiped them away, and regained command of herself, ran back into the salon, and snatching up a companion to the chandelier Barbara held, bore it up the second pair of stairs to the Colonel's room. She had scarcely had time to turn back the sheets from the bed before Worth and Cherry carried Colonel Audley into the room. Judith could not suppress an exclamation of horror. The Colonel had been wrapped in his own cloak, but this fell away as he was lowered onto the bed, revealing a blood-stained shirt hanging in tatters about him. His white buckskins were caked with mud, and had been slit down the right leg to permit of the flesh wound on his thigh being dressed. His curling brown hair clung damply to his brow. His face, under the blackening smoke, was ghastly. But worst of all was the sight of the bandaged stump where so short a time ago his left arm had been. He was groaning and muttering, but although his pain-racked eyes were open, it was plain that he was unconscious of his surroundings. "Razor," Worth said to his valet, who had followed him up the stairs with a heavy can of hot water. "These boots off first." He glanced across at the two women. "This is no fit sight for you. You had better go." "Fool," Barbara said in a low, fierce voice. "As you please." He shrugged, and taking the razor from his valet's hand, began to slit the seams of the Colonel's hessians. While he got his boots off, Barbara knelt down by the bed and sponged away the dirt from the Colonel's livid face. Judith stood beside her, holding the bowl of warm water. Over Barbara's head, she spoke to Worth. "Will he live?" "He is very ill, but I believe so. I have sent for a surgeon to come immediately. The worst is this fever. The jolting of the chaise has been very bad for him. I thought at one time I should never get through to Waterloo. The road is choked, wagons lying all over it, baggage spilt and plundered, and horses shot in their traces. There was never anything so disgraceful." "The battle?" "I know no more than you. I met Charles in a common tilt wagon halfway through the forest, being brought to Brussels with a dozen others. Everything is turmoil on the road. I could come by no certain intelligence, but I conjecture that all must be well, or the French must by now have penetrated at least to the forest." He moved up to the head of the bed, and while he and his valet stripped the clothes from the Colonel's body, Barbara poured away the tainted water in the bowl and filled it with fresh. She looked so pale that Judith feared she must be going to faint, and begged her to withdraw. She shook her head. "Do not heed me. I shall not fail." By the time an overdriven surgeon had arrived, the Colonel was lying between clean sheets, restlessly trying to twist from side to side. At times, it needed all Worth's strength to prevent him from turning onto his injured left side. Occasionally he made an effort to wrench himself up. Once he said quite clearly, "The Duke, I've a message to deliver." But mostly his utterance was indistinct and interrupted by deep groans. The surgeon looked grave, and saw nothing for it but to bleed him. Judith could not help saying, with a good deal of warmth, "I should have thought he had lost enough blood." She was not attended to. The surgeon had been at work among the wounded since the previous morning, and was himself tired and harassed. He took a pint of blood from the Colonel, and it seemed to relieve him a little. He ceased his restless tossing, and fell into a kind of coma. The surgeon gave Worth a few directions and went away, promising to return later in the morning. It was evident that he did not take a very hopeful view of the colonel's state. He would not permit of the bandages being removed to enable him to inspect the injuries to the thigh and the left side of the body.
"Better not disturb him,"
he said.
"If Hume attended to him, you may depend upon it the wounds have been properly dressed. I will see them later. There is nothing for it now but to keep him quiet and hope for the fever to abate."
He hurried away. Worth bent over the colonel, feeling his hand and brow. Over his shoulder he addressed the two women.
"Settle it between yourselves, but one of you must go and rest. Charles is in no immediate danger."
"There can be no doubt which of us must go,"
said Judith.
"Come, my poor child."
"Oh no, you go."
"No, Bab. It is you Charles will want when he comes to himself. And if you sit up now, you will drop in the end. And think how shocking that would be."
"It is of no use to argue. I'm quite determined." Barbara glanced towards the bed. Colonel was lying still at last, sunk in a heavy stupor.
"Very well,"
she said in a deadened tone.
"I will do as you wish."
Judith led her away with an arm round her waist. Barbara went unresistingly, but by the time they had reached her room, such a fit of shuddering had seized her that Judith was alarmed. She forced her to sit down in a chair while she ran back to fetch her smelling salts and the hartshorn. When she came back, the shudders had given place to dry sobs that seemed to convulse Barbara's whole body. She contrived to make her swallow a dose of hartshorn and water, and got her upon the bed, and sat with her till she was a little calmer. Barbara gasped,
"Oh, do not stay. Go back to him. This is nothing."
"Worth will send if he needs me. Only tell me where I may find your laudanum drops."
"Never. He did not like me to."
"In such a case as this, he could have no objection."
"No, I tell you. See, I am better. I wish you to go back."
Judith drew the quilt up over her shoulders. "I will go, if it will relieve your mind."
"There, my dear, do not look like that. You will recover, and you will both be so happy together."
She bent and kissed Barbara, and had the satisfaction of seeing the dreadful pallor grow less deathly.
"I shall come back in a little while to see how you go on,"
she promised, and setting the candle where its tongue of light could not worry Barbara's eyes, went softly back to Colonel Audley's room. Barbara returned to the sick room shortly after 6 o'clock. Judith came forward to meet her, saying in a low tone,
"We think him better. The pulse is not so tumultuous. There has been a good deal of restlessness, but you see he is quiet now." "Oh, my dear, such glorious news. Bonaparte has been utterly overthrown, and the whole French army put to rout. Worth sent round to Sir Charles Stuart's an hour ago, and he has just himself heard from General Alton of our complete victory. You must know that Alton was brought in, severely wounded, very late last night, but had left instructions with one of his aides-de-camp to let him know the result of the battle at the earliest opportunity. The news reached him at 3 o'clock. "The French army routed,"
Barbara repeated.
"Good God, is it possible? Oh, if anything can make Charles recover, it must be that news."
"You shall tell him when he wakes,"
Judith said.
"I am going to bed for an hour or so. Worth has gone off to shave and change his clothes, but his man is just outside if you should need any assistance. But indeed, my dear, Charles is better."
She went away. Barbara took her vacated chair by the bedside and sat watching the colonel. He lay quiet, except for the occasional twitching of his hand. She felt it softly, and found it, though still dry and hot, no longer burning to the touch. Satisfied, she folded her own hands in her lap, and sat, without moving, waiting for him to awaken. A few minutes after 7, he stirred. A deep sigh broke the long silence. He opened his eyes, clouded with sleep, and gave a stifled groan. His hand moved. Barbara took it in hers and lifted it to her lips. He looked at her, blankly for a moment, then, with recognition creeping into his eyes, and with it, the ghost of his old smile.
"Why, Bab,"
he said in a very faint voice.
"You've come back to me."
Tears hung on her lashes. She slipped to her knees and laid her cheek against his.
You have come back to me, Charles. I shall never let you go again.
He put his arm weakly around her and turned his head on the pillow to kiss her. Chapter 26. For a minute, everything was forgotten in the passing away of all bitterness and grief between them. Neither spoke. Explanations were not needed. For each, all that signified was that they were together again. Barbara raised her head at last, and taking the Colonel's face between her hands, looked deep into his eyes, her own more beautiful through the mist of tears that filled them than he had ever seen them.
My darling,
she whispered. He smiled wearily, but as fuller consciousness returned to him, his thoughts turned from her.
The battle? They were massing for an attack.
It is over. The French have been overthrown. Their whole army is in full retreat.
A flush of colour came into his drawn face.
Boney's beat. Hurrah!
She rose from her knees and moved away to measure out the medicine that the surgeon had left for him. When she came back to the bedside, the Colonel was lying with his hand across his eyes, and his lips gripped tightly together. Her heart was wrung, but she said only,
"Here is a horrid potion for you to swallow, dear love."
He did not answer, but when she slid her arm under him to raise him, he moved his hand from his eyes and said in a carefully matter-of-fact voice,
"I remember now. I've lost my arm."
"Yes, dear."
He drank the dose she was holding to his mouth, leaning against her shoulder. As she lowered him again onto the pillows, he said with an effort,
"It's a lucky thing it was only my left. It has been a most unfortunate member. I was wounded in it once before."
"In that case, we will say good riddance to it." "Oh, my love. My love, does it hurt you very much?"
"Oh, no. Nothing to signify,"
he answered, lying gallantly. He seemed as though he would sink back into the half-sleep, half-swoon which had held him for so long, but presently he opened his eyes and turned them towards Barbara with an expression in them of painful anxiety.
"Gordon, have you heard?"
"Only that he had been wounded."
He was obliged to be satisfied, but she saw that, although his eyes were closed again, he was fully awake. She said, taking his hand between hers,
"We shall know presently."
"Fitzroy too,"
he said in a fretting tone.
"You would have heard if the Duke had been hit. But March took Slender Billy away. That was after Canning fell. How many of us are left? They dropped off, man after man. I cannot recall."
He broke off and drew his hand away, once more covering his eyes with it. She saw that he was growing agitated, and although she longed to ask for news of her brothers, she remained silent. But, after a slight pause, he said abruptly,
"George was alive just before I was struck. I saw him."
Her pent-up anxiety found relief in a gaping sigh. She waited for a moment, then whispered,
"Harry?"
He shook his head. A sob broke from her. She buried her face in the coverlet to stifle the sound, and presently felt his hand come back to hers, feebly clasping her fingers. She remained on her knees until she saw that he had dropped into an uneasy sleep. As she rose, Worth came into the room. She laid a finger to her lips and moved silently to meet him.
Has he waked?
Worth asked in a low voice.
Yes, he is quite himself, but I think in a good deal of pain.
That was bound to be. Go down to breakfast. Your grandmother is here. I will send if he should rouse and wish for you.
She nodded and slipped away. Judith was asleep on her bed, but breakfast had been laid in the parlour, and the Duchess of Avon was sitting behind the coffee cups. She greeted her granddaughter with a smile and a tender embrace.
There, dearest. Such a happy morning for you after all. Sit down, and I will give you some coffee.
Harry is dead,
Barbara said. The Duchess's hand trembled. She set the coffee pot down and looked at Barbara.
Charles told me. George was alive when he left the field.
The Duchess said nothing. 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks. She wiped them away, picked up the coffee pot again, poured a cup out rather unsteadily, and gave it to Barbara. After a long pause, she said,
Such foolish thoughts keep crossing my mind. One remembers little forgotten things. He would always call me the old lady, in spite of your grandfather's disliking it so. Such a bad, merry boy.
She stretched out her hand to Barbara and clasped one of hers.
Poor child. I wish I could say something to comfort you.
It seems as though every joy that comes to one must have a grief to spoil it.
It is so. But think instead, dearest, that every grief has joy to lighten it. Nothing in this world is quite perfect, nor quite unbearable.
She patted Barbara's hand and said in a voice of determined cheerfulness,
When you have eaten your breakfast, I am going to send you round to see your grandfather. A turn in the fresh air will make you feel better.
I could not leave Charles.
Nonsense, said her Grace. I am going to sit with your precious Charles, my dear. I know far better than you what to do for a wounded man. I have had a great deal of practice, I assure you.
So, when Colonel Audley opened his eyes again, it was to see a grey-haired lady with humorous eyes bending over him. He blinked, and since she was smiling, weakly smiled back at her.
That is much better, she said. Now you shall take a little gruel and be quite yourself again. Worth, be so good as to lift your brother slightly while I put another pillow beneath his shoulders.
The Colonel turned his head as Worth came up on the opposite side of the bed and held out his hand.
Hello, Julian,
he said.
How did I get here?
I brought you in. There. Is that comfortable?
Bab was here,
said the Colonel, frowning.
She said Oni was beat. I didn't dream that.
No, certainly you did not. Bab will be back directly. Meanwhile, here is her grandmother come to see you.
So that is who you are,
said the Colonel, looking up at the Duchess.
But I don't quite understand. Am I being very stupid?
Not at all. You cannot imagine how I come to be here. Well, I came to see what Bab was about to have jilted you so shockingly, only to find that that was quite forgotten and that you are going to be married after all. So, now open your mouth.
He swallowed the mouthful of gruel put to his lips, but said,
Am I going to be married?
Certainly you are. Open again.
He obeyed meekly.
I should like to see Bab,
he said when the spoon was once more removed.
So you shall, when you have drunk up all your gruel,
promised the Duchess. The Colonel thought it over, and said in a firmer tone,
I'll be shaved first.
My dear fellow, why worry? Worth said.
By all means let him be shaved, said the Duchess, frowning at him. He will feel very much more the thing.
When Barbara came in with her grandfather, to be met by the news that Colonel Audley was in the valet's hands being shaved, she exclaimed, "Shaved? Good God! How came you to let him disturb himself for such a foolish thing?"
My love, when a man begins to think of shaving, you may take it from me that he is on the road to recovery, said the Duchess.
She took her husband's hands and squeezed them.
Bab has told you, hasn't she, Avon? My dear, we must be very proud of our boys, and try not to grieve.
He put his arm round her, saying,
Poor Mary. Depend upon it, we shall soon get news of that scamp George being safe and sound. I've been to Stuart's and learned from him that the Duke is in the town. Our losses have been enormous, by all accounts. But just think of Bonaparte completely overset. By God, it makes up for all.
The arrival just then of the surgeon put an end to any further conversation. The Duchess and Worth accompanied him upstairs to the Colonel's room. He admitted that he had not expected to find his patient in such good shape, but pulled a long face over the leg wound, which, from having been so roughly bound upon the battlefield and chafed by continued exertion, was in a bad state. He took Worth aside and warned him that he should prepare the Colonel's mind for amputation. Worth said, with such an icy rage in his voice that the surgeon almost recoiled,
"You'll save that leg. Do you hear me?"
Certainly I shall do my utmost, replied the surgeon stiffly. Perhaps you would like one of my colleagues to see it.
I should, said Worth.
I'll have every doctor this town holds to see it before I'll permit you or any other of your kidney to hack my brother about any more. You are unreasonable, my lord. Unreasonable. Get Hume. Dr. Hume has already so much on his hands. Get him! Snapped Worth.
The surgeon bowed and walked off. The Duchess, who had come out of the Colonel's room, nodded approvingly and said,
That's right. Don't pay any heed to him. We will apply fomentations and say nothing at all to the poor boy about amputation. I wish you will ask my granddaughter to find some flannel and bring it to me.
I will, he said, and went downstairs in search of Barbara. He met, instead, his wife, who informed him that the Comte de la Vis had that instant entered the house and was with Barbara in the back parlour. He looked annoyed, but she said, He came most kindly to inquire after Charles. Only fancy, Worth, it was he who had Charles carried off the field. I declare I could almost have embraced him, much as I dislike him.
I will see him and thank him. Will you get the flannel for the fomentations?
Yes, immediately, she replied. Downstairs, the Count faced Barbara across the small room and said, gripping a chair back,
I did not think to find you here. I may know what I am to understand, I suppose.
She said abstractedly, He is better. He has even desired to be shaved.
I am delighted to hear it. You perhaps find me irrelevant?
Oh, no. I am so glad you are safe. Only my mind is so taken up just now.
It is seen. By God, I think you are a devil,
she said rather listlessly. Yes, I know. It is no good to say I'm sorry, or I would. He struck the chair back with his open palm.
In fact, you have made a fool of me,
she replied with a flash of spirit. Oh, the devil! You at least were fair game. He gave a short laugh.
Touché. I might have known. I cut an ignoble figure beside your heroic staff officer, do I not? You have doubtless heard that my brigade fled. Fled without firing a shot.
I hadn't heard. she replied. I am sorry. There did not seem to be anything more to say. She tried to find something and added, It was not that. I always loved Charles Audley.
Thank you, it needs no more. Convey my felicitations to the colonel. I wish that shell had blown him to perdition.
She was spared having to answer him by Worth's entering the room at that moment. The Count, picking up his shako, held out his hand.
Adieu. It is unlikely that we meet again.
She shook hands and went back to the Colonel. Worth attempted to thank the Count for his kind offices the previous day, but was cut short.
It is nothing. I was, in fact, ordered by my general to do my possible for the colonel. I am happy to learn that my poor efforts were not wasted. I am returning immediately to my brigade.
Worth escorted him to the door, merely remarking,
You must allow me, however, to tell you that I cannot but consider myself under a deep obligation to you. Oh, parbleu, it is quite unnecessary.
He shook hands, but paused halfway down the steps and looked back.
You will tell the colonel, if you please, that his message was delivered,
he said, and saluted, and walked quickly away. Worth had hardly shut the door when another knock fell upon it. He opened it again to find Creevy on the top step, beaming all over his shrewd countenance, and evidently bubbling with news. He declined coming in. He had called only to see how Colonel Audley did, and would not intrude upon the family at such a time.
I have just seen the Duke, he announced. I have been to his headquarters, hearing that he came in from Waterloo, and found him in the act of writing his dispatch. He saw me from his window and beckoned me up straightway. You may imagine how I put out my hand and congratulated him upon his victory. He said to me in his blunt way, It has been a damned serious business. Blücher and I have lost 30,000 men. And then, without the least appearance of joy or triumph, he repeated, It has been a damned nice thing, the nearest run thing you ever saw in your life. He told me Blücher got so damnably licked on Friday that he could not find him Saturday morning, and had to fall back to keep up his communications with him. Upon my word, I never saw him so grave, not so much moved. He kept on walking about the room, praising the courage of our troops, in particular those guards who kept Hougomont against the repeated attacks of the French. You may depend upon it, he said, that no troops but the British could have held Hougomont, and only the best of them at that. Then, he said, not with any vanity, you know, but very seriously, By God, I don't think it would have done if I had not been there.
I can readily believe that, Worth replied. Does he anticipate that there will be any more fighting?
No, that is the best of all. He says that every French corps but one was engaged in the battle, and the whole army gone off in such a perfect rout and confusion, he thinks it quite impossible for them to give battle again before the Allies reach Paris.
Excellent news. I am much obliged to you for bringing it to me.
I knew you would be glad to hear of it. You'll give my compliments to the ladies and to poor Audley. I must be off to catch the mail.
He bustled away, and Worth went upstairs to convey the tidings to his brother, whom he found lying quietly with his hand in Barbara's. He told him what had passed, and had the satisfaction of seeing the Colonel's eyes regain a little of their sparkle. Lavisse's parting message evoked only a languid,
"Poor devil. What a piece of work to make of nothing."
Worth, seeing that he was tired, went away, leaving him to the comfort of Barbara's presence. The Duchess remained in the house all day, and the Duke, after trying in vain to obtain intelligence of George's fate, and calling at the Fisher's lodging to see Lucy, whom he declared to be a poor little dab of a thing, not worth looking at, took up his quarters in Lady Worth's salon. He was permitted to visit Audley for a few minutes before dinner, and took his hand in a strong hold, saying with a softened expression in his rather hard eyes,
"Well, my boy, so you mean to have that vixen of mine, do you? You're deserving of a better fate, but if you're determined, you may take her with my blessing." "Thank you, sir," said the Colonel.
"And mind you keep her this time," said his Grace.
I won't have her back on my hands again." His wife and granddaughter, judging that a very little of his bracing personality was enough for the colonel in his present condition, then sent him away, and he went off to announce to Judith that, whatever he might think of George's choice, he was very well satisfied with Barbara's. He bore his wife off to the Hôtel de Bellevue for dinner, promising, however, to permit of her returning to Worth's house later in the evening to see how the colonel went on. The fomentations had afforded some relief. There was no recurrence of the fever, which had alarmed the ladies earlier in the day, and although the pulse was unsteady, the Duchess was able to inform her granddaughter before leaving the house that she had every expectation of the colonel's speedy recovery. He was too weak to wish to indulge in much conversation, but he seemed to like to have Barbara near him. He lay mostly with closed eyes under a frowning brow, but if she moved from her chair, it was seen that he was not asleep, for his eyes would open and follow her about the room. She soon found that her absence from his side made him restless, and so placed her chair close to the bed, and sat there, ready in an instant to bathe his brow with vinegar and water, to change the fomentations, or just to smile at him and take his hand. It was not such a reunion as she had imagined. Her thoughts were confused. Harry's death lay at the back of them, like a bruise on her spirit. She had been prepared to hear that Charles had been killed, but she had never thought that he might come back to her so shattered that he could not take her in his arms, so weak that the smile even was an effort. There was much she had wanted to say to him, but it had not been said, and perhaps never would be. No drama attached to their reconciliation. It was quiet, tempered by sorrow. Yet, in spite of all, as she sat hour after hour beside Charles, a contentment grew in her, and the vision of the conquering hero, who should have come riding gallantly back to her, faded from her mind. Reality was less romantic than her imaginings, but not less dear, and his feeble laugh and expostulation when she fed him with her grandmother's prescribed gruel were more precious to her than the most ardent love-making could have been. Her dinner was sent up to her on a tray, and Judith and Worth sat down in the dining parlour alone. They had not many minutes risen from the table when a knock fell on the street door, and an instant later George Alister walked into the salon. Judith exclaimed at the sight of him, for his appearance was shocking. His baggage not having reached Nivelles, where his brigade was bivouacked, he had not been able to change his tattered jacket and mud-splashed breeches. An epaulette had been shot off, a bandage was bound round his head, and he limped slightly from a sabre cut on one leg. He looked pale, and his bloodshot eyes were heavy and red-rimmed from fatigue. He cut short Judith's greetings, saying curtly,
"I came to inquire after Audley. Can I see him?"
"He's better, but very weak. But sit down. You look quite worn out. And you are wounded."
"Oh, this." He raised his hand to his head. "That will only spoil my beauty. Don't waste your pity on me, Ma'am." "Have you dined?" Worth asked. "Yes, at my wife's," George replied, flinging the word at him. "I've also seen my grandparents, and have nothing left to do before rejoining my regiment, except to thank Audley for his kind offices towards my wife."
"I am very sure he does not wish to be thanked. Oh, how relieved your grandparents must be to know you are safe, to have had the comfort of seeing you."
He replied with the flash of his sardonic smile. "Yes, extremely gratifying. It is wonderful what a slash across the brow can do for one. You will be happy to hear, Ma'am, that my wife will remain in my grandparents' charge until such time as she may follow me to Paris. May I now see Audley?" She looked doubtful. He saw it, and said, rather harshly, "Oblige me in this, if you please. What I have to ask him will not take me long."
"To ask him?" she repeated.
"Yes, Ma'am, to ask him. Audley saw my brother die, and I want to know where in that charnel house to search for his body."
She put out her hand impulsively.
Ah, poor boy.
Of course you shall see him. Worth will take you up at once.
Thank you,
he said with a slight bow, and limped to the door, and opened it for Worth to lead the way out. Judith was left to her own melancholy reflections, but these were interrupted in a very few minutes by yet another knock on the street door. She paid little heed, expecting merely to have a card brought in to her with kind inquiries after the state of Colonel Audley's health. But, to her astonishment, the butler very soon opened the door into the salon and announced the Duke of Wellington. She started up immediately. The Duke came in, dressed in plain clothes, and shook hands, saying,
"How do you do? I've come to see poor Audley. How does he go on?"
She was quite overpowered. She had never imagined that in the midst of the work in which he must be immersed, he could find time to visit the Colonel. She had even doubted his sparing as much as a thought for his aide-de-camp. She could only say in a moved voice, "How kind this is in you. We think him a little better. He will be so happy to receive a visit from you."
"Better, is he? That's right. Poor fellow. They tell me he has had to lose an arm."
She nodded, and, recollecting herself a little, began to congratulate him upon his great victory. He stopped her at once, saying hastily,
"Oh, do not congratulate me. I have lost all my dearest friends."
She said in a subdued voice, "You must feel it, indeed."
"I am quite heartbroken at the loss I have sustained,"
he replied, taking a quick turn about the room.
"My friends, my poor soldiers. How many of them have I to regret? I have no feeling for the advantages we have acquired."
He stopped and said in a serious tone,
"I have never fought such a battle, and I trust I shall never fight such another. War is a terrible evil, Lady Worth."
She could only throw him a speaking glance. Her feelings threatened to overcome her. She was glad to see Worth come back into the room at that moment, and to be relieved of the necessity of answering the Duke. She sank down into a chair while Worth shook hands with his lordship. He too offered congratulations and comments on the nature of the engagement. The Duke replied in an animated tone,
"Never did I see such a pounding match. Both were what you boxers call gluttons. Napoleon did not manoeuvre at all. He just moved forward in the old style, in columns, and was driven off in the old style. The only difference was that he mixed cavalry with his infantry, and supported both with an enormous quantity of artillery."
"From what my brother has said, I collect that the French cavalry was very numerous."
"By God, it was. I had the infantry for some time in squares, and we had the French cavalry walking about us as if they had been our own. I never saw the British infantry behave so well."
"It has been a glorious action, sir."
"Yes, but the glory has been dearly bought. Indeed, the losses I have sustained have quite broken me down. But I must not stay. I have very little time at my disposal, as you can imagine. I came only to see Audley."
"I will take you to him at once, sir. Nothing, I am persuaded, will do him as much good as a visit from you."
"Oh, pooh, nonsense," the Duke said,
going with him to the door.
"I shall be in a bad way without him. And the others whom I have lost, I can tell you."
He followed Worth upstairs to Colonel Audley's room, only to be brought up short on the threshold by the sight of Lord George standing by the bed. A frosty glare was bent on him. A snap was imminent, but Audley, startled by the sight of his chief, still kept his wits about him and said quickly,
"Lord George Alistair, my lord, who has been sent in to have his wounds attended to, and has been kind enough to visit me on his way back to the brigade."
"Oh,"
said his lordship.
"Avon's grandson, are you? I'm glad to see you're alive, but get back to your brigade, sir. There's too much of this going on leave."
Thankful to have escaped with only this mild reproof, George effaced himself. The Duke stepped up to the bed and clasped Colonel Audley's hand.
"Well, we have given the French a handsome dressing," he said heartily. "But I'm sorry to see you like this, my poor fellow. Never mind.
Fitzroy's had the misfortune to lose his right arm, you know. I've just seen him. He's perfectly free from fever, and as well as anybody could be under such circumstances."
"His right arm," the Colonel said. "Oh, poor Fitzroy."
"There, don't distress yourself. Why, what do you think? He's already learning to write with his left hand, and will be back with me again before I've had time to turn round." Audley struggled up on his elbow.
"Sir, what of Gordon?"
A shadow crossed the Duke's face. He said in a broken voice,
"Ah, poor Gordon. He lived long enough to be informed by myself of the glorious success of our actions. They carried him to my headquarters at Waterloo, you know. Hume called me at 3 this morning to go to him, but he was dead before I got there."
The Colonel gave a groan and sank back upon his pillows.
"A little restaurant in Paris,"
he whispered.
"Oh, God."
Barbara moved forward and slid her hand into his. His fingers gripped it feebly. He lay silent, while the Duke, turning to Worth, asked in his blunt fashion,
"Who has him in charge? Has Hume been here?"
"Not yet,"
Worth replied.
"I am extremely anxious to get him, but there seems to be no possibility of securing his services."
"Nonsense, I'll send him round at once," said his lordship. "Can't afford to lose any more of my family."
He bent over Colonel Audley again and laid his hand on his right shoulder.
"Well, Audley, I must go. You'll be glad to know that we're moving on immediately. Old Blucher took up the pursuit last night, and you may be sure we shan't discontinue our operations till we get to Paris. As for Boney, in my opinion, il n'a que se pendre. But I shall be in a bad way without you fellows. Take care that you lose no time in rejoining me."
"I shall report for duty the instant I can stand on my feet, sir." "Who takes the dispatch to England?"
"Percy, with 3 eagles as well. Goodbye, my boy. Now don't forget, I rely on your following me as soon as you may."
He pressed the Colonel's shoulder and went away, with a nod to Barbara and a brief handshake for Worth. He was as good as his word in sending Dr. Hume to see the Colonel. The eminent doctor presented himself before an hour had passed, briskly expressing his regret at being kept by oppressive work from coming sooner. His arrival coincided with that of the surgeon who had taken charge of the Colonel's case, and Judith was hard put to it to decide which of the 2 men she disliked most. Mr. Jones's air of depression might exasperate her, but nothing in her mind could have been more out of place than Hume's cheerfulness. His voice was loud and hearty. As he followed her up the stairs, he talked all the way of trivialities, and when he entered the Colonel's room, it was in a noisy fashion, and with a rallying speech on his lips. The Duke's visit had considerably tired Audley, but he roused himself when Hume came to the bed, and managed to smile.
"Well, now, and what is all this?"
Hume said, taking his pulse.
"I thought I'd seen the end of you when I packed you off from Mont-Saint-Jean yesterday."
"I am more difficult to kill than you suspected, you see,"
murmured the Colonel.
"Kill? No such thing. I did a capital piece of work on you, and here you are demanding more of my valuable time. We'll take a look at that leg of yours."
The bandages and the fomentations were removed. The surgeon said something in a low tone, and was answered by a sharp,
"Rubbish! Why do you give up a man with such a pulse and such a good constitution? He is doing famously. You have been fermenting the leg. Excellent. Couldn't do better. Now then, Audley, I'll see what I can do to make you easier."
He took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, while Judith ran to fetch the hot water he demanded. While he worked upon the Colonel's wincing body, he chatted, perhaps with the object of taking his victim's mind off his sufferings, and the Colonel answered him in painful gasps. His matter-of-fact description of the battlefield, literally covered with dead and wounded, shocked Judith inexpressibly, and made her exclaim at the plight of the French soldiers left there until the Allied wounded should have been got in. He replied cheerfully that it was all in their favour to be in the fresh air. Provided they were soon moved into the hospitals, they would be found to have escaped the fever which had attacked those who were got immediately under cover.
Do you know how the Prince of Orange is?
asked the Colonel.
Do I know? Why, I've just been with him. You need not worry your head over him. He's going on capitally. Baron Constant came rushing in this morning while I was with him, shouting out, "Boney's beat, Boney's beat," and you never saw anyone more obliged to take Lord Uxbridge's leg off, I dare say. He is as gallant a man as ever I met. What do you think of his telling us he considered his leg a small price to pay for having been in such an action?
He stretched out his hand for some clean lint, and began to bind the Colonel's leg up again. In a graver tone, he said,
"Our losses have been shocking. The Duke is quite cast down, and no wonder. He would have me bring him a list of such of our casualties as came within my knowledge last night. I did so, but found him laid down in all his dirt upon the couch, fast asleep, and so set my list down beside him and went away. He had had poor Gordon to put into his bed, you know. Ah, that has been a sad business. There was nothing one could do except to wait for death to put a period to his sufferings. The end came at 3 o'clock. I went to call the Duke, but it was over before he could get there. I never saw him so much affected. People call him unfeeling, but I can tell you this, when I went to him after he had read the list of casualties, there were 2 white furrows down his cheeks where his tears had washed away the dust. He said to me, in a voice tremulous with emotion, 'Well, thank God I don't know what it is to lose a battle, but certainly nothing can be more painful than to win one with the loss of so many of one's friends.'
Judith saw that Colonel Audley was too much distressed by the thought of Gordon's death to respond, and said civilly, "Nothing, I am sure, could become the Duke more than the way in which he spoke to us of his victory. I have not been used to think him a man of much sensibility, and was quite confounded."
"Sensibility? I dare say not. But General Alva was telling me it was downright pathetic to watch him, as he sat down to his supper last night, looking up every time the door opened in the expectation of seeing one of his staff walk in."
He straightened his back, saying, with a reversion to his hearty tone,
"There! I have done tormenting you at last. You will be on your feet again as soon as Lord Fitzroy, I promise you."
He turned to give some directions to the other surgeon, recommended the application of leeches, if there should be a recurrence of fever, and took himself off, leaving the Colonel very much exhausted, and the ladies quite indignant. His visit was presently found, however, to have been of benefit to Audley. He seemed easier, and assisted by a dose of laudanum, passed as quiet a night as could have been expected. When Barbara came into his room in the morning, she found him being propped up with pillows to partake of a breakfast of toasted bread and weak tea. He held out his hand to her. The old gaiety was missing from his smile, but he spoke cheerfully.
"Good morning, Bab. You see that I have rebelled against your gruel. Now, you shall watch how deedily I can contrive with my one hand."
She bent over him, and to hide her almost overmastering desire to burst into tears, said with assumed raillery, "Ah, you hope to impress me, but I warn you, you won't succeed. You have already had a great deal of practice in the use of one hand." He put the one hand to turn her face towards him, and kissed her.
"That's too bad. I had hoped to hold you spellbound by my adroitness. Will you oblige me by going to the dressing-table and opening the little drawer under the mirror?"
"Certainly," she replied. "What do you want from it, my darling?"
"You'll see,"
he said, picking up one of his slices of toast and dipping it in the tea. She opened the drawer and found a small box in it, containing her engagement ring. She said nothing, but brought the ring to the Colonel, smiling but with quivering lips. He took it and commanded her to hold out her hand. The ring slid over her knuckle, but the Colonel still retained her hand, saying quietly,
"That stays there, until I give you another in its place, Bab."
She dropped on her knees, burying her face in his shoulder.
"Charles, dear Charles, I shall make you such a damnable wife. Oh, only tell me that you forgive me."
He gave a rather shaky laugh, and put his arm round her.
"Who is the dear fool now?" he said. "Oh, Bab, just look what I have done."
Judith came in a minute later to find Barbara, between tears and laughter, mopping up the spilt tea on the sheet,
and exclaimed, "Well, this does not look like a sick room." Barbara held out her hand. "Congratulate me, Judith. I have just become engaged to your brother-in-law." "Oh, my love, of course you have," Judith cried, embracing her. "Charles, this time I congratulate you with all my heart."
"Thank you," he said, with rather a surprised look. "What's the news in town today? How do Fitzroy and Billy go on?"
"I have not heard, but of course we shall call to make inquiries later on. The Duke has driven out in his curricle to rejoin the army at Nivelles. We understand he has taken Colonel Felton Hervey on as his military secretary until Lord Fitzroy is well enough to go back."
"A one-armed man."
"Yes, and that is what touches one so much. There is a delicacy in such a gesture. Lord Fitzroy must be sensible of it, I am sure. I never thought to like the Duke as well as I have done ever since he called here yesterday." The Colonel smiled, but merely replied,
"He must be worse off than ever for staff officers. I pity the poor devil's remaining. They'll find him damned crusty."
Judith was quite put out by this prosaic remark, but Colonel Audley knew his chief better than she did. The Duke, rejoining his disorganized army at Nivelles, found much to annoy him. He was displeased with the conduct of various sections of his staff, and quite incensed by the discovery that Sir George Wood, who commanded the Royal Artillery, had, instead of securing the captured French guns, allowed a number of them to be seized by the Prussians. That was a little too much. Those guns must be recovered, and there would be no peace for Wood or Fraser till they had been recovered. His lordship, no longer a demigod, but only a much harassed man, sat down to write his instructions for the movement of his army. There was no difficulty about that. The instructions were compressed into 4 succinct paragraphs, and borne off by a trembling gentleman of the Quartermaster General's staff. His lordship dipped his pen in the ink, and began to compose his first general order since the battle. The pen moved slowly, in stiff, reluctant phrases.
"The Field Marshal takes this opportunity of returning to the army his thanks for their conduct in the glorious action fought on the 18th instant, and he will not fail to report his sense of their conduct in the terms which it deserves to their several sovereigns."
His lordship read that through, and decided that it would do. He wrote the figure 3 in the margin, and started another paragraph. His pen began to move faster.
"The Field Marshal has observed that several soldiers and even officers have quitted their ranks without leave and have gone to Bruxelles, and even some to Antwerp, where, and in the country through which they have passed, they have spread a false alarm in a manner highly unmilitary and derogatory to the character of soldiers."
The pen was flowing perfectly easily now. His lordship continued, without a check.
"The Field Marshal requests the general officers commanding divisions in the British Army to report to him in writing what officers and men, the former by name, are now or have been absent without leave since the 16th instant."
We hope you have enjoyed this Penguin audio production of An Infamous Army by Georgette Heyer, read by Kristin Atherton. It was produced by Richard Hughes, and the post-production was by Richard Hughes. Copyright in recording, Penguin Audio 2021. Text copyright, Georgette Heyer, 1937. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. For more Penguin audio productions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.